Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my God! Bro, baby, shake it. Let's go. Let's go.
Kamala, you're fired. Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Party with Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Party with Beyonce, Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Party with Beyonce, 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 Beyonce.
Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, Most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn off brands. You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer. Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Gruen Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But Is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything.
Just make sure they pay
Anything
for it.
different, that
Don't
is.
let them steal it now,
I've been
sir.
calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else.
They do. That's all we want.
No matter who you're calling on. A little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is, until he tells me to call him by his first name.
Or in times of need, you can just go ahead and call him a boy. Hey, boy, I need that. Whatever it is that you need to do, but just, just to understand the uniqueness of what it means to sell to the Negro. You can call him Mr., Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Wilson, whatever his name is. We just want to make sure that we are understanding. This film is real and true. It is from 1954, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful explanation of how to sell to the Negro. Maybe back then, because today, the Negroes, they just running in and taking and stealing shit. They don't care about none of that. But for those of us upstanding Negroes, we have morals and principles, I must say. So, let's do the right thing. Let's keep going.
And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. This business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can.
Yes, white man.
Sometimes with displays or ad material.
We need your
or
help.
an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Yeah.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro.
Hello, hello, hello. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome back. Welcome back. We took a few hours off. Crack is live still, I think. Stanley, we had some technical difficulties earlier, but you know how it goes. We stream 24 hours, and sometimes things happen in the meantime, in between time, but we are back. We are back. Like we never left, because we never do. Welcome to Politicking with Porsha, here at the Urban Landlord. Don't want to say that I got a lot for y'all tonight, because I really do. I just wanted to finish the rest of what I wanted to cover last night, and get into Joy Taylor, updates about Skip Bayless and other celebrities that have stepped into the mix. And I might find some other stuff that I have to go over with you. However, we just watched the video about selling to the Negro. I might play that again whenever we get more people in the building. However, back in 1954, there was a publication, for those of you that were here that were able to see it, about what it takes to sell to the Negro. And my, oh my, it's kind of spot on, but then it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds good, or it sounded good in 1954, but I feel like I would like to redo that video myself for 2025, because there are a lot of things that are very true to the fact of selling to the Negro. The standards, being flashy, wanting to show off, wanting to make sure that every other Negro knows what you just purchased, all of those things. It's true. However, there was this metric in commercials that were put out back in the 1950s where white folks were talking about how they need to sell products and merchandise to Negroes. And of course, call them by their first name or by their last name. Mr. Jenkins always approached the men, not the women. But you know, there was a process when it came to selling to the Negro. And boy, oh boy, was that a great commercial. So I will play that again. Don't you guys worry, because for those of you that do not know how to sell to the Negro, some of you might need to know. Unfortunately, Master Kim, he's not here as much as I wish that he was, but he would be an excellent person to give us some details, because he has a beauty supply and we know who goes in there. Negress. So it would be really great. However, welcome to all of you that are here. All of you that haven't got here, and those of you to come. We have 12th man in the building. Howdy, 12th man. Welcome in. We have Eclectic in the building, typing some sort of ancient Egyptian or Negro. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to assume that it means hello, howdy, Porsha. I'm happy to be here at the show tonight. That's what I'm going to assume that it says. I think that's what that says. We have Beak in the building. Shout out to you, Beak. Beak, you know I love seeing you in the chat. I always get excited when I see you in the building, Beak. Shout out to you, Beak. Hey, Beak. Who else we got in here? Tropes. I know we got Tropes in the building. Tropes says very interesting. He got to see how those Negroes got sold to back in the day. We got Tropes in the building. We also have Nate in the building. Shout out to you, Nate. He says, oh yeah, let's smash that like button on your way in. Please do. Please. It's free. After all, it's free. What did Tropes say here? We're mixing the visuals, but keeping the original auto would be very interesting. Tropes, are you talking about? Oh, yeah. See, and that was my thought before showing this video to you guys. And I was just thinking, gosh, I would like to redo this, even though this is from the 50s. I would like to redo it and incorporate certain aspects from this video, but like make it like 2025 and like do a voiceover over it like that. I think that would be pretty dope. I think that would be a lot of fun. I mean, because why not? I mean, why not? What is there to lose at this point? I mean, we're talking about selling to the Negro. I mean, what on earth is there to lose? Not much. If you know anything about selling to Negroes in 2025, you might want to be careful, be safe, you know, because you might not be able to sell anything because it might get stolen. And, you know, we want to make sure we keep our things safe. And, you know, we don't want anybody to take our belongings and whatnot. So before we get into Joy Taylor, Stephen A., Cam Newton, Jason Whitlock. Oh, gosh, look at all the people that are live today. I wanted to give you guys a update. And I know for those of you that were here with me last night, we had a crazy show last night. I'm not going to lie. It was really great. I love doing politicking with Porsha with you guys, especially whenever y'all become really, really engaged with the topics that I bring to you all. And y'all react in the way that you do, and you call in and you're engaged in the chat. I really appreciate that because, you know, sometimes you just never know what it is that you guys are looking for or what kind of news you want to hear. But we want to make sure that as long as it's going on, we want to keep you guys updated with what is actually going on in California with these forest fires. And, you know, believe it or not, God is still trying to burn it down. I mean, he is not slowing down at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just keeps on spreading and spreading and spreading. And it's just like, my Lord. The water, I mean, y'all can't like get those big old, you know, the airplanes, because I've seen that with the airplanes. And I'll probably try and find a video of that while we watch this video, where they actually go to like the rivers and the ocean, and they like get the buckets or the whatever filled with water, and then they go and dump it. They have to do something because the fires are just getting worse and worse and worse. So we're going to do a brief update on what is going on there in California as of today. And then we'll hop into some other stuff. So let's go. Hold on, wait. Oh my goodness, it's Mike Dougie. Oh my goodness, hey Dougie, welcome. Haven't seen you in the month of Sunday. Shout out to Mike Dougie. Thanks for being in the building. I know HB would love to see you. I know he would. You should reach out to him. I don't know. He might be asleep right now. However, shout out to you, Mike Dougie. It is always a pleasure to see you. I didn't even know that you knew that we were here, but you do. So shout out to you, Mike Dougie.
Firefighters are grappling with the Los Angeles wildfires into this weekend as they threaten to expand into new parts of the ravaged county. You're looking at an aerial view of these flames. The fires have consumed an area larger than San Francisco. The LA County Medical Examiner confirms it is investigating 11 fire-related deaths in the worst wildfires the county has ever seen. CBS brings us the latest from Los Angeles.
Battling multiple fires across LA, firefighters are desperately trying to contain the catastrophic Palisades wildfire before it spreads to the northeast.
Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property.
Homes here in the Mandeville Canyon have burned as the Palisades fire rages on for hours with no clear end in sight.
Ground crews and aerial assets worked through the night in the Mandeville Canyon area, creating containment lines and protecting structures, continuing a full suppression effort.
There's concern that winds could pick up yet again and push the wildfire towards the nearby Getty Museum and UCLA.
The challenges right now are the weather and the topography. As we've seen this morning, there's been a lot of wind shifts and the increase in the wind velocity since we've been here. When we first started out in this area about an hour ago, the air was relatively clear. Now the wind has shifted and now we're back in the smoke.
Officials also worry the Palisades fire could cross over I-405 and into more densely populated areas in the Hollywood Hills and San Fernando Valley. LA's police chief says a new task force will investigate the cause of the catastrophic fires.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them.
On Saturday, law enforcement warned people who have been driving up to get a closer look at the blazes to stay away. Ashley Sharp, CBS News, Brentwood, California.
Just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it is.
California's Attorney General said that anyone who engages in scams, price gouging, looting, or other crimes during the wildfires will be held strictly accountable under the law. Officials say at least 20 people have already been arrested.
No, they won't. You know, y'all can keep trying to sell us a dream, but we know what time it is. After all, it is LA, and we know you guys don't give a damn about crime, looting, stealing, killing, and everything else up under the sun. But you know what? What would be nice is to see you guys actually hold folks accountable, because we know that that's not a popular thing that you all do. But, you know, in the instance of the, forest fires and all of that good stuff, hopefully you guys actually do what any good state, city, municipality would do. You guys get the criminals up out of here instead of allowing them to loot, steal, kill, and this, that, and the third. Now, of course, we understand y'all are arresting them because they're going into Malibu and Calabasas and all these other places like that, stealing from the rich and the wealthy. But don't forget about the little people who aren't rich and wealthy, and that's just trying to live their life. That's it. And they get robbed at gunpoint, windows busted out, stores looted, had to shut down, all of that. However, they say they're about to start, taking the law into account. Hey, Stank D says they better get their $700 check. Well, Stank D, we know that that's more than likely not going to happen, with FEMA and all. So one question that a lot of us have been asking y'all is, it's an ocean right there. I mean, so I know you said you ain't got no water, but I mean, there's an ocean. So update. They have done what I've been telling you guys about whenever I've watched other fires not like in person, but just like online. They have these helicopters and these planes where they go out, like if it's a lake, if it's a river, whatever the case may be, and they'll go and get water from there, and then they'll carry it over and dump it onto the fire. So why did it take so long? It beats me. Okay, it beats me. However, this is, as of today, an update. As of today, they have now started to use the ocean water to put out the fires. Let's take a look.
Well, that's right. Firefighters don't typically resort to using ocean water to fight wildfires, but with hydrants in Pacific Palisades running dry, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Times call for desperate measures. I know that's right.
The firefighters are doing their very, very best. I promise you that. And also the air assets are a huge, huge thing that we're utilizing right now that'll help Palisades.
And among those critical air assets being used to battle the raging wildfires in Los Angeles is a pair of water bombing planes from Canada, specially equipped to scoop up water from the ocean. You can see it here.
Canada. Really? America? Canada? The asshole of the North? Canada? Really? We don't have our own water picking up, dumping planes? Really? Canada? Really? Oh God, how embarrassing. Jesus Christ, to think. Now, Canada, shout out to y'all, you know, whenever Yellowstone was at its wits, we got some beautiful wolves from you guys, and we've been thriving in Yellowstone ever since. That's one thing, but this, let me not complain too much, because Canada is a pretty much ass country. However, thanks, Canada. Thanks for sending your water planes and helping these people in California so that they could put these fires out. Shout out to you. Justin Trudeau, your ass is grass, sir. You're about to get up out of there. But let's keep going.
See it here, gathering water from the Pacific near Will Rogers State Beach, then eventually dumping that salt water onto the growing inferno. This proved an especially valuable firefighting tool, particularly with the water pressure issues in Pacific Palisades, with fire hydrants there tapped out.
In many brush fires, we run out of water, and we anticipate that because of the supply demand. There's so many.
I do want to point out what Miss Helen said. And for those of you that were here with me last night, I mean, gosh, guys, we spent a smooth like 4 to 5 hours of going into deep detail about the aqueducts and the water reservoirs and the dams and whatnot, all in California that supply their water and whatnot. However, they did, in fact, donate all of their quote unquote surplus equipment to Ukraine. And for all I know, it could have been, you know, the water planes, but they donated so much equipment to Ukraine, which was stupid, you know. Shout out to Karen Bass, but they did do that. And so they could, in fact, have done that here, you know, and that's why we have to, you know, lean on Canada. This is America. Canada for 2 planes. Jesus.
So many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water.
But the ocean could seemingly provide a nearly unlimited supply of water. So why do firefighters tend...
You think? You think, sir? Jordan said last night, you know, all the water from the dams, the aqueducts, and the reservoirs, because for those of you that were not here, that did not get to catch that, Gavin Newsom, all of the rainwater and all of the water from the melt, all the way up from Canada through many states that come down, and they actually fill these reservoirs, and then they go through the aqueducts to make sure that the water is clean for drinking and bathing and things like that. What Governor Newsom thought would be a bright idea was, let's just dump it back into the Pacific. So all of that water that could have been used in California, he just dumped it in the ocean. And Jordan made the comment, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. He said, oh, well, because the ocean didn't have enough water. So, he just wanted to add some more. And so here's this guy saying, oh, it seems like, the ocean has plenty of water. You think? It's what? Some 80% of the whole world is covered in water, the ocean. Go and get it from over there. Okay. I don't know what took you guys so long. Okay. Let me stop being so judgmental. Let's just get back into it.
There's so many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water.
But the ocean could seemingly provide a nearly unlimited supply of water. So why do
ocean water is unlimited? It is. It's unlimited. But let's go.
Firefighters tend not to use ocean water in fighting wildfires. Experts say that fresh water is preferred over the ocean's salt water because, according to scientists, fresh water has a higher cooling capacity compared to salt water, meaning it's better at absorbing heat and putting out fires. Also, salt water corrodes firefighting aircraft and other equipment, including pumps and hoses, more quickly than fresh water, according to technology.org. Dumping massive amounts of salt water also has environmental consequences. Salt water remains in the soil after the water evaporates, potentially hurting plant life and altering the soil's chemistry. But in a dire situation where adequate supplies of fresh water aren't available, tough choices must be made.
And these Canadian waterbombing planes are actually sent here to California every year as part of a contract that dates back to 1994.
I wasn't even born then. Well, I'm glad that they got their little planes from Canada and whatnot, and Canada is helping. So Canada, we don't want to leave you out. Your oots in the boots and all of that. Shout out to you, Canada. Thanks for helping. I've always been of the mind that we don't need help from a Canadian, but who am I? I'm terribly wrong. Like I said, the wolves for Yellowstone, we take you guys all day. But, you guys are doing the work of the Lord, making sure that California has what it needs, and that's all that matters. So we have an attorney that's calling out for the LA mayor, Karen Bass, to go ahead and resign. But after all, she is a strong Black woman, the most unprotected woman in the United States of America, the most educated group of people in the United States of America. Just in case we thought we forgot, Jasmine Crockett reminded us last night. Black women, strong, educated, can't nobody compete with them. This, that, and the third. Karen Bass, if you think for 1 second that this woman is going to step down from her position as mayor, you must be out your mind. She's not. She's not. But let's take a listen. And you know what? Thinking of it, because I feel a little bit better. I feel a bit more calm. So maybe we can actually get through the rest of Jasmine Crockett from last night before we get into Jason Whitlock and Joy Taylor and all of that. But yeah, Jasmine Crockett, she kind of pissed me off a bit. But let's see.
More on the wildfires ripping through parts of Southern California. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and evacuee of the fire, Brian Claypool. Brian, I mentioned just a few minutes ago that the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, is about to step to the mic along with federal authorities for an update. But just about an hour or so ago, we did receive an update from county officials. Here's the sheriff. Take a listen.
Evacuation orders are approximately at 153,000 residents that are under the evacuation orders, and approximately 57,000 structures are still at risk. Regarding evacuation warnings, approximately 166,000 or a little over 166,000 residents are under evacuation warnings.
Bottom line right now, Brian, from the sheriff there is that the winds are picking up and they're only going to get worse over the next 24 to 48 hours. Your thoughts right now as we sit here?
Hey, Alicia, thanks for having me. Look, my feelings have gone from shock and trauma when at 5 a.m. early Wednesday morning, I'm forced to run out of my house with my teenage daughter, a 9-month-old child, a nanny with one pair of clothes for 3 days. and running to a hotel. So I was shocked and traumatized. Then I went through a feeling of sadness, right? Looking at those images, having people reaching out to me. I've known several people that lost homes, churches burned down, you name it, right? People's lives are just destroyed forever trying to rebuild. Then my feelings moved to outrage. Why? Because I hope Karen Bass gets up when you cover her press conference and announces her resignation today. She should resign and explain to everybody as well about this alleged leak memo as well, in which she wanted to cut the fire department budget another $49 million within a week before the wildfires. That's been reported. I haven't verified it. Also, let's ask Karen Bass a question for me. Why she?
It has been reported. It has been verified. A week before the fires, she slashed $49 million from their budget. Yesterday, I brought up videos from the actual chief of the fire department, the Bull Dyke, lesbian, homosexual, pride, LGBTQ chief. She actually filed like a scathing report a month in advance talking about how they don't have the funds. So I was able to cut her some slack. Okay. Now, of course, I feel like that should have been done well before, but at least it was done before this actually happened. Right. So she specifically mentioned the $17 million that was cut from the budget for the fire department. Unfortunately, she wasn't aware of the $49 million that was cut from the fire department's budget the week before the fires. So he said he hadn't looked it up and everything. I'm sure he knows by now, but yeah, that's news that you could just go ahead and search up right there. Yeah. So she just continued to cut, money from the fire budget. And also we spoke about last night, the 1,500 plus, so 1,500 plus firefighters that could no longer serve and do their job within the last 3 months. They were fired because they didn't want to get the COVID vaccine. And also we spoke about how they were bypassing white males who were putting in their applications to join the fire department, and they were bypassed, and they were choosing blacks and women over straight heterosexual men. And, of course, they're shorthanded and spread thin, but it's LA for you. Let's keep going.
Why she agreed to pay the new head of the LA Department of Water and Power, a woman named Janice Quinones, almost $400,000 more than the prior head of DWP. Explain that. Maybe she could have used some of that money to hire more firefighters. And if she had gotten her way with another $49 million cuts in the fire department, guess what? 16 fire departments would have been shut down. And what about the San Ynez Reservoir? Is anybody investigating Quinones and Karen Bass for allowing that reservoir to drain 117 million gallons of water? This isn't fiction. This isn't politics. This is human decency. She allowed that to happen on her watch. One more point I want to make. On Tuesday night, when I'm sitting in my home in Pasadena and I'm hearing about winds predicted of 80 to 100 miles an hour, Alicia, that's hurricane force. Where was her team sitting there with the electric grid across all of LA County trying to figure out where to potentially turn off electricity to make sure lines don't go down? Because I think you're going to find at the end of the day, lines went down causing these fires. How are you not there with your team? Who gives a heck about Ghana? What is her butt doing in Ghana? Who cares about an inauguration in Ghana? Get your butt in town and take care of your people. And now we're dealing with what you're talking about. In Pasadena, we have contaminated water. Contaminated. People can't even.
Just to be clear, he wanted to say, get your ass here. Okay. Get your ass. See, sometimes that's why you need Black people in these situations, because all of the emotions that you might have, a Black person might be able to, go ahead and effectively communicate that in the way in which it needs to be received by the public. Let's try this. Let me rewind it a little bit, and we're going to see what he says, and then I'm going to do a Negro rendition. Let's go ahead. Let's try this out.
Not there with your team. Who gives a heck about Ghana? What is her butt doing in Ghana? Who cares about an inauguration?
I don't give a damn about. Bitch, you need to bring your ass back to California. You got a city to save. I don't give a damn. Bring your ass back. They ain't even got no damn water, bitch. Inauguration. What was y'all doing? Sitting around swatting off mosquitoes? You need to bring your ass back to California, bitch. That would probably stick more with the public, more so than bring your butt back down here. But shout out to Brian Claypool. Shout out to you.
How are you not there with your team? Who gives a heck about Ghana? What is her butt doing in Ghana? Who cares about an inauguration in Ghana?
What is her butt doing in Ghana? Who cares about an inauguration in Ghana? Oh, God. What the hell are you doing in Ghana? Who cares about their inauguration, Karen? You need to bring your ass back to America. Otherwise, if you prefer it in Africa, let's make it stick, bitch. Since y'all are so pro-blackity black, stay your ass over there in Ghana, Karen. And let's elect somebody else, Karen. But I'm just a Negro. That's just me. Don't pay me any mind, folks.
Get your butt in town and take care of your people. And now we're dealing with what you're talking about. What, in Pasadena, we have contaminated water. Contaminated. People can't even drink water, can't shower. What is she doing about that? What is she doing about looting that's happening?
Can't shower. Can't shower in Ghana either. However, Rocco, shout out to you. Shout out to you, Rocco. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for being in the building. Rocco said she was grooving in Ghana. Can't be mad at her. Yeah, she should have just went on ahead and stayed, Rocco. She should have just stayed.
Happening within 600 feet of where I hope my home is still standing. What's she doing about that? Why didn't she have the National Guard in place before this went down? Lisa,
right.
Look, I'm not trying to play. This isn't about politics. This is about, we live in an ecosystem in Southern California where it's well known about fires. It's well known about mudslides and earthquakes. You know that that's what you get when you want to become the mayor of Los Angeles. And you want to play these silly games about wanting to build homes for the homeless in LA instead of taking that money and taking care of people in LA County who have worked their whole lives to get homes. Take care of those people. Forget about your socially comfortable policies. I mean, we are outraged. Look, at the end of the day, she should be facing a recall. That's how I feel about it.
And you know what, Mr. Lawyer, white man Claypool, sir? You deserve to feel how you feel. Your feelings are valid. They are valid and they mean something. And I appreciate you for coming out with that level of vigor. And, you know, a lot of people won't come out against her like that because that is a strong black woman. And you just don't always want to come out against them like that. Because, you might get some backlash that you weren't necessarily intending to get. And, they might shut you down and make you feel less than. And, they'll call you a racist even whenever you're calling out facts, that you can see. Now, we talked about this last night, and I don't want to, get back too deep into this tonight, but I want to show you guys another video of the rainfall in Los Angeles, or excuse me, just in California, period, their reservoirs, because, God, he is in between the two. He is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. And God is like, should I burn it down or should I flood it? Now, I don't want to go back on my word because I did tell the people that I would never flood it again. But California is a different kind of place. And I think that it may take a measure of me being, Jehovah, the Almighty. I might have to burn and flood at the same time just to get it up out of here. He hasn't been quite successful yet, but, we'll see. If it's not raining, it's fires. And the rain that California gets I mean, it's been incredible to a point to where it could fill and has filled. It even has overfilled the reservoirs to a point to where there was some flooding because of a breakdown, because there was a lot of water, because the maintenance that should have been done on the dams and the reservoirs to maintain this water, Gavin Newsom just kind of chucked that off to the side, you know, like it was like it was nothing. And so there was one major reservoir that actually broke and flooded, you know, like a whole little town out there in LA. And you know, with better leadership, that would be okay, making sure that we have the construction workers and, you know, reservoir dam workers, whatever their, you know, specific titles are, because I mean, I don't know all of the, you know, the terminology, but the people are out there doing the jobs that they need to do to make sure that we are maintaining this water. We are keeping it at a leveled height, and we have, because we're talking about jobs galore here, jobs galore, but we're making sure that we have bodies in place for reservoir management, aqueduct management, dam management, so that we are always in an abundance of water. They do pay money to Canada and like 3 other states for their snow melt for their water, but there's a lot of rainwater too. So, you know, instead of Gavin Newsom just dumping all the water into the Pacific, they would have more than enough water to sustain that whole entire state. Okay. So there are reasons that things are going the way that they are in California. But let's take a look at how the rain alone, just the rain, what the rain did for these reservoirs.
California's water storage system seen a stunning turnaround after a stormy winter, putting an end to the state's 3-year drought. Associated Press put together these before and after photos. Check these out. They show the drastic changes to major lakes and reservoirs this spring, from dry boat docks and dusty shores to just millions of acres of feet of water. Right now, 12 of California's 17 major reservoirs are filled to the historic averages. And with California's historic snowpack waiting to melt, the Department of Water Resources says flooding probably going to be inevitable.
Yeah, look at those
Yeah,
before and
it's
after.
cool. It's great to see.
Wow,
that.
yeah.
You see that? The before and after. And that's just from rain. Just think of it. Rain. Just rain. But again, as I showed you guys last night, they got these people on, you know, 5-minute showers. If you are in the shower and you exceed 5 minutes in the shower, they will turn your water off. They'll turn your water off. And I think it was Troll, who used to live in California. He was telling us about how you would have to lather up with your loofah or your towel, and you would have to lather up first and like scrub your body down, and then you would have to turn the water on to rinse off to be within that 5-minute time frame. Like, I'm not making this up. It's not, you know, beyond the pale or any stretch of the imagination. That is how it is in some areas in California. And unfortunately, this is what the people have to deal with. We have another video that I'll go ahead and show really quick before we jump back into Jasmine Crockett, because I figured, you know what, why not? I wasn't able to make it through last night, and maybe I will be a better human today than I was yesterday, and I won't come for her weave like I did last night. You know, we'll see, give or take. I don't have anybody on the panel with me, so it might be a bit easier for me to go through the entirety of the clip of Jasmine. What is this woman's name? This Jasmine, bald-headed, chicken head, ghetto congresswoman out of Texas, but she's from St. Louis. I have to make sure I always remind you guys that she's from St. Louis, because it's just something in my soul that won't let me just let her be a Texan because, we want to make sure that you guys are aware of her upbringing. Okay, so let's jump into this. And this will be the last one before Jasmine Crockett. So let's see.
California reservoirs all need to make room for all that water. Water levels at most state reservoirs are above where they typically are for this time of year. That includes the Oroville Dam, which is California's largest dam, now sitting at 131% of its historical average. And it was only a few years ago, Lake Oroville looked nearly bone dry. Wilson Walker's live with that remarkable turnaround. Hey, Wilson.
Yeah, if you want a bellwether for how California's water supply is looking and how things are evolving year to year, Oroville is a great way to do it. And yeah, the last couple of years, if you've been paying attention, it has been quite a ride here.
Come on, 6! It's got old straight 6 in it.
In his 60-year-old boat, Greg Purdy is playing taxi driver for some friends who are heading out to a houseboat on Oroville, which is doing just about as well as it could be.
Right. Oh, the lake level is beautiful.
In fact, they're working to keep the lake down ahead of incoming storm systems, and that is a dramatic reversal of fortune from just a few years ago.
We have a patio boat on the lake, and we're removing it because for fear that we might not get it off the lake by the into summer. So yeah. First time ever.
Time to get out.
Yeah, it's time to get out.
It was August of 2021 under smoke-filled skies when the dam's hydroelectric power plant was shut down for the first time ever when water levels sank towards the bottom of the intake valves.
Oh, it was so low that we were basically sitting out in the middle of the lake.
Wilson, it's all about rainfall amounts. We're going to be tracking 20 inches for the month here in February. Those really bad years, 2-3 years ago, we were getting less than an inch for them. That's how variable our winters can be in Northern California and the rest of the state. And it's very, very hard to predict.
Donald Bader is with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation overseeing Shasta Lake, which is now moving more water than it normally would in case the winter throws more storms our way.
We have a coordinated operations agreement with the state, and so we communicate. We combine efforts here. So if Oroville's got plus water, that helps Shasta, and vice versa.
Here before you is Lake Oroville, filling to its destiny for the use of flood control, hydroelectric power, irrigation, and as one of the greatest recreation.
Okay, that looks like Ronald Reagan in 1968. Out of California, who was our president, served 2 terms. Shout out to you, Ronald Reagan. You were one of the greatest. Talking about these reservoirs here in California. Now, I want you guys to be mindful that, let me go back really quick to see. This video is from 10 months ago. This video is from 10 months ago. So we just watched the last video, the rain, all the rain that they got. They have plenty of water. And then, of course, you have to keep your water leveled, measured, things like that, because you don't want the dams to overflow to a point to where they go ahead and spill out, and then you lose a lot of that water. But even in the midst of, from the video that I showed you guys last night, from 2 years ago, whenever their reservoirs were like nearly empty, below half, we're talking about like 3/4, out of here, whenever they did fill up, we're talking about hundreds of billions of gallons of water. Gavin Newsom just dumped them in the ocean. So, what can you do then?
Recreational and fishery lakes in California.
Governor Reagan dedicated Oroville in 1968, and for a lake now closing in on 60, the past 7 years have certainly been remarkable. 2017 brought the historic rainfall that tested the dam in ways no one would like to see again. And just 4 years later, it was the historic lows, and now the new spillway in use as the lake fills again.
You see?
Last year, this year's good too.
It has been a while.
10 months ago, spillways as the lakes fill again. So that's a positive, right? Y'all see all of that water dumping down. You got these folks with their houseboats and their own boats. They're all out in it, hanging out. White folks, they love to get in the boats and stuff like that, have a great time, go fish and drink some beers, throw something on the grill, all of that stuff. They're out there hanging out. They had more than enough 10 months ago, more than enough. Well, I mean, of course, until Gavin dumped that water again, too, back into the Pacific, but still.
And a wild ride for those on the lake, and having seen how bad things can be just a few years ago, there are certainly no complaints now.
Absolutely. We need all the water we can get.
There's some complaints now.
Gold.
Right, we hear a lot about changing climate, giving us more dynamic weather in a state that already has kind of dynamic weather. Well, think about that when you look at the last 7 years up here at Oroville. It really has been, pick a word for it. Now, to be clear, there's still plenty of room in this lake by design. That's a good thing. We don't know what's coming over the rest of the winter. We could have a miracle March on top of what we've already had. We're kind of having a slightly below average water year. I think we're at 85% in Northern California right now. So we could still get a lot more rain. You got to make room for it, Ryan. But you take last year, which is above average, and this year was a little below average. It really adds up for the state. It's really the cumulative effect, kind of like the drought adds up over 3 years. You get a couple of wet years. We got a lot of water.
Got a lot of water. Like I said to you guys last night, this is America. There's no excuse for foolery, not by any stretch of the imagination. We don't have time for any of that. It's America. So there's no reason for things like that. This is not Africa. This is not India. We are not any of those things. I'm not going to play this, but I pulled this up for Jordan. This is the correct one, tooled by how do you say it? Anima, tooled by Anima. I'm going to watch this video per your recommendation. You said that it's about the singer's fantasy of California falling into the ocean. Gotta watch with lyrics. I'm totally down. And Rocco said, in 1968, Ronald Reagan looked old already. Yeah, it's because he was already old. Whenever I was coming up, my papa, Rocco, he was old as hell. I actually had a real grandparent before he passed away. My papa was old as hell whenever, he died. He was old. He was old. By the time I was born, he was an old man. And he died. He died old. My papa was born in 1928. So imagine for me how old he was. He was in Korea. He was in Vietnam. My World War veteran, papa there. Love that guy. Oh, yeah. No, tropes. I'm not going to play it. I was just making sure. I just wanted to ask Jordan because of his recommendation. I wanted to make sure that that's what he was talking about because I'm definitely trying to get into that. So here we're going to get back into this Jasmine Crockett and whatever the hell it is that she's talking about. We never made it past 5 minutes last night. So we're going to try again. So we can get, the fluff. Y'all know I like to get all of the details in there and not skip about. So we're going to hop into this video and try it again with this chicken, Jasmine Crockett, and the rest of this CNN panel before we get into Joy Taylor and all of that. So let's go.
Might have recall a news story from last year. There was some interest in the fire departments and the firefighters in California, and the interest was that there were too many white men who were firefighters, and we need to have a program in California to make sure we don't have enough white men as firefighters. So we have and yet I'm wondering now, if your house was burning down, how much do you care what color the firefighters
you
are?
can respond and then
listen. I am so tired. You know what? There was an article that just came out that said that actually the most educated demographic in this country right now is Black women. So let me be clear. Because you are a woman, or because I know that some of the right has...
And just let me be clear, the most educated demographic of women in the United States of America, or people in the United States of America, being Black women. It has nothing to do with the fires in LA. And since, we want to make sure we fact check, I was fact checking live last night. Actually, the most educated demographic in the United States of America, it is Asians. It is Asians. It is not Black women. So, food for thought.
Right, has been sharing these photos of the fact that I believe that the fire chief may be a woman or something. That has nothing to do with it. We are looking at qualifications. What diversity, equity, and inclusion has always been about is saying, you know what? Open this up. Don't just look at the white men. Open it up and recognize that other people can be qualified. And the fact that we want to, at a time when people are dying, decide that a country of immigrants is failing or people are dying because the same very people that built this country, because the last time I checked, y'all didn't say that anything was wrong with the White House. And I can promise you, it was my ancestors that built the White House. So listen, if we have been good enough.
Jesus. I haven't had anything to drink today, folks. I need some Pinot Grigio, some Tito's, or the last time I checked, it was my ancestors that bit the White House. That ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China. It ain't got nothing to do with these forest fires that are plaguing California, ma'am. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what it is about these people that do this, but I said this last night and I will say it again. Jasmine Crockett is more stupid than AOC. And that's saying a whole damn lot. Especially considering the fact that Jasmine is significantly older than AOC. Saying a lot. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I don't even know how she can, ring around the rosies and pull it all in and make it make sense. But it doesn't. You think that maybe you would kind of change your tone here and there and try to, be more neutral. But no, it's like Democrats like her that are so pro-blackity, black plus black times black. Okay. That they would kind of just shut the fuck up. No, not her. She's just going to double down on this pro-black whatever. Let's keep going.
To build this country, we are good enough to serve and die overseas. We are good enough to serve in other ways. And the fact that people actually decide that they want to engage in public service, whether it's sitting in Congress or whether it's serving on the fire department or the police department, should not be an issue. The fact is, stop trying to act as if only white men are the ones that are capable. Because right now you're sitting at a table with 3 very capable Black women.
I'm not. I'm just simply saying that as a matter of public.
Okay. All right. We're only 1 minute and 52 seconds. And shout out to everybody in the building. We got 18 people in the building. And of all of the 18 that I see in the building, y'all know me. Y'all know me. Y'all listen to me for years. Y'all know I can't always take this shit. Okay. I can't always do it. And I try. And I try. And I try. And I try. Try to do it for y'all. She just said it's 3 very capable Black women at this table. Well, bitch, are y'all firefighters? Are you fighting fires, Jasmine? Because with all the Kanekalon hair you got in your head, baby girl, the moment that fire sees you, it's over. Kanekalon hair attracts fire. You're done, baby girl. Y'all are sitting at a desk just talking shit. You're not fighting fire. So no, you're not qualified. You might be qualified to do what it is that you're doing right now, but you're not qualified to fight fires, ma'am. You're just not. None of you at that table are. Not a one. Step number 1 would be to remove the Kanekalon, the weave out of your head so that you're not a hazard to yourself. And then secondly, for Jasmine, it would be the lashes so that you're not a hazard to yourself because your lashes are so damn long, whenever you blink, bitch, you would probably stir up more of a fire than the fire that was already stirred up with all of that wind that's coming off those lashes. So we have to start at square one. We have to start at square one. You're not qualified, Jasmine. You nor nay any other those mammies sitting at that table. Well, let's keep going. I'm gonna try to make it. Let's keep going.
Public policy in California, the main interest in the fire department lately has been in DEI programming and budget cuts, and now we have this massive fire.
Are we really? But Scott, are we really blaming the fire department? The people in the LA fire department. No,
I'm blaming the Democrats who run the state.
No. But the fire department right now, they are dealing with a historic fire. Okay,
and they have terrible leadership.
That is caused by climate, by the fact that it is extremely dry in the state of California, and they are fighting it in tropical force winds in that state. So how is it anything to do with DEI? How is it anything to do
no one has said
with
that
the fire department at all? They are doing their very best as far as I know.
The fire department is not doing a good job.
No.
What is it? The water that's the problem? It's the fire department is the problem? Is it a $17 million budget cut to an $800 million budget? I don't think that those are the issues that have caused this horrendous fire, the wildfires that are in California at this time. And to bring DEI into this so early, I mean, how long have we been talking and you already came in with the DEI? Oh my God, you didn't even give us.
I mean, if I were you, I wouldn't want if I were trying to defend California Democrats, I wouldn't want to hear me talk about it either. But the fact is, this has been mismanaged from a public policy perspective from top to bottom.
Juan, here we are yet again making another attempt. Because we failed last night, Juan. We failed. We did, and this is true.
We did, but I couldn't let you stay up here alone, Porsha. If I had to lose brain cells last night, and I'm watching you lose brain cells right now, trying to comprehend what this lady is doing, which is incomprehensible, I have to join you so that we can both lose brain cells together.
And you know, I love you for that, Juan. For those of you that were not here last night, Juan was with me, and I tell you what, we tried. It's just like sometimes I just can't. So the furthest that we got was about 5 minutes, and I had to turn the shit off because I just couldn't do it anymore. But I would like to get through it tonight, you know, just to make sure that we cover it at length, because so many people were talking about it this morning and during Stanley's show. So it's like, let's give the people what the people want. Oh, and Nando says, Juan, my mixed Rican brother.
Nando, ¿qué te pasó, chico? ¿Cómo tú estás? Ojalá que todo bien. ¿Estás bien bendecido?
Fiesta. Shout out to R. Kelly. Let's get back into it.
California, I don't think this is about California Democrats, but I do think, to the Congresswoman's point, it's very telling that whenever you're talking about a woman, the fire chief being a woman or the mayor being a woman, it's always DEI. Why does DEI not ever come into play when you're talking about a white man?
No. Let's be clear, though. It's not. It's wonderful that the fire.
Jesus. Okay. Because DEI doesn't include white men, whoever you are, a woman. DEI excludes white men. So why mention and or bring up white men whenever DEI is not about, nor is it for, nor does it include, it only excludes white men. That's why. That's why. And since California is full of white men, there's a less than 5% population of black people in California to damn begin with, in the second most populous state in the United States of America. So no, I don't care where the hell you are in California, you're not going to have this influx of a Negro applying to be a firefighter in California, because it's not enough. Not enough. You guys are supposed to be journalists. Do better. Do better.
That the fire chief is a woman. I don't think if she is capable.
I didn't bring that up.
Yeah, if she is capable, I don't care what gender she is. I don't care who she loves. I don't care what pigment her skin is. If she's willing to go save somebody's life in somebody's house, good on her. The reason Scott brought up diversity is that just like your budget tells people what your priorities are, what you talk about in your bio, what you talk about on your website, what you emphasize in recruitment helps people understand what are your priorities in the organization.
They are putting their lives on the line.
And they're incredible.
As we speak.
And they're incredible.
Okay?
And
they
they
are
should
putting their
welcome
lives on the line.
the political leaders aren't, the firefighters are.
I'm talking about the firefighters, okay? The ones who are recruited, the black ones, the brown ones, the women, they are all there on the line. A kind of business note here, Congressman. President Trump has raised the issue of FEMA not having enough money, et cetera. This is your territory. Is the Congress going to fully fund what California needs in order to handle these fires, to recover from them if it's needed?
Absolutely, we should. This, of course, is a town that constantly disappoints people, but shame on all of us if we don't acknowledge that these disasters hit every state, and this is a really big one. People need to expect that their state, local, and federal government are going to be there, and we need to be.
I think that members always end up coming together when it comes to these disasters and doing the right thing by the people that are there. What really becomes the glue that puts it all together is the actual execution of the resources. And that's something that I think members of Congress need to do a much better job about, is making sure that the money gets on the ground to the people who need it the most in the manner and the speed at which
And just in December, we did together, Republicans and Democrats, refill much of that disaster fund. This is going to take a lot of money out of that.
So we are in, it's January 8th. President Trump is going to be inaugurated in just a few days.
About to say.
The incoming president, I hate to say it, but he has a history of threatening to not fund fire relief, specifically to California.
What did they do to Puerto Rico?
Just FYI, I'm looking it up right now. In LA County, less than 1% of applicants into the fire academy across the board in LA County, it's less than 1% that are black. So whatever she's talking about, there's black people putting their lives on the line. No, it's a few. It's a couple. It's not a lot, ma'am.
And in addition to that, as I mentioned last night, I'll repeat myself again. The Trump administration gave Puerto Rico a lot of money and a lot of aid during Hurricane Maria, or in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria. And it was so bad, the mismanagement, the misspending of that money, that the former governor, Juanda Vasquez, is sitting in federal prison right now because she embezzled a lot of that money.
Yep, you did say that last night. Juan, do you know that this lady's name that's on the screen right now?
She looks like a deformed Taraji Henson from Empire. No, I don't know her name.
I can't think of her name, but whoever she is, she's always on this CNN show. But Rocco, I don't know. I can try and figure that out. I just do not know this woman's name. But yeah, so less than 1% of black people even apply to the fire academy in LA County. So if only less than 1% apply, that can go ahead and let you know that it's probably about 0.3% that are actually on, or, you know, that are members of the fire department in LA County. And still right now to this day, even with all of the DEI initiatives and this Bull Dyke fire chief, there's still, the majority of them are white. They're white men and or non-black men. So it's still men. But let's keep going.
Go. I mean, we spent historic amounts of money on Puerto Rico.
Let me just play what President Trump said. This was just in October about actually fires in California.
We're going to take care of our farmers. We're going to take care of your water situation, and we'll force it down his throat. And we'll say, Gavin, if you don't do it, we're not giving you any of that fire money that we send you all the time for all the forest fires that you have.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say is that I would feel more comfortable if we decided to send additional resources to FEMA now before he is sworn into office. So my charge to the newly elected Speaker of the House is let's get a...
Scott Jennings ain't going for the shit. Trump said, listen, how about we stop sending y'all all this additional federal money to California for the fires for y'all to do shit like, hey, your quote unquote so-called surplus, the amount of forest fires that you guys have, there is no such thing as a surplus in the fire equipment that you have. Whenever we're talking about the aqueducts and the water reservoirs and the dams, there's no such thing as surplus, because y'all need the water for all of the people that live there. And you need the water in the event that you have another catastrophe, whether it is a big scale or a small scale or a large scale fire. You need that. Trump is saying, hey, I'm not going to keep sending money to you if you're not going to use the money that I'm sending to you to do what you know needs to be done in order to protect the citizens that are in your state. And so then this fool right here, Jasmine Crockett, says, oh yeah, we just need to go ahead and do what we need to do and send more money to FEMA before he even comes to office. Well, FEMA has still been neglecting Florida and North Carolina after the hurricanes. We ain't heard shit from FEMA about what it is that they're doing for the fires and the aftermath for the places in California where the fires have been put out. So Jasmine, stay in your lane. I know you're an attorney, but you probably need to go back to school and spend at least 1 year studying economics, ma'am. Go ahead and do that. And while you're in there studying economics, you need to throw some math classes in there, incorporate your math courses, and let's come together in unison as one so that you can be a more effective orator whenever you're in public speaking to people, because you sound like a belligerent, dumbass fool that doesn't know what you're talking about. Because adding more money to a problem without understanding how that money is allocated and where it needs to be allocated and how it needs to be allocated throughout not just LA, but throughout the entire state of California, that's a hard pass on you, ma'am. It is. It is. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. But maybe her brains are too tight. I don't know.
Let's get a bill on the floor. Let's come together just like we came together when it dealt with Georgia and North Carolina and Florida. And let's make sure that California has the resources without delay, and make sure that there is no planned politics, because if you trust what he says, he has already made it clear that he likes to pick and choose who it is that he wants to support.
Girl.
And while the Congress may come together, I don't know what he's going to do with the veto pen. So I think that we should get it done while we still have a President Joe Biden.
Look, the Congress and the president, whether they do it now or 2 weeks from now, is going to obviously fund this and take care of this. It may need to. It's important. However, I do think this policy changes should come along with this relief money here, with whatever it takes to rebuild and to fix. We have to look at the root causes, whatever forest management problems there are, whatever water problems there are, whatever issues happen in the local governance. Rebuilding here is a good thing and everybody should support it, but we ought to, as taxpayers, expect necessary policy changes at the federal, state, and local level so that it doesn't happen again.
Does that include climate change and addressing that?
Clearly, we need to be good stewards of the environment, and
climate change.
A better track record on this front than most people give us credit for. The reality is, in the last few years, we've reduced our carbon footprint by more than the next 15 carbon-reducing countries combined. I would say this: clearly, President Trump speaks from the stump in a very different way than I do. It said that you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. We actually know how this guy is going to govern. He was president for 4 years. He didn't cut off funding.
He did.
He didn't look at people whose homes were burned down and say, forget about it. You had a Biden sign in your yard, so we're just going to pass on by your home. Those things did happen in the last administration,
yes, they
probably
did.
In a narrow way. But I got to tell you, Donald Trump will be there to help out people in California. He was there 4 years ago. He'll be there now.
I'm just going to read one quote.
Before you read one quote, you dumbass female. All of the things, Trump was already president before. He could have done it then, okay? But he didn't. He should have threw Hillary's ass up underneath the jail, okay? He didn't even do that. Now, whenever it comes to Trump showing up, he shows up. He shows up. He showed up in California during his administration whenever they had their last bout of, at that time was their most historical forest fires. He's shown up now. Gavin Newsom asked him. He's begged Trump to come. Biden ain't been out there. Shit, Kamala from Canada to California, Kamala ain't been out there. They ain't been out there, but Trump, he's out there now. Trump has done everything that he can, especially when there's any sort of devastation in the United States of America. He shows up, he's there. And whenever they had that spill out in Ohio, he used his own money and his own time, brought his own people to test the water, this, that, and the third, to provide water bottles, groceries, clothing, shelter, vouchers, money for these people to be put up to live somewhere for months because they could not return to their homes. Trump did all of that. Okay. And he's not been the president for the last 4 years. So save your shit. Trump doesn't have to do anything at all. He just doesn't. Quite literally, he doesn't. But the fact that he does, that means something. We have a billionaire here, a very wealthy man with a legacy that will last generations beyond my lifetime, my great, 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 great grandchildren's lifetime. And he's doing what he's doing. And he's already announced again that he is, again, not going to accept the presidential salary. Say what you will about the man, but he cares. And in whatever capacity that looks like, showing it, even if he's just flexing for the views or whatever, at least he shows up. So whatever quote she's about to read, it's not going to sway me. It's not going to sway the American people, because overwhelmingly, in case you guys forgot, we still have the picture. Let's go ahead and show you guys, just in case you don't remember. Trump did this. If you're not looking at your screen, look at it. Trump did this. Trump did that. So, at the very most, or at the very least, the American people, whatever it is that y'all talking about on CNN, nah, we're looking at this, what Trump did. And like he said, either, Gavin, you're going to get with the shit or you're going to get lost. Stop funding it if you're not going to use the funding, and put it where it needs to go. Go ahead.
You can't deny that map. It speaks for itself.
Yep, you can't. You can't. It's a beautiful red wave. Trump dog stomped and mollywopped. And so it is what it is. Actually, let me stop sharing this and reshare it again so I can make sure the audio is still connected. Let's hear what she's about to read in this quote. Jesus.
We have several of them from his time in office, but just one as it relates to this. This is Kevin Carroll, a former Homeland Security official, told the New York Times and Politico and The Guardian, Trump absolutely didn't want to give aid to California or Puerto Rico purely for partisan politics. I hear what you're saying about the hurricanes, what happened in North Carolina and Florida. I do, though, think that there is a track record here of Trump, too, where his own aides, there are several others I didn't read, but his own aides say they had to convince him that there were votes there for him.
Well, I think
there are no votes in Puerto Rico.
I think what's
Okay, Juan, if you can speak to this. So she mentions Puerto Rico and California. However, we have in California, aid was given, and the aid that was given was misused. It wasn't put towards any of the fires. And then in Puerto Rico, you had mismanagement of the funds and someone is serving jail time. Could you actually inform our audience a bit about how that worked and the reason why Trump may have said, I don't want to give them any additional funding because the last time I did, this is what they did with it?
So in Puerto Rico, what happened after Hurricane Maria hit the island, we gave them several tens of millions of dollars, or I'm sorry, several hundreds of millions of dollars in aid. And the governor of Puerto Rico and also the mayor of San Juan, one of the bigger cities on that island, complained that Trump didn't do anything, that he wasn't allowing any aid, he wasn't allowing any food or anything on the island. And a lot of that had to do with keeping up the optics of the Jones Act arguments that they were trying to that they were trying to push out on the news, including on CNN. Well, a couple of years later, the federal government came back and did an audit, specifically with Puerto Rico, as to where that money went, because a lot of that money was supposed to go to the electricity companies on that island to repair the lines or what have you. And they noticed that that wasn't happening. Meanwhile, that particular electricity company was asking for more help or for more money. And that's when everything came out. That's when they found out that that money was being misused, and a lot of that money was being embezzled. And so as a result, the federal government came down and they slapped a lot of people from the PNP party down there. The PNP, it's almost like Puerto Rico's version of the Democrats, slapped them down with a crap load of indictments. And one of the people that was indicted because of this was Juan de Vasquez, the former governor of Puerto Rico. And in fact, she's serving federal jail time right now because they were able to prove that she pled guilty. She pled guilty to basically mismanagement or misappropriation of federal funds. What's happening now, even till this day, even 2025, some 8 years after that hurricane slammed the island, is that there are certain things that were donated from the United States, food, diapers, water, that they're finding till this day in these warehouses that have never been distributed, that have never been used at all, that were ready to be passed out to the people on that island. And as a result, the former mayor of San Juan and a couple of their versions of the commissioners for that city are also under the gun because of that. So that's basically what was going on. And so as a result, Trump is like, you know what? I saw you guys mismanage money, or for the people that I saw mismanage money, why should I give you more money? And to be quite honest, I can understand exactly why he would say that. I would say the same thing. You're not going to just, pardon my language, but piss my money off to the wind.
Right.
And expect more money to come, in the event of another disaster, because you've already shown your hand the first time.
Exactly. And that makes the most sense. Like, I'm not going to continue to give you money if the money is not going to be used in the way that it needs to be used. And it's just like, unfortunately, for those of you that are in Puerto Rico or in California that are suffering, I'm sorry, but hey, look at your elected officials and how they're, using the funds. Like, you know what I mean? It's only so much that we can do, especially like if we're sending the money, we're making sure that you have it, this, that, and the third. But if they're, pissing it off, that's up to them. I wanted to say to Nando and Mrs. Helen, thank you so much for $5 a day for Porsha J. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for those cash apps. I appreciate y'all. I got them. I just checked my phone. I got them. But I'm sort of, because earlier in the show, I showed you guys because they finally got the planes to start getting the water out of the Pacific Ocean to put out the fires. And we had 2 planes that were borrowing from Canada. So it's some things that I wanted to talk to you guys about with Canada. And I know, guys, we are definitely going to get into Joy Taylor. Please just hang on and hang in here with me. But with Juan and what he's talking about with Puerto Rico and how all of these items were sitting in warehouses, I kind of want to cover that and talk about that after this Jasmine Crockett thing, because that interests me more than Joy Taylor and all of that. However, let's just see how it goes. Let's listen to some more of this and see where we land, because I do believe that situation in Puerto Rico is a very, very interesting one. And I feel like it's been so long since, I've heard anybody talk about that and the impact, because of course, during the hurricanes in Florida and North Carolina, naturally you go back to Hurricane Katrina, right? So we talk about that for a bit and how that situation was handled. But Puerto Rico, to me, it was unique in its own way. In the way that things were handled there, with all of the surplus of supplies that they had and just the way that they did things. So I'm gonna try to find some stuff about that, but let's get through a few more minutes of this.
I think what's going to be important is
which
that
is why
we have.
they didn't.
But what did we do? I mean,
Let me finish.
people make this
Excuse me,
allegation
Scott, let me
about Puerto
finish.
Rico,
What I
but
think
it's like
what is going to be important is when the Senate is confirming those cabinet members.
That's what I was
speaking with them about what their their policy ideas are and what they're going to do. Because when you're reading things like that, we recognize that it was the individuals who were there as experts, cabinet members, officials, who were able to convince the president to do certain things or convince him not to do other things. And we want to make sure that those great minds are still there for him to be able to provide that guidance and support, so that when Congress does give bills, good people like Desi and others who are working on these things, to be able to put it in front of him to get him to sign it and to do the right thing.
I think that that's really the big issue, is that he was surrounded by what I would consider to be actual experts, people that had actual resumes talking of diversity, equity, inclusion, and people just getting jobs and they're not qualified. I mean, when you look at the people that he has decided to nominate for these posts, we're talking about people that have never served a day in a lot of these various agencies that he's now like, oh, you should go ahead and head this agency. He has specifically decided that loyalists is who he wants around him. People that will not give him that honest kind of reflective moment and say, you know what, this isn't what we do. And that is my biggest concern about this. And listen, I wasn't here serving as a member of Congress, so I can't say what he did and didn't do from an up close and personal perspective when he was in office before. But what I can say is what he threatens to do, along with the judgment that we've seen.
Juan, can you hear it?
I can. That's why I'm shaking my head, because that's not true. Trump is, yes, he's hiring people that are loyal to him. I mean, I would do the exact same thing, because I don't want you sabotaging me. But at the exact same time, he's not hiring, and he hasn't hired incompetent people.
Okay, because 12th Man said, am I the only one not getting sound? You guys know that I'm broke down and I'm ghetto over here without my MacBook, so I'm using this Dell, and the Dell, for whatever reason, I don't know why it does this, it cuts the sound out, every few minutes or so. So I have to stop sharing and resharing. So 12th Man, if you couldn't hear it, I did rewind it a bit so you could hear it. But yeah, it's just, I'm doing the best with what I have. Dell kind of sucks for StreamYard.
I'm double listening, Porsha. I have the YouTube. I have the channel playing through YouTube on my phone while I'm talking to you on StreamYard, and I hear it just fine through my phone. So I don't think it's you. 12th Man, if you can just refresh your app or refresh the website, and you might be able to get sound.
Yeah, so 12th Man, close your app out completely. I don't know how you guys do it on an Android, but do the force shutdown and then just pull it back up. I don't know how it works on Android, so. But I did rewind it for you, 12th Man, just in case, you're able to hear. So for those of you that are able to hear, my apologies. It is 12th Man. Y'all know I have a soft spot for 12th Man. Speaking of 12th Man, guys, we are still doing the free votes for now for 12th Man and Sam Fisher. We want to make sure that we get out there and we are voting using our free votes, and whenever he makes it to the next round, that if we have it, if we got it to give, that we are giving it. Sam Fisher is still currently in the top spot, and we want to keep it that way, and we're going to keep it that way because we're going to make sure that they win this thing. Our resident family pet is Sam Fisher. He is our chat family dog, and we love our 12th Man, of course, and we want to make sure that we get them all the way to the top. We have 4 days left in this initial campaign, and of course there'll be other tiers that we have to compete in, but right now we're first and we don't have to worry about anything else. But if you guys can continue to put in your free votes every 12 hours, any vote helps. So shout out to all of you that do that. I have dropped the link in the chat. You can click that link and you can go ahead and put your free vote in, and we'll keep it pushing. 12th Man says, Sam is killing it, Porsha. Thank you. No, thank you, 12th Man, for sharing this with us. It is truly an honor to be a part of this wonderful journey with you and Sam Fisher.
Their policy ideas are and what they're going to do. Because when you're reading things like that, we recognize that it was the individuals who were there as experts, cabinet members, officials who were able to.
Oh, sorry to pause really quick. Okay, so 12th Mint, I thought it was 24 hours. But I went to vote again, and like, cause I have the alarm set on my phone to make sure I don't forget to vote. But I went in and it said 12 hours. So if you vote right now, what time is it for me? It's 8:35 p.m. 12 hours, you can vote again. So you can kind of finagle it in that way, but it gives you the notification and the email that says every 12 hours versus 24 hours. So I don't know if it's because of different time zones or what. So it could be that way because I'm in Texas. I don't know. But for me, it lets me vote every 12 hours. So that's why I said that. So for those of you in different states, and it might say something different for you, it might be 24 hours. It might be 12 hours. But for me, it's like you can vote again in the next 12 hours. So I have it set in my phone for every 12 hours. And of course, I have an iPhone, so every 12 hours I'll get the alarm, and it'll actually, because I have the link saved into my alarm, so whenever my alarm rings, it just pops up to the website for me to vote. I don't have to do anything. But that's those of us that have iPhones, those of us that, we're just too good for everyone else, but that's fine. But you guys just make sure you vote. Make sure you vote.
Able to convince the president to do certain things or convince him not to do other things. And we want to make sure that those great minds are still there for him to be able to provide that guidance and support so that when Congress does give bills, good people like Destiny and others who are working on these things to be able to put it in front of him to get him to sign it and to do the right thing.
I think that that's really the big issue, is that he was surrounded by what I would consider to be actual experts, people that had actual resumes talking of diversity, equity, inclusion, and people just getting jobs and they're not qualified. I mean, when you look at the people that he has decided to nominate for these posts, we're talking about people that have never served a day in a lot of these various agencies that he's now like, oh, you should go ahead and head this agency. He has specifically decided that loyalists.
Okay, Juan, the comment that she just made, is that fair? She just said you've nominated people that have never served a day at this post. Is that fair? Because Jasmine Crockett, all she was a broke down, low down, nothing ass attorney. And then she ran for Congress and she won. She had zero political experience. Being an attorney and being a politician, sorry, it's not the same damn thing. So that's just like Ron and Rand Paul. Both of them are doctors. They're doctors. Before they became politicians, they were physicians. You did not have any experience, none whatsoever, and you didn't get it until you got put into that position. So for you to say that they don't have any experience at all, bitch, you didn't have any experience either, but you're a congressman. Is that fair for her to say that, Juan?
No, it's not. And the reason why is because our system of governance was designed. It wasn't designed for people with umpteen years and decades of experience governing. It was designed, the way that our Congress was originally built and designed was sort of like the jury system. You have people from out of the public that are engaging in everyday life that are on the jury. Our Congress was designed initially to be the same way, that you had basically your farmers, your plumbers, your tradesmen, your soldiers, or what have you, all participate in the system of making laws. And the same thing with the presidency. They're supposed to come out of the common people. So by design, you're not supposed to have experience in Congress. You're not supposed to have experience in these cabinet positions. You're not supposed to have experience being president or working in the executive.
Right. Yeah, it's just a crazy thing to say, because everybody and anybody that's ever had a job, you don't get experience until you do. You know what I mean? So it could be anything. Like me, even before I started teaching, I didn't go to school. No, my degrees are not in education. I went to school for science and medicine, and I just decided to start teaching. And so before I started teaching, I had zero experience teaching. I didn't know what the hell, you know. So you have to get the opportunity and then, you know, walk into that opportunity, and then you learn by way every single day. Just like Jasmine Crockett, whenever she first got nominated and elected and she got sworn in and she's in Congress and everything, I know she didn't know what the hell to do. She has an office in DC and she has an office in Houston. You don't know what is, what ain't, but you have people around you that are helping you, and then you're just learning as you go. That's just kind of what happens. And for you to say something that's just so empty like that is just full of shit. We have Gone Trucking here. Yes, he went to school. Yes, he had to go through training. Yes, he had to take tests. But none of that shit made any difference at all until he actually got out there on the road all by himself. And he really had to really learn. You know what I mean? John as a landlord, same thing with John as a landlord. He didn't know until he got there. Stanley in the Navy, he didn't know until he got there.
Exactly.
Absolutely not. Even you, like, I know you, the office that you work for, and you going through your experience, you know, law school, taking the bar, all of that, like that, you know, you're, because, you know, we always call you our attorney, and you're always quick to remind us that, no, I'm not an attorney yet, but, you know, you're our attorney to us. You have the experience that you have from, you know, the things that you've done here and there, but
well, there's writing an essay. There's writing an essay in a vacuum, and then there's the real world. It's like, let's say if you were to do medicine, there's seeing everything in a clinical setting, and then there's actually going out in the real world and doing it. And
exactly. And if nobody ever gives you a chance, how
are you going to get the experience
in the world? Right. However in the world will you ever know if nobody gives you a shot? We have, Miss Helen, you are 1,000% correct. AOC was a bartender. She went from being a bartender to a congresswoman, and she continues to win crazy, right? But she didn't know anything. So, you know, that's the thing about these people, the hypocrisy around these people on the left. And for me, quite honestly, I don't know who's talking to them. I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries can put it out there, if Maxine Waters needs to drop a few, you know, notes, or Nancy Pelosi, whoever they listen to, especially for the black women, y'all just need to shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. Just shut the fuck up. Because what happens is you start talking, and then you overtalk. And of course, women, we talk too much. I talk too much. I get it. But you overplay your hand, and you say shit without realizing, because out of all of the things that she said thus far, Porsha, why does this stand out to you? Why are you pausing and addressing this? Well, because this is important. Because nowadays, these kids aren't going to college anymore like they used to. They're just quite literally, they're just not. A lot of them are going into the trades. And then for those of them that are not going into trades, they are using social media at their advantage. They're not doing all of this shit. And then they're not tolerating it from these corporations, and they are making demands. And if you want employees, what you guys are having to do, well, the people that are in HR and these other mega corporations, you're having to adhere to these younger people that aren't going for the shit. So the thing is that whenever you put out a message, as small as you think that it is, Miss Jasmine, weave having ass, makeup, bad built Crockett, you're saying that I don't deserve to have this position because I have no experience. Most of you here know I definitely applied to Doge. I have a few more sweet days until I am in the building. I am at the ball, and I'm telling y'all right now, I'm a very talkative, friendly person. Whenever I get to that ball in a few days, the moment that I put eyes on Elon Musk and Vivek, I am selling myself like I have never sold myself before. I'm letting them know I've already received my emails, and my essentially everything has been verified for my application through USA.gov for this Doge position, but it's in limbo. It's on hold right now until President Trump is sworn in. And so, because I'll be there for the inauguration, whenever I see them, I'm going to talk up a damn storm and let them know that I am the one. Do I have any experience with this as far as Doge on a federal level? No, but I have experience in other arenas, of course. But if you guys don't give me a chance, how will I ever have a chance? And Jasmine Crockett, what the hell you're doing right now is asserting that people need to have experience in the position to get it, even though you didn't have experience in the position to get it. Dumb bitch.
I'm the same way, and I'll be quite honest. I'm tempted to e-beg starting at the end of this month for the same reason. Because since I can take the bar exam remotely, I'm almost tempted to start up a fundraiser because we need a shitload of attorneys, Porsha, because they're going to hit us with every bit of lawfare that they possibly can. In that regard. And so you need all hands on deck. And the only way that can happen, the only way that can happen, for starters, it needs to happen in the classroom. That's where you come in, because the younger generation, if they're not taught properly, they're going to come up and, oh my God, we're in trouble. But for people that are in our generation, they're getting suited to oblivion. And so we need more attorneys to fight back. And I mean constitutional attorneys, First Amendment attorneys, equal protection or discrimination attorneys, things like that, so that we can let them know, number one, what you're doing, Democrats and your ilk, will not be tolerated, number one. But number two, even if we go down, we're going down fighting. We're not going to let you just steamroll over us.
Right.
Like you expected to do.
Exactly. Oh, Jasmine, let's keep going. We're almost done.
List is who he wants around him. People that will not give him that honest kind of reflective moment and say, you know what? This isn't what we do. And that is my biggest concern about this. And listen, I wasn't here serving as a member of Congress, so I can't say what he did and didn't do from an up close and personal perspective when he was in office before. But what I can say is what he threatens to do, along with the judgment that we've seen thus far going into the second administration. His judgment is way worse. I mean, looking at just the cabinet picks, obviously, we still have other decisions that he's going to have to make. But I can tell you one thing for sure, is that California will not have to worry if we get this done before Trump is in office. And if we wait, then I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, I got to say two things. First off, when it comes to rhetoric, I get it. In private moments, Donald Trump complains about Gavin Newsom. I'm guilty of that too. I don't think the guy's a good governor. I think he's lousy. But you can't show me one single emergency disaster declaration that he rejected because he thought a governor was a bozo. He delivered for Puerto Rico. He delivered for every place that was hit by disaster. And I got to say this about the capacity of the nominees. The next Secretary of Homeland Security is going to be Kristi Noem. That's my governor. And the idea that she's not qualified to get this done is totally without evidentiary basis. I have seen her in moments of terrible tragedy be there for people 24 hours a day, holding them as they cry, helping them gather their things after a tornado.
Until he is back in the Oval Office, President-elect Trump hit Capitol Hill to strategize with Senate Republicans. Was Greenland or Panama on the menu? It's not clear, but certainly becoming a litmus test of sorts for conservatives about whether their states support Trump's dream of acquiring both the Panama Canal and Greenland, even if it came to military force.
Okay, so it looks like they stepped away from the fires and they're going into Greenland. No, we haven't really talked much about Greenland. Well, I know I haven't. Brian Nichols says the founders did not want professional politicians. You are correct. They did not want that. But, you know, just like a lot of the left, they always say it's a democracy. It's a democracy. Yeah, I don't be knowing what the hell they're talking about. But, you know, I guess they know more than me, according to Miss Crockett there, since they're actually in the position.
We're not a democracy. I want to yell at the screen so bad. We're a republic, damn it.
Right. It's just like, come on. So let's see here. Going to the Puerto Rico. Now this is a short video because I just typed, I just searched it, and it'll take a month of Sundays trying to figure out where to find the best, because this is just kind of a spare of the moment. I wasn't planning on speaking about Puerto Rico, but I think it's interesting to kind of revisit it, especially since we have Juan here with us, and the things that, went wrong, or, what happened. And I want to find more videos about the whole warehouse, because I do remember all of the coverage. It's just a matter of me finding it.
I'll get it to you.
This
I'm actually pulling it up right now as we speak.
Okay, thank you. So it says Puerto Rico faces financial crisis after Hurricane Maria.
Even before this storm, Puerto Rico had a crumbling infrastructure and tens of billions of dollars in debt. Now this will obviously compound the problem. Power lines down all over Puerto Rico, and just 2 weeks ago, hundreds of thousands of people lost electricity during Hurricane Irma. Now no one has it. Local news media report all of Puerto Rico is without power right now. These hurricanes causing more economic problems for an island that's already spent years in financial crisis. Trace Gallagher with us for us. Trace?
If the economy is extremely dire by all accounts. Puerto Rico is a very poor island to begin with. It's been in recession for more than a decade and is now deeply in debt. The government owes about $74 billion to bondholders and another $50 billion to unfunded pensions for teachers and almost all government employees. When you're talking about an island with only 3.4 million people, that is an astounding debt ratio. And to make matters worse, unemployment is twice the national average at 10%, and tens of thousands of Puerto Rico's best and brightest leave the island each year for better jobs in the U.S. The good news is the state of emergency in Puerto Rico declared by President Trump could mean a lot of federal dollars flowing into the island, which could boost the economy, at least temporarily, Shep.
Trace, these storms have also shown how bad some of Puerto Rico's infrastructure problems really are.
Right. I mean, we talk about the entire island being without power now, but 10% of the island was already without power following Hurricane Irma, which didn't even make a direct hit. And the power company's number one client is the water company. So no power means no water, no sewer. And unlike here in the U.S., the cell phone providers in Puerto Rico rely solely on the public power grid. So communications are also very limited. And the island's power authority is massively in debt. So turning the lights back on could take several months. When it comes to infrastructure, it gets even worse. Retaining walls and buildings are weak. In some cases, they're downright dangerous by years of deferred maintenance. Also, medical facilities on the island are severely underfunded and could be overwhelmed by the storm. Shep.
Trace Gallagher, thank you.
Trace Gallagher. Thanks, Trace Gallagher. So, Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico, it was obviously like a really horrible thing that happened then back during that time. And I would even argue that they're still dealing with, the ramifications of that since then today.
Right, and the video that I posted in the back chat shows literally what they're dealing with. I think this is from 3 years ago, from 2021, 2022.
Let's see here. So let's take a look here. The warehouses that the citizens that they didn't even know were there. And when they found out, here we go. Oh, look at all of that water. All of that water. They've probably been thirsty, but here it is. Agua.
With a crowbar, they cranked open the warehouse. Then applause raining down from an infuriated crowd. Tonight, thousands of Puerto Ricans suffering from the aftermath of powerful earthquakes just discovered there's an entire warehouse full of items donated following the wrath of Hurricane Maria. The cache of goods located just miles from the epicenter of the latest quake on Puerto Rico's southwest coast has been sitting there for nearly a year. Meeting. Diapers, baby food, sanitary wipes, bottles, and pacifiers. Meeting. Outside.
It's been sitting there for a whole year. A whole year. You got water bottles, and depending on the heat and the temperature index out there in Puerto Rico, you don't want to be drinking no water out of no plastic water bottle. That's just been sitting there. They got Pampers, wipes, pacifiers. I'm pretty sure tons of other things that's just been sitting there. And here you have on the broadcast that we just watched, where Jasmine Crockett with her dumb ass talking about what Trump did in Puerto Rico. Well, for the looks to me, beyond the federal aid, it looks like Trump did a lot. But a year after the whole entire debacle with the hurricane, the folks on the island didn't even know that there were warehouses across the country filled with shit, filled with supplies for the people. That's not Trump's fault. Trump ain't got nothing to do with that. He ain't got nothing to do with that.
Outside the complex, a desperate crowd cannot understand how all this help could be right in their backyard the whole time.
It's like, how can this be happening?
Rafael Gonzalez's group, Profesa, collected supplies to help Hurricane Maria victims and is now doing the same for those devastated by the earthquakes.
What is the human impact of this mistake?
We saw it on Maria. We saw what happens when you don't deliver the supplies that people need. People die.
Puerto Rico's Secretary of State saying this ruins our credibility and the humanitarian effort. The governor fired several top officials, including the director of emergency management, within the last 24 hours, and tonight vows to hold others accountable. But the ensuing investigation of little solace to those suffering, and now a puzzling oversight in the middle of a disaster zone. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our...
Jesus. Hey, Virgo.
What it's indicative. Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on, Virgo? C'est passé. Como ça va?
Virgo's probably busy. She just called in, and she's going to stay on mute until she can talk. So you can go ahead and give your thoughts until she unmutes.
It's evidence that Trump actually did what he said he would do, and people did not do their part. And I would argue that they didn't do their part in order to feed this bullshit narrative that Trump's not doing anything. And of course, you saw you played the CNN article, the CNN roundtable piece. I lost all my brain cells, and I can't talk straight. I'm sorry. It's a narrative that Jasmine Crockett is still using till this day. But again, I just showed you the videos. Porsha just showed you the news reports, showing literally the exact opposite.
Oh, here it is. Here's another one here, and maybe this one will take us a little bit deeper into it, because this one is a fallout over unused hurricane aid in Puerto Rico continues. It's just really incredible because I can't recall right now in this moment everything from back then, but I just remembered that it was just such a horrible disaster at that point, because we're dealing with the aid not being used properly, and then also the warehouse with all the supplies, and it was just really shitty how they handled all of this. And even in the midst of all of it, they found themselves blaming Trump. And crazy enough, as we just heard from that CNN panel, they're still blaming Trump right now today, which is, really incredible if you think about it. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you people? You can go ahead, Juan.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Okay. So we'll check this out. Let's see what they're talking about here. We'll talk about it a little bit. We'll play, since it's more of us in here now, I'm going to play the video that I opened with about selling to the Negro, the commercial from the 1950s, and then we'll hop into Joy Taylor.
Where new information has been released following the discovery of unused Hurricane Maria aid in a warehouse. Officials released what they say is a full list of the aid found inside that warehouse, and it highlights where the aid went, when it was delivered, and how much of it was distributed. So meantime, the government has yet to release a list of all aid locations. And demonstrations have begun on the island, with hundreds of protesters chanting outside the governor's mansion in San Juan, calling for her resignation. This all comes 1 week after the Trump administration released heavily restricted Hurricane Maria aid, months after the scheduled deadline. FEMA has responded to criticism of the delayed aid, saying that they will continue to impose stringent fiscal oversight due to the island's significant history of fiscal irregularities. BuzzFeed reporter Brianna.
Okay, so this says, given Puerto Rico's significant history of fiscal irregularities and mismanagement, the federal government will continue to impose stringent fiscal oversight and risk management measures to ensure all disaster relief funding and resources are expanded. Now, you would have to ask yourself, why would they have to put out FEMA, especially because FEMA is under, like shit fire right now because of the most recent hurricanes. But for them to put out this statement, they're basically saying Puerto Rico has a history of this shit and they got everything that they needed, to do what they needed to do, but obviously the appropriate things weren't done. And so now, yes, President Trump has strict rules about how he wants to allocate the funding, if he even wants to allocate funding, like what it is that he wants to do, because he's given the money and now he's leaving it up to that place, that state, that island to do the right thing. But they didn't do the right thing, so why would I give more money? And of course, that's not at the behest of the citizens, and unfortunately, they have to suffer. But I mean, shit, it is what it is. Same thing with California. If Gavin Newsom isn't doing the right thing with the money that has been allocated, I don't know what else you want us to do, because we can keep on throwing money at the problem every single day, all of the time. But money isn't going to solve it if it's not being used and distributed properly. What do you have to say to that one?
Translation, we need to, this comment or this statement is translation. We're looking for our fall guy, because after that statement was made, that's when that federal indictments started getting passed out like candy. So the Puerto Rican officials were in charge of managing all of that money on the island.
Okay.
To the island's significant history of fiscal irregularities. BuzzFeed reporter Brianna Sachs has been following these developments and joins me now from Los Angeles. All right, Brianna, let's talk about this. Governor Vasquez fired both the emergency management director and the Department of Housing director following the warehouse discovery. Is this going to impact the remaining aid that has yet to be released for the hurricane aid, and also the aid that has not been released for, the hurricane aid, but also the earthquake aid? I was so stunned. Right. I was so stunned that the Hurricane Maria aid was only just being released. It's easy to get your sort of timelines confused. But anyway, do you think this is going to have an impact? Because when FEMA talks about a history of irregularities, here's Exhibit A. Look at this warehouse.
Right. No, FEMA contends that it will not change its rolling out of aid despite this scandal with the warehouses. FEMA says it's going to continue to work on the ground with Puerto Rico and promises that nothing will change in terms of getting the aid directly to the people. To me, FEMA says it actually has 7 warehouses in Puerto Rico and has doled out, at the request of the Puerto Rican government, millions of pallets of water, tarps, cots. And they didn't respond for request for comment as to who is, where that aid has gone. They don't really know, but they said it's the responsibility of the state to make sure that aid gets to the people. So it was a pretty stern statement from FEMA, but as far as I know and as what they have said, they're not pulling back in any way. And
look at that.
Wow. Oh,
20 billion.
Jesus Christ.
Look at the amount that was
Oh,
approved. This is
my
under the Trump administration, $20 billion under the
Jesus
Trump
Christ.
administration. And look at how much was released, 16.5 billion. So out
Oh
of
my gosh, Juan, this is crazy as hell.
it's infuriating. Out of the 3.5 billion left over, 5 million was supposedly spent, meaning spent, on things like the governance or what have you. So what the hell happened to the rest of that? Now 3.494 billion, and that's why the indictments came down, because that amount of money, $3 billion, ended up missing.
Oh shit. See, like Juan, I didn't know about this. And again, for those of you that are just now tuning in, we were watching recently, the response from the CNN panel with Jasmine Crockett about the fires in LA. And of course, we know that LA is burning down to the ground right now, LA County. And I mean, gosh, they haven't put out all the fires. And so Jasmine Crockett, she made this comment, and the comment that she made, she referenced Donald Trump, and she was speaking about how he handled Puerto Rico. And she was like, well, and then the lady, I guess the host, she was like, she read like a small quote from Trump about what he said about giving out funding to California and Puerto Rico after giving funding to them, and the funding was mismanaged. And so Juan, who is very knowledgeable about this, also Puerto Rican, I was like, you know what? I would kind of like to look into that, because it's been a while. So here we are. We're looking at $20 billion that was approved, right? And they released $16.5 billion out of that. So that was $3.5 billion that was not spent, right? But whenever we're talking about billions, we'll reference Trump. Billions with a B, B as in boy, billions. Only $5 million spent.
Which again means that there's $3.9 million or $3.4 billion missing. Where is that money?
But I mean, like, the way that I'm understanding these numbers right now is 16.5 billion that was released, but only 5 million spent. I mean, at this rate, we're looking at roughly 14 to 15 billion dollars. Well, I'm you know what? Because it's 16.5. So let's say 15 billion dollars. Where did that go?
Exactly.
So we're 16.5 billion. $16.5 billion. For those of you that know numbers, I don't know if you just ever thought to yourself, I want to count from 0 to 1,000. Matter of fact, I want to count from 0 to 100,000. You know what? I'm feeling bold today. I want to count from 0 to 1 million. The way that I explain this to my kids is, how long would it take you to count from 0 to 1 billion? 0 to 1 million.
A lifetime.
Right. A lifetime. So we're talking about tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of money. And whenever we get into our billions, whenever we throw our 369 zeros up here, now we're stepping into a different type of territory. Like Elon Musk is worth $500 billion plus dollars, right? But here, 20 billion was approved. The only amount that was released, that was 16.5 billion. So spent, we can take that 0.5 off this 16.5 and just look at it like, okay, so where's that 16 million? Excuse me, where's the 16 billion at? Where did it go? And so we're not just talking about the funds out of that 16.5 billion. They already had all of the supplies in the warehouse. So we're not even talking about the supplies in the warehouse. We're talking about just the funding. So you had the supplies, and the people in Puerto Rico had no idea about these 8 warehouses all across the island that was just jam-packed with supplies. They had no idea. And then there's 16 billion. Where did the money go? Where did it go? Where did it go? This is crazy as hell. Even talking about this right now. This is crazy. A 12th man says we should just send the army over there to hand the stuff out when they need it. Snake says, I am really beginning to believe 80% of the government is unnecessary. It's just glorified pork spending and money laundering. I agree. Miss Helen, a lot of money laundering. I agree. 12th Man says, that was my next question, is what the hell happened to the rest of it? Who knows? Snake says, we need to do some research. The Smith-Munt Act while Juan is here. Snake says, I bet Juan can go all day about it. Pretty sure Juan is very knowledgeable about a lot of things. But, you know, y'all know whenever we're doing politicking with Porsha, stuff that we might not always talk about, you know, on the other shows, I like to kind of get into the thick of it and talk about things like this. And then, of course, with the help and the assistance of someone like Juan, you guys hear me all day, every day. I am small government, like all day long. I don't believe in big government. Whenever they get involved too much, too many things happen. And then people, they're just greedy. They can't help themselves.
Yeah,
they just can't.
There's in a lot of the bills, a lot of these spending packages, you have a lot of money allocated to bullshit. Like there was a guy in my home state of North Carolina that requested, this was in the late 90s, early 2000s, but he requested an allocation of $60 million to build a hat museum in rural North Carolina. I'm like, wait a minute, a hat museum? Really? You need $60 million for a hat museum? Get out of here.
Hat museum. Yeah, that's nuts. But, you know, that was another reason for my interest in wanting to apply to Doge, because I'm like, shit, if y'all see the way that I do the books for myself, just for my own living, you know, I'm my own accountant for my life, you know, and I'm very cheap. I'm very fiscal whenever it comes to my spending on all of the things. And, you know, I believe in paying my bills. My credit score is excellent. You know, I'm just very strict about these things in my life. But as a American citizen, one thing that I've always been interested in is what is our federal government spending money on. So in my cover letter, as well as my resume to Doge, and whenever I did that little mini interview, these are the things that I'm talking about. So while as unlike Miss Dumbass Jasmine Crockett was like, they don't have any experience. No, I don't have any experience because I haven't got the opportunity. But when I tell you that I'm the right person for the job, believe you me, this kind of shit that we're looking at right here, I am I'm a top tier math student. I'm a math teacher. I teach everything. Like, so every single math that you could think of, I'm excellent at all of them. You know what I mean? So we can get into that. But on top of my math skills, sometimes it's just common sense skills. But I want to get, y'all know how I like to break things down when I'm giving you guys the news. Imagine how I like to break things down whenever it comes into cost and spending and what's going where and who's using what. Like, I will get onto your ass like nobody's business. Now, okay, how much did you spend for this? Why did you spend this on this? What is the reasoning here? I need to know. I need a full report, because I wasn't aware that this amount of money was allocated for you to take it to spend on it what you thought that you should spend on it. I don't care if you're the director. I don't care if you're admin, whatever the hell. That's not where that money should have went. That's money being wasted. $10,000. Oh, well, Miss Porsha, it's only $10,000. No, bitch. Every cent counts. All of it counts. And I just felt like I would be perfect for Doge. That's just me. You know, that's just me. That's just me.
And I'm that way when it comes to reading cases now, the Supreme Court decisions. And I'll be quite honest, when I was in law school, Porsha, I freaking hated reading cases because I didn't know how to read them, and I didn't know how to brief them properly. And I remember when I took constitutional law, and my professor, Professor Pleasant, gave us our first case, Marbury versus Madison, and I'm thinking, okay, I read this case in college. Okay, I read this case, you know, taking constitutional law as a government major. No, this was a survey course, and I only read basically the outline of the case, and I'm thinking, okay, how do I get to the meat and potatoes of this case? I freaking hate this. This case is 40 pages long. And now, you know, it's funny, you know, when there are decisions that come down, especially the Trump cases, the 11th Circuit cases, the 5th Circuit case, and a couple of Supreme Court cases regarding Trump. I'm reading those like it's today's paper. And a lot of people are like, why are you reading that boring shit? Because this boring shit, pardon my language, impacts all of us. These decisions determine whether you stay in prison or not. These cases really, to be quite honest, determine whether or not we go to prison, because we're talking, you know, about certain things here on YouTube or on StreamYard or what have you. And so, you know, here I am reading it like, somebody got killed yesterday. You know what I mean? It's
right. And it's like what you call boring. You know, it's just like, it's not boring to me. You know,
it's not boring to me at all.
me, I get something out of this. Even just reading case law, and even the movie that HB recommended the other night, The Juror Number 2. Like, a lot of times whenever I'm watching, oh gosh, Juan, not to go veer too far off. I think it's called, Jesus Christ. I told Virgo about this the other day. Let me see if that's what it's called. Is it called Life Sentence? Life Sentence. Oh, it's called For Life. So hopefully next week I'll be done with the series, because I'm going to do a full-fledged show, and I'm dedicating the whole show. So I don't care if this show is 8 hours, 10, I don't care how long the show is.
That's a series that's on HBO, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So it's based on the true story of Isaac Wright Jr. He was the prisoner that was wrongfully convicted of leading a drug trafficking ring in New Jersey. Yes. He was sentenced to life in prison, but he was the first inmate in the history of America to obtain. He became a lawyer in prison, and in his becoming a lawyer in prison, he became the. There's a specific name that I can't recall right now, but he was like the representative of all of the prisoners in that prison. And so he was granted the right to actually leave the prison to go to court for people that he was in prison with. And he freed so many people, just based on his skill and his tact. And he was an exceptional attorney. He's actually still an attorney right now to this day, but he did what no one else has ever done. And he actually, Juan, he freed his damn self. He got himself out.
And we need that. And here's the other thing. We need people that, I'll be quite honest, we need to offer crash courses in law in high school and in college, period, the end. And and you don't have to, I would say, you don't have to go the route that I'm trying to go, apply for a law license and practice law representing clients, but we need to know this our damn selves. Does this make any sense? I mean,
yeah, no, I know. I think it's necessary. And like, even watching this show, like whenever I break it down, and I'll let you know the day that I'm actually preparing to do the show, so that you can, check your schedule and see when you'll be available, because I think it would be really nice to have you there. This guy found a workaround on how to go to law school. So like, of course, he got his 4-year degree. Then he found a law school that he could attend. And then for him to take the bar, he found a loophole in the law of New Jersey to where obviously he's incarcerated, so he can't physically go and take the bar. But he found and this was in the 90s, the early 90s. He found a damn loophole, Juan, to where they would come to him. And so they came to him. So he didn't pass it the first time. But even though he's in prison and incarcerated, he came back. They came back and they hosted the bar for him in the prison. They had it all secluded off in the prison. The warden hated him for this, but he actually passed it. And then he found another loophole, Juan, where there was a senator at that time, which I can't recall his name, but there was a senator at that time, because it was up to that specific senator that represented New Jersey to say yay or nay, he could be granted his law license. And they granted this man his law license while he was incarcerated and serving life. And so what he was able to do was leave prison, go and, deal with other people's cases. And then there's that thing in prison, you got the blacks, the whites, the Hispanics, the Asians, whatever. But everybody was coming to him with their cases, and he was going in there and doing his thing. Oddly enough, but this kind of happens, crabs in a bucket with black people. Unfortunately, like the black judge,
as miserable as we are, that type of BS.
The black judges continually tried to hold him down. So any case that he brought, if it was a black judge, they always shot his ass straight into the ground. But like the other judges that weren't black, they were proud and happy to see him in their court, because it's like, you are trying to make the best out of the worst situation, and you've already made the best because you've set the precedent. So for people that do not know, and again, this is just like a brief talk about, and we'll get back to the topic. This guy, Isaac, he is the reason why you can get accredited degrees and shit like that in college now. And it's a black man. A black man did that. And I think it's a beautiful story and it's a painful story because what he went through, and of course for people that are wrongfully convicted and all of this shit like that, what did it have to do with? Well, just like the movie Juror Number 2 and Isaac's situation, well, it was up for term. Somebody wanted to become the DA. So the person that wanted to become the DA, they took a case, they had the cops plant and frame and do all of the shit like that to make this grandiose case for the area so that this DA or this person that was a DA that was running for DA could convict and get a prosecution. You know, they say defund the police now, but of course the idea is to be tough on crime. And because this DA managed to prosecute Isaac and have him sent to prison for life, even though he was innocent, even though they planted all of this shit in his businesses and stuff like that, Isaac did nothing wrong. He served over 10 years in prison. And of course, people have served far longer, but all for that person to become the DA. And whenever he started fighting back and hitting back, oh man, they used everything that they thought they could against this man to keep him from fighting his own case. And he finally prevailed. And I just think it's a beautiful story. Now, this is just light work because y'all know how I am. We're going to go into the nitty gritty of that. But nonetheless, you know, it's some people in certain situations that have to deal with things, you know, by way of the decisions of people that are in elected positions, similar to what we're talking about here with Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Irma and Maria, the earthquake and all those things like that. And you have people like Jasmine Crockett. It's just like people are being impacted by the decisions that y'all make, but it's not like y'all really give a shit for real. And Trump, I don't really expect him to give a shit all like that because he is a billionaire, so he's rich. He doesn't have to give a shit. You know, it's just like Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or, you know, the Rothschilds and the Walton family. Like, they don't really have to give a shit, you know, but if they show any inkling or ounce of it, it's nice to see because it's like you're super rich. Because I'm not going to lie, I've never had that amount of money. But if I did, I can tell you right now, I wouldn't be worried about nobody else but my family. So let's watch the rest of this.
You know, they just released, Trump just, FEMA confirmed that $39.5 million grants had been approved almost a day ago to build a new hospital, which actually was devastated in Hurricane Maria in 2017.
All right, so that's good news. We haven't seen the results from the 48-hour investigation that the governor ordered into the status of aid across the island, not just that warehouse, but, you know, what other warehouses are out there. So we haven't seen the results of that yet. How do you suppose, why is that? And how do you suppose that impacts, you know, the trust that people have in the government?
Yeah, I mean, that was surprising because, you know, the governor quickly took action after this scandal broke. She fired her emergency management director, as well as 2 other high-ranking officials, and promised an immediate investigation, which would be completed in 48 hours. The 48-hour mark came and went. There was still no investigation. People started protesting. They already have a deep mistrust in the government because of the hurricanes in 2017. Then she announced the investigation was concluded and is turning it over to the Justice Department for a more in-depth probe based on the recommendation of her Special Investigations Bureau. So no one really knows what this investigation says. We just know it's completed and the Justice Department is looking into it. But, you know, people want answers, and that has sparked protest for about 2 or 3 nights now outside the Capitol, as well as the governor's palace.
So speaking of those protests, and we've seen some pretty high-profile people getting involved, like Ricky Martin. You know, last time we saw protests like that, the Governor Rosselló, was forced to step down, and then no one wanted the job. You know, we went to the next person in line and the next person in line, and it was actually really difficult to get somebody to take that job. So then I have to ask, you know, there are calls now for the current governor to step down. Will that?
That's not 100% true, and I can say this actually. I know Ricardo Rosselló personally. Actually, I'm on what's known as the delegation for Estado 51, where we're basically advocating to Congress for Puerto Rico to become the 51st state. And so I met him several times in Houston. in that regards. He was actually stepping down. He was already in the process of stepping down to engage literally in that specific project, because he was like me after I ran for school board. He noticed that he was able to do more stuff on the ground as a private citizen than he was in his official capacity as governor. In that regard, he didn't step down because of any of this. In fact, I think he left office prior to the hurricane even hitting the island.
Okay. Some other insight there. Let's see here. I'll post that. Get back.
Will that be helpful or harmful to the island?
I mean, at this point, I think it's a very divisive topic, because some people at these protests are yelling back, like, well, who will take the job? Like, who's going to come in instead, as angry and hurt and fed up as, Puerto Rican residents are, and they want the governor to resign? There really isn't anyone next in line that we have seen residents cheering for or rallying behind. So I think that's the big question right now, is like, if she were to resign, who would be able to take the job? But she's scrambling. She's been very active on Twitter, firing back at allegations that she knew about these warehouses and that she was involved or maybe overlooked them. So it's a lot of drama also going on right now with the officials that she did fire, who have come out and said, actually, she knew about this. Like, these warehouses were in her emergency management plan that she signed in August, so she should have known what was here. So there's, a lot of also mistrust going on within officials, and a lot of finger pointing as to who knew these warehouses were there, stocked with tons of needed aid for people who were still sleeping outside, after all these hundreds of earthquakes have continue to hit their region.
All right. Brianna Sachs, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so that is our history lesson for tonight with Puerto Rico, for those of us that did not know, and for those of us even that have forgot, because it's been quite some time since we talked about it. But I would say don't blame Trump, because he held up his end of the bargain, but there were people there that didn't, and that's just the facts. Those are just the facts. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get into the video that I showed at the beginning of the show. And since we have more people in the building, this is a commercial from the 50s. From the 50s, about selling to the Negro. And I saw this the other day and I just thought it was so interesting. Now, I opened up the show with this, but why not? I said I would share it again once we got at least 20 people in the building, to hear you guys' thoughts on this from the 50s to 2025. And what I am going to do is I'm going to do a rendition of this video for 2025, and of course include my own clips. And I'm going to take some clips from this commercial. But back during that time where they're trying to incorporate the Negro into business practices and into their markets and whatnot, they had these different commercials that they would come out with, that would essentially teach non-Black people, white people, non-Blacks, whatever, Jews, whoever, how do you sell a product or an item to a Negro? How does that work? What do you need to do? What do you need to say? How do you need to advertise? What does this look like? This, that, and the third. And it's so interesting to me, and hopefully you guys find it interesting as well, because a lot of it is very similar to the Negro today. Oh, they're really flashy, they really like, they like this, they like that, and it's just so funny to me. For those of you that have not read The Negro Family, the Moynihan Report, I actually would like to get that rocking and rolling this year, where we do like giveaways of books and stuff like that via digital or hard copy, where we send things out to you guys. But I always strongly recommend the Moynihan Report. But And I mentioned the Moynihan report because there's so much in the report that reflects the Negro today that it's incredible, because this was so many years ago. But watching something like this commercial, it might open your eyes up a little bit. And then, of course, I like to hear from you guys on the panel. And please feel free to hit the link. It is an open panel. The link is pinned in the chat. And if you, for some reason, can't see the link in the chat, I will post it again. And then also in the comments, let us know your thoughts on how to sell to a Negro. And also, for all of you Negroes in the chat, how would you like things to be sold to you? And do you agree or disagree with the things that you're about to see here in this video? And if you had an idea about selling to the Negro, if you didn't hear a recommendation here in this video, let us know. How would you sell to a Negro? So let's get into it.
Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy.
That's a nice hat, though. Not gonna lie.
Word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more.
Okay, Porsha, if you're commenting, I can't hear you. I don't think anybody can hear you.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much. Okay, so what I was saying is, Jesus. What I was saying is, God, I got to start all the way over. I wanted to apologize to you guys for me pausing. I will start it over for you guys, but I wanted to bring attention to what the narrator is saying about recognition. And if you look into Black America for as long as you've been alive, you know, flashy stuff, you know, you can watch the playoff games right now. They got what is it, grills, gold grills with diamonds, and they got on diamond chains, gold chains, Cuban links, whatever the hell, you know, the cars, the flashy this and that. You know, there's always this need for recognition. But when we go back to the 50s, what they're saying is that perhaps the Negro needs a little more recognition, just a little, because they've had so little of it. But this was in the 50s, which I can understand in the 50s, right? But like, whenever you translate that into 2025, just like, damn, y'all have more than enough recognition. I mean, gosh, Jesus, have you had enough? No, you haven't. But whenever you look at and, you know, kind of study this video, and I know it might be corny to some people, but I find it interesting whenever it is talking about, you know, selling to the Negro, what white people felt was important to point out in this process. And what you guys will find in watching this video is what they say is important. And I also mentioned when I was muted was the Moynihan report, the Negro family. I would like to do giveaways this year and like to do giveaways of different books that I recommend or that Stanley recommends or that John recommends. But one book that I would like to give out, whether it's virtual or we're sending it by mail, like hard copy or, paper copy of these books so that you guys may read and indulge. The one thing about the Moynihan report is that everything that it said, even though this was way back when, a lot of it is hitting on all cylinders. It is a very fine representation of Black America today. But you'll also find that once you guys go through this actual clip of Selling to the Negro, that it's very, very similar to today, but you would have to ask yourself, what does it have to do with today? Because we have come so, it's been a long time coming. Yeah, one of those, like, we've come a long way, right? A change has come type of thing. So I'm going to start it over for you guys. I'm going to let the whole thing play. I'm not going to pause it, I promise. And I want you guys to just think about these things. And as a Negro, let me know your thoughts. And even if you're not a Negro, how would you sell to the Negro? Because I'm totally going to redo this whole video over, and I'm going to redo it in 2025. And I would love to know your thoughts. Who's in the back? Oh, it's 12th Man.
Hey,
12th
sing
Man.
it, girl. Hey, I was going to say, sing it. You was almost had me thinking about karaoke again when
Yeah,
you
no,
were
it
singing
was real brief. It was real brief, 12th Man. So, because I don't want to keep the folks waiting. So, Rocco, I see you in the chat. We got 12th Man and we got Rocco. Y'all know I can't sing, but I love y'all for loving me when I try. So, I'm about to start this video over again, and we are gonna watch it. And I promise I will not pause it so you guys can see it. I opened the show with this, but I said once we hit 20, I'll play it again. So you guys enjoy.
Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn off brands. You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware, but she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. The Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer. Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Gruen Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything. Anything different, that is. I've been calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else. No matter who you're calling on, a little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is, until he tells me to call him by his first name. And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. You know, this business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can, sometimes with displays or ad materials, or an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro.
You there, Porsha? Uh-oh. She must have had to drop down for. Oh, there she is. Hmm. Hey, Virgo. Hmm.
The more I watch these older sales videos, or yeah, we can go ahead.
Yeah.
Selling to Negro. What do we think? Nando says he feels inspired to reach out to his fellow Negro. I mean, yeah, me too. That's why I just said, hey, I'm going to have to do a remake of this because, you know. Oh, we have William Smith. William Smith, howdy to you. Welcome into the show and to the chat. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate that. Oh my gosh, Penelope. Penelope, what are you doing? I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. Penelope, I miss you. I miss seeing you in the chat. You know, you always giving me a hard time, but you know, it's been a long time since I've seen you. So hello to you, Penelope. I'm so glad you found us. I'm happy that you did, Penelope. Oh, we got an African. We have a bona fide real life, more real than us. Negro in the building. We have one of the originals, the first to ever do it. Dwale.
Hello. Habibi.
Hello, Vigits. Habibi.
Hello. Hi, Habibi. Hello, Juan. Hello, 12 man. Oh, man. It's great. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great. Hello, Virgo.
The video was made in 1954. Can y'all imagine that everybody in the video is dead right now? Of course, they're all dead. That's why we have to keep their dream and their vision alive, Rocco. So I want to hear what you guys think. Tell me your thoughts about how to sell to the Negro. Are they on point, or I mean, did they miss something?
Yeah, I think so. Like they don't like to be like a lot of how do you say it, Porsha? Like finagling or whatever. Like if they ask for something, you get that for them. You don't say, "Well, I got this." You know, it's like that's not what they asked for.
Well, the brand
to me, that's like should be business practices across the board, not just for the Negro.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought too. You know, Porsche, whenever that I want to buy, let us say, a pair of shoes before I leave my house, I know what kind of pair of shoes that I'm going to buy. So when I go to the place, you know, let us say a Teichmann. Teichmann is a one big store in Germany. They only sell shoes. I know only that pair of shoes, and then I go get there and I bring those shoes to the cashier, and the cashier sometimes they will tell you, "Oh, there is a new thing that blah, 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 blah. There is other." I said, "No.
Yeah.
I just want this." That is how my mind is.
I don't give a damn about the other shoes. I know what shoes I want, ma'am.
That's right.
Yeah. That I came only to buy this pair of shoes. I don't care about the other shoes. That's why I have not been surprised by the video that you have showed. Maybe how men and women shop are different. I don't care what color they are, but I will tell you, when men go to shop, they know what they are buying, what price they are paying for it. what brand they are buying, and they don't care about other things. And I want it to be fast. Pump, 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 then go. Pay the bills, then go. Like this. Yeah.
The brand recognition is so true because, for example, if I want a Michael Jordan or an Air Jordan sweater, I don't want anything else. You don't need to sell me a polo sweater. I might get the polo sweater later, or I might get the Hilfiger sweater later. I want the Air Jordan sweater, and if I don't get the Air Jordan sweater, then I'm either going to go to somebody else, or I'll just wait until you have it in stock. I don't want to get pushed into something else. So there's some truth behind that, even to this day. But I don't think that's just a black man thing. I think that's just a man thing, period.
That's the man thing, exactly. Yeah. Chuan, you said you rightly said it. If you just go to any store, you will find the men's things are mostly down, downstairs. You have to go down to look for the men's stuff. When you go direct to the store, you will find all the first floor is all for women's stuff. Maybe it has nothing to do with color or whether you are white or black or anything. It has to do with your gender, because women go for shopping to look for what's new, what's trending, what is they don't come from their houses to just buy new brand. They come here to check, and they don't go to one place of shopping. They go different. This store, the another store, the another. That's why they call shopping as a hobby. We don't take shopping as a hobby. We take, hey, come on, you go to buy something. You make your mind before you go to your house. Directly go and just buy it. That's it. It's not like a hobby that you are enjoying shop. Have you ever asked anybody and asked them, any man, and asked them, what are your hobbies? And that man will tell you shopping? No. Nobody tells you that. No man will tell you my hobby is shopping. We don't like, sometimes when I go with my wife, I get so tired, man. Come on, just buy it and let us go this place. Let us go this place. Oh, I did not sign all this, man. I just want to go home, make up your mind, buy things that you want, and it's enough. So I'm not surprised the way they put, the way they put the black people in 1950s. I mean, just respect them. Don't call them with their first name until they tell you. It is just the same anywhere, any man. When you are selling to someone, you gotta respect the customers. That's all.
I think it's kind of a shame, y'all, that we had to have they had to have a training session on sales, how to treat your fellow man like a fellow man, basically. But I guess I can understand it in a way, because traditionally, like, blacks never had anything. They couldn't have nothing, for, I don't know, how a couple, 300 years or whatever. Slavery was going on in this country, even before it was a country. So I guess I kind of get it, but I still think it's a shame that you have to have a training video on how to treat your fellow man.
Yeah, exactly. But Talib, man, when you are a businessman and you are selling a product, you don't care who is buying that product. You just only care about the numbers that you sold.
Right. Well,
yeah. This video shows us the dealers. They don't care who were they selling. They were just treating people like anybody else.
Yeah.
Like the way they treat. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is. I mean, yeah. You are a businessman. You gotta be a businessman, man. You can't be a businessman and having some kind of
Or assume they don't.
It's not so much what the Negro wants, it's why the Negro wants it that makes this video interesting. Now, there is a full version of this video. I just found a shorter clip of it, but there is a fuller version of it if y'all want to see it. I mean, to me, it's wildly interesting, even to all of the commercials and short films that they made about what happens whenever a black person moves into a white neighborhood. So like in all of these videos that I have, they're all from the 50s. So like one of them is when a black family moves next door. But for that 7 minutes that y'all just watched, there's a full blown 21 minutes of the full interaction of the secret of selling to the Negro. It's pretty insane, but y'all just let me know what y'all want to do. And
I like that. I like the part in the video we watched already. Like he's telling, don't assume they don't have the money to buy the better product just because they're black, basically. And I thought that was kind of a shame that had to be taught, but
yeah, and it was.
Sense, right?
That's like the same as like with Ford, the Ford car. If it wasn't for black people buying into Ford wouldn't have come to be what it is because. Is it Ford? Hold on, wait. Let me make sure I'm correct here. Because there's this because like these black and white videos. Let me see. Because I watch them here and there, but I'm a girl, so what do I know about cars? Who is it? Okay, so like Chevy, Buick, and GMC, the Cadillac, they were at their wits' end on trying to get their product out to spread, across the market in the early 1900s and all of that. But black people in the teens and 20s, they started to buy Cadillacs, and that kind of helped save their company so they could keep it going. Oh, hey, Bob. It's Bob. Hi, Bob. It's Bob. Have a good night, Juan. Thanks for being here with us. Thanks for being here.
Hadn't seen Bob up here in a minute.
Oh, he
Hopefully
kind
he'll
of
come
pops
back
in
and
every
join.
now and then.
Yeah.
Every now and then. But let me see here. Where is it at? Why not? Might as well go for it. We saw 7 minutes of it because I have something to do really quick. But we can watch some of the whole of the video, and then once we finish this, we'll go ahead and get into Joy Taylor and the updates on that. And no one on the panel, y'all might not even care about that. So I don't know. I might go into something else.
I thought it was interesting, Porsha. Really.
Well, thanks. I'm trying to decide, should I go into the selling of the Negro? Because I've already shown it twice. Or should I go into moving in, one of our black person moves into a white neighborhood? Maybe I should do that one.
Yeah, do that one.
Let's see. Whenever a black family moves next door. Here we go. That is so funny.
Gosh. Damn, this is an old-timey one.
In the middle of the 20th century.
It says one of a series of films on changing neighborhoods. So shout out to Be Brave. This is from the 1950s, 1957 to be exact. How were the white folks acting whenever the Negroes moved in? Let's keep going. Uh-oh. We already starting. Y'all saw how that white man was just posting that for sale sign. He saw one Negro family moved in, and he said, "I got to get the hell up out of here." That man, guys, that was Bob. That was Bob. That was Bob. He said, "You know what? I can't. Just one is enough." That was Bob. Shout out to Bob.
When you look for a house,
What a coward,
what are you
Porsha.
looking for? What do you see? Where people lived in square, fine, ample houses, the ferocious slums. Many still stand, many torn down, rebuilding among the dispersal of people and neighborhoods. A way being made for the projects. Signs of change in all the cities. And still the dark red blindness of walls. The cities reach out. The ghettos burst open after a long while. Ghettos of every kind. Coal borders into the sunny, branchy section, pushing out to the new country, waiting raw with the builders. Some of us still live in uniformity, but the sifting has begun. And when you look further, when you look for a house, you see the city's reach. What are you looking for? A place to live. Your warmth, your love, your work, your rest from work, your quiet and the sounds you like, your privacy, your friends, a good place for children, a place to grow in, easy to keep clean, a place we can afford.
I mean, gosh, the music is so peaceful. It's so beautiful. Everything sounds so safe. It sounds like a community that I would be more than interested in moving to back in the 1950s. I mean, it's like, upbeat enough. You have this nice white narrator. We're seeing the communities. It seems like everybody, they're following the HOA. I don't know if they had HOA back then. Everybody's yard is cut. Streets are clean. Haven't seen any Negroes yet. So it seems really nice and safe. But the unfortunate conundrum here is that as much as I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, I am a Negro. So for me, that probably wouldn't be ideal. This video is it's about me. It's about me. Okay, and they don't want me there. 12th man, they don't want me there. But 12th man, here's the reality. I want to be there, and that's where I want to be. That's where I'm at right now.
Well, I'll only say that I would be happy to have you as my neighbor, Porsha. If you ever want to buy a piece of land, then we could be neighbors. You know what I mean?
Wait.
I know you don't like the cold, though. I know that much. Yeah, you and HB. Y'all could have your kids running around, everything. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, we would have snow babies. Yeah. Yeah. And if we moved out there and we had babies and they were snow babies, imagine what it would be like whenever we came home to Texas to visit. Our kids would run away, both men. They would run away, or they would call the cops and call CPS and say that we were abusing them because we brought them simply to Texas and they're used to the cold. So, we're going to try to, we're going to try to make sure
just kind of messing around there.
That the babies are
I'm just saying,
dual climated, so they can handle it, both ways. We don't want the kids to run off too soon. These kids today, they're a hot mess. However, all the way home, when a Black family moves next door, I mean, I am really enjoying the vibe. I'm really feeling it. I'm enjoying it. I feel like this is very positive and welcoming. As we start into this, we're only 2 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I feel good about this. I'm feeling positive because this is a place that I would want to be in, but I have to remind myself, which is why I paused it, is that, Porsha, as much as you're enjoying this, don't forget, you're a Negro. So
yeah, what I really like, Porsha, is how he I forgot what I was gonna say. My bad.
And that's all right. That's all right. But see, I almost forgot while listening to this that I am a Negro, but I am. And so we're going to keep watching so that we can see, how that dynamic works.
Well, Porsha, real quick, I remembered now is about that guy putting a for sale sign out just because a black person moved next door or whatever. Like,
That was Bob.
why would you be so full of fear like that? Like, that's the act of a coward. And that's why he was doing that. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna sell my house just because some black people moved in next door. What the fuck? Yeah.
You know, black
Can't
man,
even
not
imagine.
black man. See, Lord Jesus got me calling you black man, Lord. 12th man, 12th man, forgive me. I would sell my house too. I would sell my house too. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep it all the way real.
Why?
All right.
Just
Getting up
you're
out of
just
it.
gonna assume they're bad people just because they're black.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm not gonna even give them a chance. I'm just not.
I
You
can't
know.
really do that.
You know, if I knew that they were, you know,
Goes against the
conservative,
grain, Porsha.
Republican voting blacks, I would be totally fine. But I've already had issues where I live right now. While I do live in a beautiful white community, there are some Africans a few houses down from mine, and they are Nigerian scammers. They've stole packages from me.
Well, they're not
and-
American blacks. That's different.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. Like, they're too black. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they have exceeded their blackness for my American standard. They go above and beyond black. You know, you have your color palette in front of you, and you see all of the colors, and you see black. See, you want to go off the color palette because that's how black they are.
Right.
Yes,
Well,
and that dirty bitch stole my packages, and that bitch wears all the stuff that I ordered whenever she goes out on her walks with her kids and everything else, barefoot and everything. You're in America now. Put on some shoes, bitch. But no, you know, and these are the things that I have to do.
Diwali's Somali, and
Black
I'd be
family, and they're really nice, but you know,
I'd be happy to have. Oh, I'm sorry, Porsha.
No, it's just I'm just, you know, like you know, if I could be responsible. I'm just waiting. We only got a few more days. Are we on 12? We only got 8 more days, you know, and whenever the hotline becomes active here in Texas, I'm reporting them immediately. So you don't have to worry about it. She's stolen my packages 2 times. I went over there, rung the doorbell. I did the whole ring thing. Hi, you know, I'm from a couple of doors up. I don't, you know, they deliver my packages. What packages? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What packages are you talking about? We've got no packages. No, you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. Oh, I got it wrong, bitch. Okay, because I didn't see the pictures because they posted pictures. I didn't see the pictures. Oh no,
you have the ring.
But
you got the Ring doorbell portion.
Yeah, I have a different video streaming service, like, because I have cameras everywhere, all over my house. So I don't have Ring, but I have another one. But like, she has Ring. And so, like, the first time that it happened, my package was still on the porch, so I was able to retrieve it. But the next 2 times that it happened, this bitch done took my shit, took it in the house, everything, put it on, this, that, and the third. And I went over there, and she's like, "Oh no, me, I don't have a pack." No, you know, I'm like, you know what, bitch, I don't have time. And so she waited about a week. She didn't even wait that long, which is about a week. And she goes walking with her kids every day to go check the mail. And so then I'm having to sit here in my office and watch her ass walk up and down the hill in my shit. And she claimed that she didn't get nothing. So if I could get her deported, I happily will. And the black people that live at the top of the hill, they're cool people because it's happened here and there. Because, you know, like whenever you live in a small town, you know what I mean? Like packages and shit like that, they can get mixed up. But the honor comes in whenever, you know, it's like wrong package, wrong house. You want to take it to where it belongs. So it's happened to me, and I've taken it up to their house, or if it's, you know, and they brought it back down to me. But it's just those dirty Africans, not Douale though, but the dirty Nigerians, it's them. And so as this white man is in this video, I would more than likely move. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Like if Douale and his family, I don't think they'd be like that. Like, I'd be happy to have Douale as a neighbor.
I mean, I would be happy
I
too,
mean?
but you have to be mindful that Douale is a Somalian pirate. It's in his blood. So you have to be careful with Douale because he's a great guy.
Yeah.
But The pirate
He
blood.
did say he would loot the other day. Remember, Porsche?
He did say that he would loot. He did say that. So you have to be careful because the pirate is in his. Oh, Dwale is still up here. Oh shoot! I'm sorry, Dwale. Dang, Dwale.
I am there. I'm listening.
Well, in Alaska.
Yeah. But you realize, piracy. Piracy, it doesn't mean you have to take a small package. Who takes a small package? We take ships, man. Cargoes. Come on. Those small things. They gotta give us a credit because.
You loot in Alaska.
No. We're fishing, man. We are fishing. I also. Hey, by the way, and Porsha, I have really experienced that somebody took my Amazon package from my house, from my mail. It was a smartwatch. It was like 4 years ago, and I was no, they were not. They were they were Europeans. They were no. They were Europeans. They were like East Europe from Serbia, Bulgaria. And I just called the Amazon. I said, "Hey, you guys, I was following the delivery. The delivery said it's already been delivered to your house." And I come down and I look at it. There is nothing. I just called Amazon. I said, "Hey, you guys, the thing was stolen," and they just give my money back. They asked me, "Do you want your money back or do you want the product again?" I said, "No, just give me my money." Said, we are going to investigate, blah blah. They did investigation. 4 months later, they found out that there was some neighbors of us who are just following the Amazon car and collecting all the packages from the neighborhoods when they are at work. And they were all deported from Germany. And they were not Africans, and they were not even blacks.
Well, that's
few
really
whites,
brave
like very bad.
to steal from a Somalian pirate. That takes a lot of gusto, a lot of bravery to do something like that. Because I wouldn't do that,
No, just do the legal way. I'm not going to quarrel with those guys. I just told, where I bought from them. I said, "Hey, your delivery did not come. I want my money back." That's all. Yeah. And they said we are going to investigate.
I got my money back too. But you know what, Dwale? Those dirty Nigerians, that's what they'll always be to me. I did get my money back, but I still see. I mean, because it was like a lot of stuff. Like it was a lot of stuff. And so the fact that she is so free to go walking right past my damn house every day in my clothes that I bought, I ain't got
their food.
She got Dwale. She got 8 more days. 8 more days for those of you in the great state of Texas. The immigration hotline, the illegal alien hotline opens in 8 more days. And as soon as it opens, I'm reporting her ass first. I'm doing it. I'm a snitch.
All right, Porsche.
If she's a criminal, go ahead. Go ahead. If she's a criminal,
no, Dwale, no.
It doesn't count as snitching if they're a criminal illegal immigrant, then snitching doesn't apply.
And see, I don't know if they're illegal or not, and so that's why I'm going to report them first, so they can go ahead. I have all of my documentation from the investigation, because of course I call the cops. I'm a Texan, bitch. Yes, you stole from me. All right, 2 times you did. So just hey, you're not in Africa no more, baby girl. You're in Texas. You're in America.
Got to be again though.
And 8 more days, even though I won't even be in Texas in 8 more days. When am I in DC? I am calling from DC to report yo ass. Yep, that's me. I'm a snitch. But let's just get back into this video and let's go a little bit further. Virgo, she called in, and maybe Virgo will call back in, but it seems like Virgo can't talk right now, so she was just being on the panel on mute. But let's get back into this video and let's learn a little bit more about what happens when a black family moves next door in 1957.
The right place for us. And even from the car, we try to guess, what is there for us? Who lives behind these doors? On this quiet street, who lives here? Could this be it? This one?
Beautiful house.
Oh, I don't think this candy would sell to them. Take another look. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Dick on the phone right away.
Nice streets in a nice neighborhood where things are taken care of well. Why do people come here? All the regular reasons.
This room. This is what I mind leaving the most. So many little things. Bob seeing Ginny in her wedding dress here for the first time. That night we got back from the hospital after little Laurie was born. Suddenly we were grandparents. Christmases, birthdays. Don't you feel that way about the room? No, of course you don't.
Sure I do. Well, tonight, when I was burning the leaves, I felt that again. Not just about the room or the house, but the whole neighborhood. Something about the people here. I just hate to pull out.
We haven't moved for ages. When you think of the way most people move all the time.
Do you remember the year Jenny was born? 3 places we lived that year.
At all. I'll get it. It's pretty late. Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Candy. There must be some mistake. Ed, it was about those people that were here today.
You mean because of... I knew it. I knew it the minute they got out of that car. I know somebody was going to throw a fit. But who in God's name would do a thing like that? Oh, you're really very upset, aren't you? Can I get you something?
Maybe just a bad.
Was it that bad?
Worse. What gets into a person like that? Do you know what he said?
Hello, Tom. How have you been? Fine, Ed. You? No complaints. By the way, Tom, you going to the lodge meeting Thursday?
Always do, don't I?
Well, is there anything the matter?
I just don't understand you, Ed. You've always been a pretty regular guy. A credit to the neighborhood, too.
I'm the same guy I've always been. There's something bothering you. Why don't you just say it?
Same thing's bothering a lot of people. I guess we didn't know you as well as we thought.
Get to the point, Tom.
Come on, Ed, don't pretend you don't understand. Nobody's going to get away with the stuff you're trying to hand out.
Now, look here.
You look here. Nobody's threatening you. There's never going to be any violence in this part of town. We're peaceful people. You've got friends here. I'm your friend. We just want to know what it is you think you're doing to us.
A quiet street, quiet neighborhood. Never any trouble here. None at all.
So I got off that bus and came straight here.
There's nothing to worry about, Ed. Nothing at all. Everybody knows you as an ideal citizen. But frankly, let me give you a little friendly advice. Take that sign down. Your house is a desirable property. We'll turn up the right buyer for you.
I hear what you're saying, Ted, but don't turn on the bedside manner.
You struck me as upset.
Tom Elder was upset.
Tom Elder didn't walk in my door. Can't blame Tom, Ed. People get nervous, you know. They worry. I told him it's probably all a mistake. We all know you wouldn't do anything out of line, Ed.
Out of line? What in heaven's name are you talking about? Some people came to look at my house. They were Negroes. I haven't done anything, yet.
Now, take it easy, Ed. I'm not Tom Elder, you know. Look, let's face it. If you want to sell your house, I want to sell it for you. That's what I'm here for. That's my business. But there's some things you just can't do. That sign. It's a terrible thing. It's sort of an open invitation to anybody. You've been around here long enough to know we don't do things that way.
Now, listen.
I've had a dozen people in here would have taken your place. I didn't let them get as far as you. I've got to consider the community. You're leaving. But there are a lot of us who are going to be here for a long time. Now, take a tip from an old friend. Forget this whole thing and let me take care of your house.
Out of line.
Well, that's Ted Moats for you. Well, you either see things his way or you're out of line.
Well, the minute those people showed up, I knew there was going to be some talk. But what was I supposed to do? Slam the door in their face?
Where's Laurie? She was here a minute ago. Oh, she's outside playing with Bobby. He's got a new bike and he promised to give her a ride.
Oh, Bob, how about some fishing this Saturday? Weather's still good. Laurie can come along with us.
No, nothing doing, Dad. Bob promised to put up the wallpaper in the dinette weeks ago, but he can find the darndest excuses for not doing it. This Saturday, that wallpaper goes up.
Oh, who's the boss around here anyway?
Jimmy, I'll help you with the wallpaper. We can get it done in a few hours with these two out of the way. Well...
Never to be the same again.
You hear about Candy?
Are you serious? That's all we've been talking about at our house.
Yeah, ours too. Now, the way I see it, school's one thing. It's all right for kids to learn what it's all about, but...
Sure, but when it comes to your home's different. We've got our rights, too. They can't force us to live with them.
Yeah, just let them try to force this in my block. Well, nice to have seen you, Mrs. Peterson.
Nice to see you.
They play. They play. And of course, they're all different.
But what does it mean when one level is kept? One color, one group. What their grown-ups think of as one kind of people, shutting out the rest. Even here, playing. Are they cut off from part of life? Are they cut off from part of themselves in refusing to touch the variety, the richness, the texture of reality that is always there for us? These children and this place.
If Canty goes through with this, land values around here won't be worth a plug nickel. You know what he's provoked around here?
I've heard that some young idiots thought they had to protect the honor of the community. Just what Ed's done, I don't know.
Well, if you want to hide your head, okay. But I can't. I've had a steady stream of complaints since we opened this morning.
That's good, Ted. Shows a fine spirit. That paint splashing was a real violation of this place. When I saw it this morning, I was pretty upset.
No, Ralph. Complaints against Canty.
I see. Well, a flood, you say? From whom?
Well, maybe I exaggerated. Tom Elder, very substantial.
Elder. Anyone else?
Miss Wesser.
Yes. Well, we've both known Miss Wesser for years. What did she say?
Well, it wasn't so much what she said.
When you're dealing with complaints, it's precisely that. Just what did Miss Wesser say?
She said she couldn't stand the smell. Listen, I've got nothing against those people, but why go looking for trouble? Property values in this neighborhood will go to pot if we don't stop what Canty's doing.
Now, look, Ted. I'm a practical man. You don't work for this bank very long unless you are. I have to talk to you from two positions, from my own and from the bank's. They're not necessarily the same. We can't have people like Tom Elder and Miss Wesser throwing us into a panic. Land values don't have to go down. Not if the people in the community act like they believe in themselves. No. Here's an article reported in the New York Times which says that the official organization of home appraisal experts finds that land values actually have gone up in this type of situation.
Oh, come on now, Ralph. You can do anything with figures, you know that. The important thing is we don't want anything like that to happen here. I've got 2 daughters, you know.
What's the point, Ted?
Well, I'd like the bank to get word around that... No, strike that out. I hope that you and the bank will reach a policy decision on real estate loans that will reassure the homeowners of this community, and the merchants, and the service companies.
That's quite a package. Look, Ted, you know I don't make the decisions around here. I'll tell you what. I'll call downtown and see what they say.
Well... if you're not on my side of the fence, at least sit on it, okay?
We'll see.
It's hard to know what's right and what's wrong. It's the most difficult thing we ever faced. Not just for Ed and me, but for Laurie and Bob and my daughter, and for all the friends we've made. After all, this is our community, too. We leave something here.
I was thinking about that very thing. I've heard about what happened.
You know what I can't bear? Ed thinks I'm so lovely, so full of the moralities. I looked at that little girl in all her sweetness and blackness, and I thought just that.
Just what?
Black. That's what I thought. Black, like them, I thought. And everything I'd heard as a child came back to me. Don't go near one. Don't go into cellars, even with one you know. You'll be killed. You'll be lying in a ditch dead. You'll be worse. But that stain was black. They're not really black, are they? When I looked out of the window and that car drove up and he got out, I thought, no. You know how I was brought up, narrow. No evil, but not much good, as a matter of fact. Not much soul. And no visible body. No poverty. Just enormous blinders of very good material. So something in me went, no. I was shocked at myself.
What would you say that was?
Some shred of prejudice and an infinitesimal spark of human feeling. Isn't that awful?
To be ashamed by oneself? No.
That first moment, I didn't want them even to look at the house. And then we got talking, and I began to like them. After all, it's a house that they want and that they can afford. And then, when I tried to clean Laurie's dress, something happened. I want them to have the house.
That's the first awful thing you've said, Carol.
But I want them to be like anybody else. They'll have a house they want and can pay for.
The reason. The fact that it's your anger, your resentment of what happened to Laurie, your hatred that's inviting them to live here. It's not a motive.
Yes, I see. How does the church stand on this? Where do you stand?
The church sees it as a challenge. We have a chance here to affirm our deepest beliefs in the Spirit, in the variousness of man and the unity of the Spirit.
But not all the church thinks this way.
No, not all. But enough of us. Take a look at this, Carol. It's a declaration of conscience, a statement of basic principles used as a focal point by those people in a community who refuse to allow ignorance and fear and hate to wreck their neighborhood. Now, this problem is the greatest challenge the church has had to meet in a long time. It's not always easy meeting challenges, but this sort of thing can help us to meet our responsibility. It's a place to begin.
Sit down, Ted.
I'll stand, Ralph. Well, what's the answer?
You understand this is an informal statement. It also may be taken as a statement of bank policy. It is concerned only with that aspect of the problem, if it is a problem, that affects us as a financial institution. This bank is in the business of making sound loans properly secured. Period.
Sound loans. What does that mean? If this happens here, there won't be many loans worth making, and you know it.
I think there will. And there are others in the community who think so too. In my experience, the question of whether a man pays his debts has nothing to do with the color of his skin or where he came from.
You know what'll happen?
What, in your opinion?
Opinion, this is a fact. The better element will leave. We'll have a slum on our hands.
Ted, I think that depends on us.
All right, Ralph. Now we know where we stand. You go ahead and talk about bank policy, but I'll tell you one thing. Once something like this gets started, you don't stop it. And if anybody around here is going to sell any real estate, it's going to be Ted Moose.
One house, its neighbors, confusion of a street. They'll try to keep it from flaring up, but each of them has fears that rage and threaten. Threats that seem to come from outside. When you were a child, what was it? The Jews, the Poles, the Irish, Italians, Chinese? These fears are real. About their homes, yes. Is their money threatened? They believe it is. A threat to their social standing guarded so long? They think so.
And the law's beginning to recognize this. You can't legislate that. You can't do what?
I mean, you can't force tolerance by law.
Of course you can. But this has nothing to do with tolerance. This has to do with practice. You can, by law, prevent men from committing crimes against others that are always, in reality, crimes against themselves. That's what law is for.
Oh, well, that's all very fine. But how are we going to keep this neighborhood good? We don't want undesirables. We don't want land values to take a nosedive.
Well, you know as much about land values as I do. They don't have to do a nosedive at all. This afternoon, I waved an article on property values in Ted Moat's face. I'd really only read the headline myself, but since then I've read it through carefully, and this is what it had to say. It was a study for the University of California on 9 San Francisco neighborhoods in which Negroes had bought homes since 1940.
And I suppose you're going to tell us property values went up.
Exactly. Apparently, there have been dozens of such studies made, and the findings have been that prices go up, not down, if anything, over a period of time.
No, I've heard everything.
All right. I'm a banker by profession. No heart, very limited kind of head. A man's wallet is his castle, that kind of imagination. All right? Well, let me tell you this. A man's a desirable neighbor if he's financially all right and he doesn't throw beer cans all over his front lawn. Has nothing whatever to do with the color of his skin or his religion or where his parents come from. It has to do with the worth of a person. That's sound economics.
Mr. Candy, you're a man of good judgment. Would you say that these people were nice people?
You're the first person that asked me that. Yes, they were nice people.
Candy, what are you trying to do to us? What grudge got you going against this place anyway?
Look, if anybody's damaging this community, it's not Ed Candy.
I'm leaving. We've been at this for 2 hours, and all I know is we're not getting anywhere.
All right, Tom.
After Cleaners is ready to pull out, and nobody wants to do anything about it.
Just a second, Tom. What's been happening here has happened before in other places. It's always to somebody's advantage to stir things up. It's an old game that Ted Moat's played here today. That's Ted Moat's. It's not the whole real estate profession.
You're a little low, Porsha.
No, we can't hear you, Porsha.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yes, now.
Yes, that's better. Okay, great. So what I want to say to this white man that's, trying to be real nice and saying this, that, and the third, sir, no, sir. The answer is no. Okay. So, the white people that had their sentiments and they were concerned, they were worried about whether or not allowing the Negroes into the neighborhood. Would that lower our property value? Yes. Yes. Yes, it will. Yes. Should we let them move it? No. No. You should. You should. But they're just like any other people. No. You talked about beer cans all in the front yard. That is exactly what you're going to see. Is that what you want to see? Someone had the right of mind. And even though this was in the 50s, it's 2025 right now. All right. We know what it looks like. Ask Bob.
What about
He's in
Porsha?
He knows.
What about beer cans in the back of the pickup truck? That's probably not cool either anymore, huh?
No. Beer cans in the back of the pickup truck is better than beer cans in your front yard and all in the street. For some reason out in the HOOD for show, the blacks are somehow allergic to trash cans, and their trash finds itself anywhere but the trash can. And so, these white folks had every right to be concerned, even though it was just one black family. All you need is one, because once one comes, then the others are going to come. And the more that they come, then you're going to be in a doozy. You're going to find yourself in a pickle there, and then you're just going to have to figure it out from there. But this was in 1957, and these white folks weren't having it. But you had some white folks that had the compassion and say, you know what, I'm at the bank. I'm gonna give them a loan. you guys know I've purchased homes before. You know, I'm on what 1, 2, 3, 4. On my fourth, and I rent out properties and things like that. It's fine. It's fine, right? The people that are living in my properties, I didn't pick based upon race, but they just so happen to be white. You know what I mean? They happen to be. And where I live right now, I told you guys a story about the damn Nigerian, but the black folks at the top of the hill, they're just fine. You know, they have a couple of pit bulls. It's like Negro, but they're fine, you know. But for what they're talking about specifically here in this video, see, the moment that you underestimate the power of Negroes moving into your neighborhood, that's where you've gone wrong, because there's a certain caliber and a certain type of Negro. Now, if they were blacks like myself, blacks like Bob, blacks like Wale, H.B. John, Garion, but Garion, he's African, so, well, half black. So, like Garion and, you other upstanding Negroes in the chat, that's one thing. But we found each other online. We ain't found each other in person, and I'm just gonna keep it real. We have found all of us on this internet space, and some of us have been connected for years, 2 to 3 years, and that's where we found each other. We didn't find each other out in the real world. We didn't, because where the hell are we? Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't know. We're here online.
Hey, Porsha.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess one of the reasons I'm not afraid of black people is because I grew up with them.
Hold on, wait. Really quick, man. Bob says, "Shit, I don't even want to see. I don't want to see even me in there." And Garion says, "I'm half American." Yes, Garion, I cleaned it up. I fixed it. And Bob says, "I would have a garage and not show my face." We got Bob in the building. Hey, Bob.
Porsha,
What's up, Bob?
Hey, y'all. Porsha, I am laughing so hard.
I just wanted to say real quick, Porsha, that I think the reason I'm not afraid of black folks because I grew up in the same neighborhood. I did time with them in the pen, and
you did time with them in the pen.
People, they don't faze me. You know what I mean? Like that. I mean, I've been tried. Oh, believe you me, I've been tried. But then when they get hit in the mouth, then you get all their respect. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a brave story to tell, 12, because, blacks like myself, I don't have a story like that because I never get that close. You know what I mean? I never get that close.
Porsha, Lisa and I are sitting over here dying. She's turning red just with embarrassment. But I'm sitting here listening to that white dude and like, listen to your friend, man.
Yeah, listen to your friend. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Do not let them you guys are about to ruin the neighborhood. Please don't let them in. Please. Please.
I was charging my headset and I was just screaming at the phone and y'all couldn't hear me. I'm like, no.
See that? Don't. You work so hard for your property values. Don't get liberal on me, all right? Keep them out. Keep them as far away as possible.
And then whatever he said, well, I'm going to show you some reports from this other neighborhood. He was like, let me guess, the property value went up. He's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, bullshit.
That's exactly what I said. Bullshit.
Porsha, I bet if you punch that thieving bitch in the house in her mouth, she wouldn't even look at your place no more.
I would burn that guy's house down before you sell it to blacks.
That bitch in the mouth.
Before you sell it to any black family, I'm burning that house down. You will not burn down the whole neighborhood. We're just going to burn your house down.
Right. And so, 12th man, I have an avid love and reverence for our United States of America. So before I let any Negro move in, we're going to have to burn it down or we're going to I can't do it. Y'all can't move in here. You can't.
God damn.
You can't come over here. You got to stay, wherever the Negroes are staying at, that's where you need to stay at.
Exactly.
You stay over here. Don't come over here.
Porsha, I love it. Listen, I'll listen from the back. All right. But this is great.
Thank you for hitting the
link. Bob, thanks for hopping on, man. Show us when you're flying again, bro.
Miss Lisa. I'm so
we want to see you fly, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Portia, we'll listen from the back. You're great.
Okay. Yeah, so we had our professional Negro pilot. You see, Bob, he does this thing where he flies planes, something that a whole lot of Negroes actually don't do. But Bob does, and that's what makes him unique and one of a kind. And Bob has already shared with us the many wonderful stories that if it's a black pilot while he's flying, he's still concerned. But I get it. I think black folks understand. But we're gonna pop back into this video here and see what the outcome is. I'm totally on the side of the white folks that are like, no, please don't, because I've seen it. We talked about it. I showed you guys the videos the other day of the women who were doing these what is it called? Section 8 project housing, and they're proud of it. It's nothing to be ashamed of, ma'am. It's everything to be ashamed of. You should be ashamed. But you know what? For me, that's where I think that if that's where they want to be, let them stay over there. I definitely don't want them to move over here. I'm a part of my HOA, and anytime I have a problem, and if it's a Negro problem, I'm reporting everybody. That's just me. Let's keep going. Oh, wait, let me stop sharing it and share it again so we can make sure we get the audio. This story is actually really awesome. I'm supposed to be talking about Joy Taylor, but you know what? Here we are.
What happens here or anywhere is completely a matter of how people handle themselves. When they act like human beings, the values are as sound as, well, a silver dollar.
They're not going to act like human beings, okay? They're going to act like animals. That's how they're going to act, okay? They're going to act like animals. I know that they look like human beings, but too often that's just not how they carry themselves, okay? Be careful. Be careful. You just be careful.
Figures show different. We spent the afternoon going up and down Elm Street ringing doorbells, literally giving a sales talk. Some of the signs are out already.
Sure. And Ted's got 10 new clients and maybe 10 new commissions.
Mr. Yates, Mr. Hibner, couldn't you walk up and down Elm Street and tell them that?
Well, what we might do, too, is put out our own signs. I mean, it's been done. Something like, we're not selling. We believe in our community.
Or something like no Negroes allowed. You you just get straight to the point. You don't even have to go as far. We're not selling, just no Negroes allowed. I mean, we know what civil rights was about. Just keep it plain, be forward, let them know exactly what it is. We don't need to go ring around the rosy. Just tell them no Negroes allowed. We're not selling to y'all. That's what I would do.
I just don't know. I don't know how we can be good neighbors. Even if the land values stay the same, the street's going to be different.
Doesn't that depend on us? Did any of us really choose each other as neighbors? We get along. But how long can we keep the door closed without locking ourselves in?
Not long.
What we must learn is how to keep from poisoning ourselves with fear and barriers and ghettos.
Nonsense. Negroes don't live in ghettos.
Listen to me. Negroes do live in ghettos, you white woman. See, that's the problem with white women right now. And I'm tired of it. I've been saying this for years. These damn white liberal women, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You listen to me, you damn white liberal bitch. You don't know. All right? They don't live in ghettos. Yes, they do. They are ghetto. All right? I don't want to live near. I don't want to deal with it. They got 5 kids, 5 different baby daddies. They got everything going on up under the sun. Ain't not a damn daddy in the house. Their kids resort to gang violence and this, that, and the third. They're going to end up shooting. We're going to have to spend more time in the bathtub trying to dodge bullets than we get to do enjoying our house. I don't have time. Listen, we're not going to make excuses, not even in the 1950s, because there's no excuses to be made. But you see, this film, it's an older film. It's from the 1950s. Y'all see what they got now. Y'all see how it is now, don't you? You see, this is a consequence of the decisions that white folks were making all the way back in the 50s. They should have listened to each other and said, no, we are not going to bend. We are not going to fold, because you know what? It's going to ruin the place. It is. It's going to ruin the place. And what has it done in 2025? It has ruined the place. And so, I'm black. I love my people. I do. I prefer my people that are, more in line with me and my beliefs and things like that. But we got to keep it real. We got to keep it real. Got to keep it real. I ain't trying to live around these. Listen, I ain't trying to do it. I never had to do it because my parents never made me. So let's listen to this white woman tell us how they're not living in ghettos, and just give them a chance. Don't ever give anybody a chance. Okay, don't give them a chance, because you give them an inch and they take them out.
Those anymore. Good heavens, look at the housing projects in the city. They're not ghettos.
Of course they are. Any place where a human being is shut in or shut out because of the color of his skin is a ghetto, in the real sense of the word. I know that now.
Yeah,
I guess I knew it all along. Just didn't think much about it, though. But they are ghettos.
Yeah, they are. Ghetto as hell.
Well, Mr. Candy, it's not really up to us, It's up to you alone whether the sale will be made.
It takes a strong person to speak
Jim.
the truth.
You're wrong there. What I do isn't nearly as important as what you do. That's what this is all about tonight.
He's right. We can't duck it. Ed Candy's decision is his own, but that's no longer important. It's what we do that counts. This isn't about one man and his house. This is about us as a community. And it has to be fought out in the white communities.
Yes!
In the white people.
Yes!
Each in himself.
Yes! Yes!
Now it's been said, the community is engaged. As we move toward this beginning, there's a quickening of pace. You can see it right here in these people as they begin to face up to their problem. We need ourselves, freed from our old slaveries and exclusions. We are fighting for a sense of community. In order to have that ever, we must...
You can't fight for a sense of community with black people. You can just let that go. Just go ahead, put it down the garbage disposal, throw it in the trash, just leave it in the streets. There's no sense of fighting for community and, cohesiveness between blacks and every other groups. You just got to leave them alone, leave them to their own devices. They'll figure it out. And when I say they'll figure it out, I actually mean that they won't figure it out. So what you do is you align yourself with Negroes of like mind, those that have common sense, that believe in going to work, paying for the things that they have. You know what I'm saying? They don't want any handouts. You're just, your average, normal American citizen. Those are the blacks that you want to surround yourself by. Unfortunately, most blacks are not that way. So you kind of have to finagle here and there. I can notice a good black from a mile away. I don't know about you all, but I know about me. I can tell if you're trouble or not trouble. So the thing is, what you want to do is just stay away from the ones that look like trouble from a mile away. And, you want to intertwine yourselves with the Negroes that are good. Okay. And even the way that they live, me, I am black, and I know it sounds crazy coming out of my mouth because I am black. However, when I was in high school, I was a litter police. I was the president of the litter committee for 4 years. So I ran my first semester in high school. I ended up winning second semester, and I was a litter police the whole 4 years. I hate litter. I don't tolerate it. I don't appreciate it. Find you a Negro like that. I hate littering. For some reason, whenever you go to the hood, there's trash everywhere. You can actually find yourself in a pickle and you need some gas, and you have to stop in the hood, and you'll see other black people pumping gas into their car, and they'll start to clean out their car. And while there is a trash can right there, they'll just throw everything on the ground. It's like, but why not use the trash can? It's not that they're incapable or that they're too unintelligent to do so. These are choices that they make. So whenever you see blacks like that, you want to move away pretty quickly, because these are the Negroes that, if they don't care about what it looks like with just the trash from their car, they don't care about the graffiti, the gunshots, and the blood, and, the caution tape, and do not enter, under investigation. They don't care about none of that. Stay away. Stay away. And that's for anybody, that's not, but, of course, we could talk about other groups, but I'm black, so I'm just going to focus on my own group. But you just be careful, okay? Because this is a wonderful video of the introduction of integration of Negroes in neighborhoods with white folks. And white flight. I get it. I have black flight, but it's okay.
Look at what we have been excluding. We need ourselves in all our pride of differences to lift the old threat that brought us here. The way we meet the difference in people, this can give us strength. The range, the variousness that we have, this is a source of power always when it is met well and used. This possibility is very great just now. It is whatever we feel and do and think when we go out of here and go home tonight. It is deep in what we are prepared to give, what we feel surely, in the people around us,
surely,
in ourselves, all the way home.
There's no way y'all could have predicted BLM. There's no way. There's no way you could have predicted that. You see? That's what happens. You start being too friendly. What a wonderful film, minus the fact that they let the blacks in. Wow. Wow, that was great. You know, I do appreciate you guys for being here. We already watched about the secret of how to sell to Negroes, and because so many of you guys were like, oh my gosh, I wonder what John would say to that. I will play it again tomorrow for John and HB. But this one right here, this one was the dude for me. I don't know about y'all, but that was pretty great. Looking at these old black films, like who knew that they even existed? I mean, I didn't know until tonight.
Well, don't you kind of run into a conundrum, Porsha? You're saying you want to live in a neighborhood with no black people, but when you move in, you're black, right?
And that's the problem. So I should probably move out. That's the thing. So I should probably move out myself, but I'm not going to.
No,
unfortunately.
You don't need to move.
You know, and it's the conundrum. I mean, I should
got
be there
balls.
myself.
You got balls bigger than most men. You're not moving.
You know, put me out. You know, get me out of there. But you know, I'm a. You know, there's different types of black folks. You know, we're all different. And you know, some of us, we have like, you know, different living practices and things like that. You know, and we believe in.
You can't just automatically assume they're going to be a bad neighbor just because they're black. So, I mean,
but
that's
like
ridiculous thinking.
For me personally, 12th man, I am going to automatically assume that you're bad because you're black. It's just a part of my nature. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Girl.
Yeah, I have to. You know, I have to keep myself safe, 12th man. So, I mean, keeping myself safe is just like, hey, nope, you ain't no good.
Garen got his Ku Klux Deluxe hood on.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, I think it's pretty fitting for the picture. I'm only gonna be up here for a minute because I gotta hit the sack. I gotta work in the morning. But I came to answer 12th man's question about the whole black conundrum. It's pretty simple. It's actually very simple to solve it. All you gotta do is do what the Negroes in the motherland do, is buy a patch of land in the middle of nowhere and then live by yourself. Yeah. This way you got enough land to let whoever the fuck you want in, and you got complete control over it. So you ain't got to move in with the white folks and bug them and have them having a mental breakdown. And you ain't got to live with Negroes unless you want to, because you have full control of the area.
You know, I'd say that's some very sound advice.
Well, it all comes down to the money, right? Because if property prices start going down just because black people live there, then
12th man, they're definitely going to go down for sure.
If anything, you could be real smart about it and buy up all that property. You can pull a John and just buy up all that property. Because the property's going to be cheap anyway, and them niggas don't stay in the same place for too long. They usually move out to another white neighborhood because the property goes down and, you know, it gets real bad and shit. So they'll move out slowly. And then one of the smart ones can just
buy up that. Right.
Buy up all that property and do whatever the fuck you want with it, yeah.
You know, I just feel like, you know, after watching How to Sell to Blacks, and for those of you that were able to see the film of the secret ways of how to sell things to Negroes, you know, like I said, I'm going to redo that video, a 2025 version, and I'm really going to spend some time on it because I want it to be like such a masterpiece once I'm done. But looking into, like, you know, whenever a black person moves in, I can just only think to myself, like, gosh, if they could only see 2025, you know, if they can see what it's become.
If
And
it's a
then
single
they would,
black woman, then I'm going to be
take it all
on high alert, Portia.
they're going to take
If
it all
it's a-
back. If it's a single black woman, why is that?
You know what?
No, don't go tell us why.
Oh god. We're going to show Porsche.
Beautiful
They took
black
back a little.
woman. I might be over there being her servant.
Oh.
As long as she gives me some pretty smiles, maybe eventually I'll get a kiss or something. I'll be out there chopping her wood with my new log
chopping
splitter.
her wood. Uh-oh, look at you, 12 man. You said you're going to be her slave. Is that right?
That's right. Don't be
Well,
a player hater.
I ain't a player hater. I'm right here with you. I ain't hating the player. He ain't hating the game. You go ahead, 12 man. You get you one of these single black women that got a few kids and that's looking for a man to chop her wood.
I didn't say nothing about the kids. Don't be adding
Oh,
that.
no.
12 man was held to kids in slavery.
No kids. Okay, so no kids, 12th man. So I have to retract that. So it's just a single black woman.
Yeah,
She
we
can't
have-
have no
we
kids.
have to make our own kids, right?
All right, they got to make their own kids. They gonna have that little biracious running around.
What's wrong with that? It's already happening anyway.
Yeah, it is already happening.
It's been happening for a long time. A long time. You know,
back
a lot
in
of
the
us try to
slave
get the
days-
byproducts of it.
Back in the slave days, they had those black breeding houses. And what do you think those little horny teenage white boys would be doing out there?
Hold on.
at night?
Hold on. That's real? I thought that was a myth. Hotep's
No,
made up.
that's for real.
They used y'all for a eugenics project. That's funny as hell.
How do you think American black men and women became so big and strong? A lot of them.
Is that why
very
Shaq is so damn
masculine.
big?
Yeah, because they were breeding the best ones with the best ones. That's how you come up with these badass athletes. All that shit. That's where they're from.
Oh, that's funny.
But now they're getting paid millions. So is that a good enough reparation? I don't know.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and change the title of this show. I am so sorry, y'all. I really am. I know I'm supposed to be talking about Joy Reid and not Joy Reid. What is it? Joy Taylor, Stephen A. Smith, and Jason Whitlock and Cam Newton. But I'll do that in the morning because my interest has moved past that. There is a lovely video here from this same channel, and I don't even know how I stumbled upon this channel. Honestly,
Yeah, Porsche, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, how'd you find this video? I already knew about the whole selling thing that came out. That one had like 1 million something views on it about how to sell to black people. Yeah, I've seen that video before, but I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
I was kind of disappointed though because they didn't actually deal with the Negro. They just had that meeting and then it ended.
but
That was kind of anticlimactic.
A little problem with that title about how to sell the Negro. I mean, after all the other stuff.
There's a full version of it, like the full film of it, which I'll show that tomorrow. And then like during the HB show, that's whenever we can talk about like Joy Taylor and all of that, because like now where I'm at, I'm in a totally different space right now. And on this channel, the particular channel I'm pulling these videos from, they have like over 1 million subs, but they got demonetized a long time ago. And so they have all of these old-timey videos, you know, during civil rights, before civil rights. You know, it's just like they've done a really incredible job archiving certain things. And I think it's great, you know, to go through and watch some of these videos. Because why not? Because I just, had not this just popped up for me, I wouldn't have known.
What's the name of the channel?
It's called, let me go and see.
I had it earlier, but
it's called The Real Black One.
what?
Yeah, it's kind of fitting.
That's
The Real Black
hilarious.
One. Yeah. And so it's like real, it's REEL. So I'll post this link in the chat. Give me 1 second. The name of this channel, folks, if you want to get yourself some real black entertainment, go to The Real Black One. Real Black One, link to channel. Like, it's so many old-timey videos, but they got demonetized a long time ago just because of them pulling this footage. But since they're demonetized, we can show their videos. You don't want to let go of that. But I'm just going to change the title here because we're going to get into LBJ. And it's LBJ's last interview. And I figure, you know, why the hell not? This has to be interesting. Because it is LBJ after all. And we did just finish hearing about these white folks just not knowing what to do. Should we let them move in? Should we not? Should we approve them for a loan? Oh my God, no, the Hudson Valley is going to go down. Oh my God. But, you know, LBJ, we know how he felt about the Negro. And I think it would be very entertaining to hear his last interview that was recorded, full-blown video, and what he had to say about the civil rights. He's probably turning over in his grave or sleeping peacefully at what America has become. But we'll see here. Let me see really quick. I'm going to share it again. Oh, hey, Clue. Hey, Clue. Gary, and you always say be right back. Gary, we know you ain't coming back. We know you're not coming back. Go to bed. We know you ain't coming
Gotta
back.
be
You're going to bed.
Getting late out there by now, eh, Porsha?
Yeah, so it's
In
11
Texas?
o'clock p.m. my time. I'm in the bed, like, so I'll be going to sleep, you know, in the next couple
Yeah.
hours or so.
I would
But
have cammed up with the dog today, but I've been just kind of chillaxing around the house and not doing a lot, you know,
I've
today.
been off work since Wednesday, and I suppose I have to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to because it's already understood that we're going to be off work on Tuesday and Wednesday because it's going to snow again. However, you know, I'm here, I suppose. I really like being at my house. I like being at home. I'm not gonna lie. It's very nice.
You
Just
like
being
it
at
better
home.
when HP's there, though, don't you?
Oh, yes, I actually do. I do. Home is better when he's here for sure.
Ow.
It is. I get to cook and
Doing HB, ow.
I get to cook for him and feed him and all of that, and we get to spend our time together and everything. I always love it when he's at home. I cannot wait until he gets home again. It's always one of those things where it's just like, you know, so we've been together for so long, you learn patience and how to master it, you know.
How long y'all been together now, Porsha?
It's been so long. I'm not going to go into all the details, but however, it's just one of those things where you learn to appreciate all of the little things, you know, the phone calls, the text messages, whenever we're together, whenever we're apart, even whenever we're on the panel, all of those things. But I will say, I do love it when he's at home. I really do. But he'll be home soon.
Long distance relationships are hard, Porsha. I wish you all the best of luck, and my love truly goes out to y'all.
Well, thank you. No, we're good. I mean, we're pretty solid. We're one and the same. We do really well together, and I thank God. I thank God for that, and for him, if I'm being honest. So that's my number one right there. We do very well together. Clue says, Porsha, any New Year's resolutions?
Yeah,
I'm
get
trying
rid
to
of the
think.
Nigerian.
Clue, since I was a kid in my family, we do New Year's resolutions every year with our parents, and we write them down, and our parents keep them. And so between all three of the kids, since we were little teeny tiny kids, whenever we get to our parents' house, or like this year, for example, like my brother and my sister, they're out of town, but I'm in town, so I'm at my parents' house. And so they pull out our resolutions, and between mom and dad, they read our resolutions from when we was like 4 and 5 years old up until, last year. And they read those to us after we write our resolutions for this year. And so we've done that my whole life. And I'm just sitting here trying to think about my resolutions for this year. I'm going to graduate with my master's this year. So just staying on top of my schoolwork, maintaining my GPA, keeping it at a 4.0, because whenever I graduate, I would actually like to graduate at number 1 of my class. That's one of my goals. I would like to be, that one, that's a resolution. What's another one? Doge, getting hired on with Doge, that would be something that I would love to see this year. And I'm pretty hopeful and confident about that. I don't really have too many doubts about that. Of course, if I don't get it, I would be pretty disappointed, but I feel pretty confident about that. Another New Year's resolution. I don't know. It's some things, it's some things that I would like to say, but it's too personal. But like, I have several, but I'll leave you with those two. Go ahead, 12th man.
Well, I have a couple more channels I need to go campaign for Fisher on, but I'll always be back. And I was wondering if you could share that one more time for Fisher. Not like today, I wasn't even gonna go online or nothing, but I realized, look, man, you're in a 2-month campaign for the dog here, and you can't take no days off when you're in a campaign.
No
right?
days off.
So I have to go hit all the streams and all the panels that I'm a part of to try to get this boy elected as America's favorite pet. So if y'all could please
I mean, the
vote
most
for
support that you'll get, it'll be from us, of course.
Yeah. And then, but they're like, I got a network, Porsha.
Of
You
course.
have to like get all of them, like get everybody to plug your link, and that's how we
Of course.
win.
So here in the chat, you good folks out there, we have the donate to 12th Man and Sam Fisher. Please donate to make sure they are number 1. Please click the link and donate today.
we're
Only 3 days left. So we are number 1.
Yeah,
And
so no need to donate right now. I don't mean to overtalk you, Porsha.
So you don't have to donate right now, but if you haven't done it yet, just go ahead and click that link and cast your free vote. You can do it once every 24 hours, and that might be dependent upon time zone. So every 24 hours or every 12 hours. So for me, I have my alarm set. So every 12 hours, I already know I'm donating. But whenever 12th Man and Sam Fisher, whenever they move to the next level, we'll be donating again. And that's whenever we can donate our dollars. If you only got $1, give $1. If you got 5 to give 5. We want them to win, and we're going to make sure that that's happened. That we're going to make sure that it happens. So make sure
And
that you guys
Porsha,
go ahead and support Sam Fisher and 12th Man so we can get this going. Go ahead, 12th Man.
Did you know? like he would be put on the cover of Modern Dog magazine, and they would come out here and everything. So I have to have my place cleaned up very nice by then, and
Yeah, that's real nice, 12 man.
and
Sam Fisher on the cover.
that's another $25,000 just for being on the cover. So yeah, it shows it in the rules. But
that's so awesome. So for you guys that are listening, like we're talking about, we've all seen where 12th Man lives. He is off grid in Alaska, and this competition is just so much more than, you know, voting and donating. What's going to come out of this is a lifetime home, you know, for a 12th Man and Sam Fisher. And we want to do what we can. I mean, because maybe we can't do it with our dollars, but what we can do with our dollars is we can donate to make sure that this company can do that for them. And so what 12th Man said he's going to do, and of course he is a man of honor. He keeps his word. He's going to, you know, be on camera showing us the process as they come down to his area and they build up the new home for him and the doggy house for Sam Fisher, and then like he said, the cover of the magazine, and you know it's going to be pretty awesome. So 12th Man, don't forget about us whenever you make it, you know. But we're going to be a part of making sure that you do make it.
And I've been talking to some local contractors because I just have faith with everyone's love and support that we're going to win. And they were saying, like, if I had $35,000, then that's going to make a bank more likely to loan me whatever I need to get something proper built and a septic put in and all that good stuff. So have a regular house
all of the things.
Using the outhouse, which I know a lot of people find kind of gross, but I mean
it is what it is.
That's the way people did it for thousands of years, except for like in India, they can't figure out how to dig an outhouse, evidently, because they have those like shit trenches and they literally worship poop or something. I kind of went off the deep end right there.
Yeah, but no, it'll be fine. You know, we'll be campaigning for you and all of that, so you don't have to worry about any of that. So I know you said you got to get out of here so you can go to other channels and promote, so we'll be here whenever you get back.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Porsha, and even Stanley. Even though a lot of times we don't get along, I still love Stanley. And you know, John Galt and HB and Get Cracked and Rashu and all y'all.
Yeah,
man.
Rashu was in the building. Rashu was in the building. Salute, Rashu. I saw it earlier, and I wasn't connected
I
at the
really
time.
appreciate all y'all.
If you're still here,
More
Rashu,
than you know.
salute to you.
Kind
We
of
appreciate
reminds
you,
me
too,
of
12th Man.
kind of reminds me of living in Memphis again, except it's online almost, but more common sense, you know. than
Well, we're
Memphis
glad to
has
have you,
ever.
12th Man. We're glad to have you. All right, folks. So the links in the chat and all that good stuff. Let's take ourselves a music break, and then we're gonna get back into it. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I wish I could find the snake video, the solid snake video, but I don't think that's up here. Shout out to Tropes for that. As always, Tropes comes through. And of course, you guys know that I do a lot of downloads, I do a lot of edits and things like that. But there's also Tropes, and Tropes is wildly talented, and I love him for it. Before we get back into it and, you know, get into LBJ, I want to play one of my favorites, another one of my favorites from Tropes. So let's get into it.
Stanley, my Gmail, KyleeCTCross32@gmail.com. Hey man, download that game and add me as a friend. It's on Facebook, man. Email, bro. I train you how to do it, man.
Tell him about himself, Solid. Let's get into it, man.
Come on, man. I put myself out here on Front Street for you, man.
That's right.
I'm out here in the motherfucking boondock with you, man. Fuck all that, man.
I'm in the boondock with
Shout out to Solid Snake, man. Man, I'm out here in the boondocks with you, man. Shout out to Solid Snake. I know he's crazy, you know, but in all of his crazy, we do love Solid Snake. We love 12th Man. They are wildly entertaining and they keep us going. So before we get into this next video, and again, I apologize, guys, because I know I said I was going to be talking about Joy Taylor and all of that stuff like that, but you know, I found myself on a different path. You know, organic things happen. There was a few years ago at school, one of the teachers, I am not a 6th grade teacher, and I want to make that very clear, okay? I hate 6th graders. I think that 6th graders are the scum of the universe, and I can't wait until I become a mother. Please do not get me wrong. I want to be a mother so bad. I truly do. But for me, I feel like, because I've been in education for so long, whenever I have my children, you know, however many children God blesses me to have, blesses my womb with, they'll go along, you know, through life, you know, pre-K, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. But by the time they reach 6th grade, though, I thought of all of the many ways of how can I get rid of my kid whenever they're in the 6th grade. Like, who can I pass my kid on to? You know, like, who's going to do it? And so, like, me and my husband, you know, I could just hand it all off to him because I'm not doing it. I'm just not. I'm not. Or is it like a boarding school, some sort of trade school or something like that? Because I can't do it. And I know I can't do it because I'm a teacher. Okay. 6th grade, for those of you that are parents, y'all can let us know in the chat. Do you remember when your kids were in the 6th grade? Some of you in the chat, y'all might have kids in the 6th grade right now. I don't know what in hell it is about 6th graders, but they suck. They suck. They suck. They suck. They are the worst. It doesn't get any worse than a 6th grader. I cannot describe it to you. If you're a parent that had a 6th grader, you already know what I'm talking about, but it is something about the 6th grade, and they suck. Oh my gosh, they're the worst. And I've just never been good with 6th graders. I just never have. And I never will be. It's the battle between, they just came from elementary school and they're used to one attitude, and then they come to middle school, right? And it's just like, it's time to pick it up, picking it up. You got homework. We ain't doing none of this saving you, none of this. You got passing periods, you got 3 minutes, you got to have your homework, But I'm not the transition teacher. I'm just not. I'm not. So by the time you get to me, you need to know what time it is. All the expectations have been laid out. You know what it is. Now you've met me, Miss Porsha, and hey, we going all the way in. This is where we are. Okay. I don't need to be trying to teach you and try to, you know, commit to the balance of understanding for you from 5th grade to 6th grade. I'm not doing it. All I know is that 6th graders suck. But my kids, at best, I would like to find a 3-year home for them, and then they can come back to me, maybe a 4-year home. They can come back to me when they're in the 10th grade. That's just my sentiments. Obviously, I'm over exaggerating. I'm going to keep my kids all the way through, but in some lighthearted fun. I hate 6th graders. I'm not going to lie. Why am I saying this? Well, there's a 6th grade teacher, the 6th grade math teacher. She was on maternity leave. So she was on maternity leave. So who did they pick to cover her classes while she was on maternity leave? Well, they picked me. Unfortunately, God knows, if I could go back in time and erase something from that path in my life, it would be the path at which I had to teach 6th grade for a semester. Because at my school, they get to be on maternity leave for 6 months. Jesus Christ, even just going through it. So she was pregnant. Her birth time was in August, right back whenever we started school. So I had her kids from August up until 2nd semester. Jesus Christ, that was the worst school year of my life. Now, during, that time, new kids, 6th graders, I always do introductions and whatnot. And so during my introductions, in the 6th grade class, I'm going through kid by kid by kid. And I stumble upon one particular kid, I asked them their first names, and I'm looking at the roster for the class, and this kid, I saw that his name was Lyndon. And then I saw the initial B, and then I saw the last name Johnson. Sometimes, y'all just got to follow me because I'm going somewhere. I promise you, every time I am. So we get to this particular student. It's a black kid. He has gorgeous, hair, afro. He was very animated. Shout out to eclectic. He was very eclectic. He was just kind of all over the place. It's like you wanted to, give him some type of medication so he could sit still and stop moving about the place. However, it was his turn to stand up, and he was so excited to stand up and introduce himself to everyone in the class. And so he lets us know his name. My name is Lyndon. And I was like, hello, Lyndon. I noticed that your initials are LBJ. So I don't know if you feel comfortable or not, but your last name's Johnson, your first name's Lyndon, your middle initial is B. And before I can even finish the sentence that I just said to you all, he said, my name is Lyndon Baines Johnson, and my parents named me after the president. And I can tell y'all right now, still, even for whatever reason, I don't know what I'm going through tonight. That was the first time I have ever been stunned into nothingness. Immovable, truly. Silent. I'm the adult in the room. I need to have a reaction because I have to have control over all of these crazy ass 6th graders. I have to respond. I have to blink. I have to say something. I have to do something. But in that moment, I could do nothing. I could do nothing. And maybe it was a few seconds, but for me, it felt like an eternity before I actually reacted. But I was stunned. I was in shock in that moment that I have this handsome black boy, black boy joy. We have a young black man in the making who stood up with all his pride, all his vigor, excited. He shouted it so loud that every single classroom nearby could hear. And while with my children, I always talk about the power of a name. You be proud of your name. You hold honor to your name. And I think I told a story earlier today about my own name. I wanted to change it because I was like, oh my gosh, it's so ghetto. But there was an experience that happened in my life that actually made me appreciate my name. But nonetheless, be proud of your name. Own it. Own it. Own your name. But in that moment, my name is Lyndon Baines Johnson. I'm named after the president. I'm named after the president. I'm named after the 36th president of the United States of America. My parents named me after Lyndon Baines Johnson because the work that he did with Martin Luther King and civil rights and everything that he did for Black people. And I am named after him. He went on this whole little soliloquy, little diatribe, the whole nine, you know. And thankfully, you know, Lyndon never shuts the hell up still right now today. I mean, gosh, this was years ago. I mean, he's in high school now. he's a high schooler now. He's still will not shut up, my God. He still goes on and on and on. But the shock for me, it was pain. It hurt. It stung for me. It stung for me so long, like I'm telling you guys, I don't know how long it was, y'all. I don't know. I don't know how long my silence lasted. I don't know. I just know that it was significant enough to where I can remember and recall the impact. Not that the kids did, but I know that I can. And then, of course, thankfully, Lyndon, he likes to talk so damn much that he just kept going on. And he could tell you anything and everything about Lyndon Baines Johnson except for the truth and the reality of Lyndon Baines Johnson. And as I was listening to him speak, and as I was trying to process the reality of the fact that I have this Black child here in front of me, I'm not a 6th grade teacher. I told y'all, I'm just filling in. That's it. I'm just filling in. But in my filling in, I know that these kids are going to be with me right now from August all the way up until the end of January, upwards until February. These are going to be my kids for majority of the year. I need to formulate relationships with them and their parents, this, that, and the third. And I'm going to have to wrap my head around the fact that that his parents named him after Lyndon Baines Johnson. And in my having to wrap my head around the fact that his parents named him after Lyndon Baines Johnson, what happened somewhere in the history? What happened somewhere in the parents studying and doing their research? What happened somewhere in his parents being so pro-Black that they chose to name their Black son after a white man? I'm asking myself these questions. How and why? Why would you do such a thing? Of course, it's not my kid. It's not my kid, right? But like I told you guys, listen, he's in high school now. He's in high school now. But of course, as he grows, he's going to learn these things for himself, and he's going to find these things out for himself. I'm just his math teacher. It's not for me. But Lyndon Baines Johnson, I'm going to have you Negroes voted Democrat for the next 200 years. The hatefulness, the disgusting rhetoric that he had displayed towards the American Negro, the way that he felt about Black people, the disgust that he had in his tone when speaking on us. Y'all know I'll sit here and I'll kick the shit with y'all like the last video that I played. Y'all know I will. But at the end of the day, whenever it's all said and done, I love my people. I'm proud of my people. And I am my people. I am. You know, we have a show here and we like to entertain you guys here and there, of course. But I have never been in that position. And the one thing that I've thought of since little Lyndon was in 6th grade, and now he's actually my student now in high school, is that first day of 6th grade. And whenever he got to 7th grade, and he had me in 7th grade, whenever he got to 8th grade, he had me in 8th grade. He's in 9th grade now. He has me in 9th grade, and listening to all of the excitement And for those of you out there, of course, own your name. Your parents, they did what it was that they had to do whenever they gave that name to you. So you value that name and you hold it with high honor. But that name, I can't explain it. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. I mean, he's still one of my students. I'm still waiting for the day that he comes to me. Maybe, I mean, we're in 25, so in the fall he'll be in the 10th grade. He could be in the 10th grade. I might be waiting until he gets to 11th grade, or I might be waiting until he gets to the 12th grade, until he actually finds that space in history and he learns who Lyndon Baines Johnson truly is, who this person was. And he comes to me and he says, Miss Porsha, you remember the first day of 6th grade? Whenever you finally got up to me and you asked me that question about my name. And then I told you, but then Miss Porsha, you asked me, why did my parents name me that? I'm not gonna lie, I did ask him that. I said, why did your parents name you after Lyndon Baines Johnson? Why did your parents, because I said, are your parents mixed? Are they biracial? Are they related? He was like, no. I said, why did your parents name you after a white man? I'm being so straight up and candid with y'all right now, because I was just like so flabbergasted. I still am to this day. I was like, what the fuck? But I asked him, I said, okay, I said, but another thing that I said, do you know who Lyndon Baines Johnson is? And that's whenever he goes into the diatribe, you know, father of civil rights, he made this, that, and the third for black people, and that's why we are here. I mean, like, he gave the talk, and I'm like, obviously, he's a kid, his parents have taught them this, and this is what he believes. And of course, in that moment, I don't need y'all to get it twisted. I did not tell him anything. I didn't go against any. I just asked the questions and I listened to his answers and I left it there. It's not for me to go in and, you know, try to be like, oh, well, your parents are wrong, this, that, and the third. But I just asked the question. So I'm curious still right now in this moment, as he is still one of my little babies, the day that he might come to my classroom and ask me, Miss Porsha, or tell me, Miss Porsha, I know who Lyndon Baines Johnson is. And maybe that's why you asked me that day. And, you know, it was another question that you asked me, but then you asked me another one. The question that you asked me, and I remember this, and this hasn't happened yet, but this is just a hypothetical. If he says, Miss Porsha, you asked me, did I know who he was? And I've been waiting for that day. And I'll be waiting on that day until that day comes, and that day might never come. But it went all over me. It went all through me that I have this black child in front of me. Not any kind of black child. This is a black male telling me that his parents not only named him after a white man, they named him after that white man. Through and through. And they've raised him to be proud of it. I don't want to take that from him, but I hope one day he finds himself facing the reality of the history of who that man was. I'm not saying change your name, but just know what your parents named you after. And so that's going to bring me into what we're about to watch right now. The final words, the last recorded audio, the very last interview of Lyndon Baines Johnson himself. And this audio comes from 1973, and we're going to hear from the mouth of the devil, LBJ, his thoughts on civil rights. And maybe we might get some sprinkles in there, or we get to hear how he feels about black people and the future that he hoped to see of black people. Let's not us ever forget Margaret Sanger. Let us not forget all of these experiments, Tuskegee, and the let's go ahead and help hand in hand the Negroes go ahead and exterminate themselves and get them up out of here. But we're going to make them think that it's a good thing. Birth control, abortion, and the like. We're going to do all of these things. And like I was talking to you guys earlier, The Moynihan Report. That's something that I would like to incorporate in our 2025 here at the Urban Landlord, whether we send you a virtual copy or we send you a hard copy. If you haven't read that, you guys are here on our channel. I need you to read that. It's important.
Can I get a word in?
Solid Snake, you are in the building. You go ahead, and then we'll start this video, and of course we'll pause and all of those good things, but you go ahead, Solid Snake.
Fair use, I like to say, for this video we're about to play. But we like to say, as a member of your audience, I like to say thank you, Porsha J. And shout out to Porsha J for the hard work she's doing for the channel. And for all the members in the classroom today, 17 members that's still in the classroom that ain't walked out, that ain't been sent to the office, hey, hit that like button, man. Hey, and if you got a little extra sitting around, you know what I'm saying, $5 for Porsha J for her hard work and her entertaining shows she provides for us seemingly every night now. We still ain't got karaoke, but we working on it.
We working on it.
Yeah, man. What's up, man? I wanted to say, I don't see it that way anymore. I'm a hardcore, but I hate the Democratic Party. I hate the Liberal Party. I hate communists on an entirely different level than a lot of people may realize, you know, because in their heart, I believe they actually believe they're doing good, even though they see the results. It's tragic, you know. I mean, like I was saying earlier in the chat, and I've been saying this, and I have probably said this time and time again, women and children that come from welfare don't go to college to be professionals in their careers. They go, and I'm pretty sure the statistics are going to reflect that, they go back into the same system that created them. They just want to make that better. You know, the slave don't want to be a greater astrologist. The slave ain't going to want to be the best chemist in the world. The slave only want to be the future slave master. And that's what I think leading to all of this. You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of black people seem like they don't want to admit the truth. We got an entire population that has made a career out of the welfare system. We didn't have a welfare system when we was growing up like that because we come from a different time when it wasn't popular. It was actually shameful to be in the 80s, in a little small community. I mean, that was a major leap when the woman on welfare got with the nigga that sold dope, and they started looking better than the nurses and the truck drivers in the community. You know what I'm saying? They the one had the new cars. You know, that's what I think about. And now we have an entire generation of children that think they know what racism is. And a lot of times I think racism could be construed for just caring for what you love. I mean, think about it. When you see somebody that's actually handicapped, do you not open a door for them? Do you not ask them for help? So maybe what we as African Americans need to do as a unit is say we don't need no damn help and segregate ourselves from the right community and be a shared partner in the American identity. Instead of saying, hey, throwing slang all across the streets ain't gonna get us no damn well.
Right.
And that's what I think going on. I mean, we can all say, oh, the blacks abusing welfare. Well, whites on welfare too. And that was an old argument pre-invasion. That was pre-invasion when we started allowing people across the border. For the past 4 years, you can't use blacks and welfare in the same sentence because they'll never receive as much welfare throughout their lifetime than these illegal immigrants have received in these past 4 years. And we seen the receipts. So we still hollering about reparations when we literally just got paid to be replaced. Instead of us saying, hey, fuck the program, fuck the game, let's take our welfare and we'll share it amongst each other with what we know. But no, what we did was exactly as that video, just sell to the nigga. We need profit. We need, hey, we print money all day. And back then they actually had a greater accountability for money with fucking pen and paper than they do with computers. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. You got artificial intelligence keeping track of paper, but here we are talking about taxes and deficits and budgets, and we making more money and we spending more money, but we receiving less results. So maybe we need to just tear the whole damn thing down. Maybe we should look at the silver lining of California. Maybe we should look at the silver lining of what happened in New Orleans. Maybe we should see the silver lining of what happens in North Carolina. Maybe it need to be a rebirth without the federal government supporting and loving us and caring for us like they do, because they the ones that seem to be creating the goddamn enemies of non-accountability. But you go ahead with that video, my bad.
No, you were totally fine. Let's see. Actually, let me stop sharing it and share it again. Let's see here. The last interview, 1973, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Uh-oh. We got Texas girl in the building. Hey, Texas girl. Hey, Texas girl. We also have Red Wine in the building. It is so good to see you in the chat, Red Wine. It is always a pleasure. I sent you many gracious and thanks. So many gracious and thanks. So many. Hold on, Snake. So many gracious and thanks to you, Red Wine. I appreciate you being here. Texas girl, I appreciate you being here. You are very loyal. You're always here, and you know we love you. You know we do. Snake, go ahead.
Yeah, I be seeing Red Wine. I know a person on the forum I visit, Red Wine. They be pretty much on point with a lot of information. I wonder, is that the same Red Wine?
Well, there's only one Red Wine, and Red Wine is here in the building. It is Red Wine after all. You know, we don't want to take our chat, our audience for granted. You know, we acknowledge, or at least I do, they add a lot to the conversation. They add a lot to the show. That's what they just do. And so for those of you just now getting in here, I was talking about one of my students, a black student, black, mom and dad black. They named their son Lyndon Baines Johnson. And I gave you guys this little soliloquy about one of my students who he's now in the 9th grade. This was years ago. But he's named after Lyndon Baines Johnson. And we left that conversation that day when he was 11 years old. My God, to think, my baby, he's so big now. He's growing up, you know. However, to lead you guys into this final interview of Lyndon Baines Johnson back in 1973. So let's go ahead and listen to the things that LBJ is saying, and we might learn something tonight. So let's go ahead and get into it.
This is the last interview given by Lyndon Baines Johnson, 36th President of the United States. It was held 10 days before his death at the LBJ Ranch in Texas. The subject was one dear to Mr. Johnson, a towering achievement of his administration, the struggle for civil rights.
A lot of people say if you hadn't had all this civil rights legislation, we'd never had this problem. We'd have had more than we could even dream of if we hadn't had. If we've had them with it, you can imagine what we'd have had if we had continued to sit on that dynamite keg.
A month before, the president had come to the LBJ Library at the University of Texas in Austin to greet civil rights leaders, black and white, from all over the country. The library held a symposium to mark the opening of the president's civil rights papers. Of the 31 million Johnson papers housed here, 1 million deal with civil rights.
In the library, Lyndon Johnson's 3 legislative milestones in civil rights. 1964, the act which prohibited discrimination in public accommodations and strengthened school desegregation and fair employment. 1965, voting rights gave the federal government the power to enforce laws giving minorities the most precious right, the right to vote. 1968, housing prohibited discrimination in the sale or rental of most housing in the United States. 3 acts and a surge in the civil rights movement unparalleled since Reconstruction. There were new faces, and there were old faces too. Former Chief Justice of the United States, Earl Warren. Former Vice President, Senator Hubert Humphrey. Roy Wilkins, Executive Director, NAACP.
Of all people in this
And
country.
2 newly elected congresswomen from California, Yvonne Brathwaite Burke, and from Texas, Barbara Jordan. The president had braved a Texas ice storm to be here, and he stayed through the long day and evening. The next day, a threatened disruption. Some black factions demanded time to speak, claiming the meeting was unrepresentative. The president gave them permission to speak. Roy Innes, director of CORE, was given 5 minutes.
Chairman.
He was joined by the Reverend A. Kendall Smith, New York City Council of Churches Task Force on Racism. The president told me later both men had received invitations to attend the symposium.
New York Task Force on Racism.
Then Clarence Mitchell, Washington director, NAACP, rose to his feet.
I knew when I saw Roy walk in there, and I saw the deployment of his forces, what was going to happen. Because I've been through this before, and it is only out of the courtesy of a great president of the United States that this gentleman has had an opportunity to be heard. It seems to me this is what is the challenge of leadership. Because President Johnson has the courage to come out in Texas and speak against white demagoguery, whereas I'm going to come out and speak against black demagoguery.
The president, drawn and fatigued, came back to the rostrum. The disruption was over.
Should I close the prayer? No. Okay. No, you go on. We don't have to arrange our own prayer. Thank you, Mr. President. This is yours.
A month to the day later, the president spoke with me. This hour is the last interview with the 36th President of the United States.
I never thought that I would awaken and find myself in the position of power that a president has. But I am here, and I have it, and I'm going to use it to try to correct what I know and genuinely believe are injustices toward my fellow man. And I didn't do as much as I wanted to do, but I did more than had been done up to that time.
And I want you guys to be mindful that 1973, during this interview here, this interview was done 10 days before he died. Exactly 10 days before his death. He ended up dying January 22nd, 1973. Okay. This interview was done January 12th, 1973. And, you know, he was born in 1908. You know, that just seems like so beyond us, so far away. But one thing I would like for you guys to notice is how healthy he seemed, how right of mind he seemed. Basically, he's the total opposite of what Joe Biden has been over the last several years. Like, Joe Biden seems like he's like a walking dead stick, you know, that's just getting pumped full of meds or whatever to keep him going. But LBJ, you know, he was on his way up out of here, but he was still sound of mind enough to speak coherently in ways in which we could understand, if that makes sense. Solid Snake, do you have something to say?
Nah, not really. You said it all.
Okay. Just you know, just make sure. Let's keep going.
When your civil rights papers were opened, You made.
So look at him. He's sitting upright, looks very engaged, and although we know that he's older, he just still seems, again, like very engaged. He doesn't, really seem like out of the loop. He can still talk and all of that. And believe it or not, yes, he is a Texan in all of its goodness. He was born in 1908. He died in 1973. He was only 64 years old. So he had a lot of his, goodness, his juju and whatever. Of course, unbeknownst to him and those around him, that he would die exactly 10 days after his last interview. But he's a whole lot more there than Joe Biden is. But of course, their ages are different and everything. But still, let's go on.
A lot of interesting statements, but one in particular I'd like to mention here now. You said,
I do not want to say that I've always seen this matter in terms of the special plight of the black man. As clearly as I came to see it in the course of my life and experience and responsibility.
How did you come to see it at some point? What was the moment of revelation?
I don't know that I can.
Texas girl, you and me both. And that's why I told the story about my black student who's named after him and how it was frozen in time. Like I said, I don't know how long it was. It was just something that it shook me to my, I felt like it moved my spirit, because like, what the hell is going on here? What are we doing? Two black parents, mom and a dad, named their kid after this guy. And I asked him, do you know why they named you after him? And so he was like, yes, civil rights, Martin Luther King, he did this, he did that, Jim Crow, he was going on. And I was like, but I said, so do you know who he is and what he did as a president? And he was like, yeah, he did this, he did that, And so again, like I said, he's still my student, so I'm still waiting for the day and hopeful for the day. And that day may never come because it could never happen. But for him to come to me, he's in the 9th grade now. Miss Porsha, I know who LBJ is. I know what he did. I know this. I know that. One day it may happen. More than likely it won't. I'm hopeful. But that's your name. That's the name your parents gave you. So you take control of that name and you do what you will with that name and uphold that name. And don't allow what he did and who he was and the things that he said to take control over you and your identity. Now, I haven't said these things to him yet. I'm just saying it to you guys here in the chat. But I cannot stand LBJ, Texas girl. I cannot. Sickens me. But nonetheless, I'm interested in hearing his last interview. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Exactly, Texas girl. That poor kid is stuck with that name, that history. Yeah, and he doesn't even know. Doesn't even know. What Red Wine? What you talking about? Red Wine said only 2 things in Texas is steers and guys with burnt orange shirts. Well, I mean, not always.
Elaborate on
That's
that
LBJ.
if you know what that means. I don't know what that means. Burnt orange shirts.
Well, he's wearing a burnt orange shirt in this interview.
Okay, yeah, but what? Oh, I thought it was something to that.
Yeah. I just think it's just really simple. Nothing to go too deep into to find a deeper context. I think it's pretty simple. But let's get back into it.
Can pinpoint a day or time or an hour. I think that we're all the products of our environment. And here on the Pedernales, we did not grow up in any prejudiced atmosphere. This area is populated by Germans who immigrated here 100 years ago. We have few, if any, black citizens. Although when I was a child, 3 or 4 years old, I grew up with Mexican Americans, and this area is populated by Germans who immigrated here 100 years ago. We have few, if any, black citizens. Although when I was a child, 3 or 4 years old, I grew up.
He said, we have few, if any, black citizens. So with this being
with
1973,
Mexican Americans and
with this being 1973, this is before my mother was even born. You know, believe it or not, 1973, before my own mother was even born. But he said we have few, if any, black citizens. He's the president. He's saying we have few, if any, black citizens. So if we have few, if any, black citizens, then what was the, if it wasn't a lot of black folks, then why were you, you know, what was the civil right? What was that about? I mean, if it's not a lot of black folks, then what you doing all of that for? You know, because I'm listening to you right now, and it sounds like to me, well, it ain't a lot of them anyway. So,
Okay, Porsha, I got a
but-
theory right here.
Go ahead, Snake.
I was going to sound crazy, but this 1950s, the 40s, the 30s, think about it. You had the 30s, right? You had black people that had cars.
Yeah.
You had black people that actually had vehicles, so that meant they paid well. They made enough money to buy a car. You had black people that owned houses. You had black people that owned businesses.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's go to the 40s. The World War II happened, whatever war that was. Then you had the 50s. You had the whole entire racist thing going on with the Jim Crow fight. Then you had the civil rights. See, but then at the same time,
we had Korea, Vietnam, the Cold War, and World War II was World War II.
Can you imagine how the African American male mind was so malleable and so constructed and so destroyed by the sounds of war? Because you got to think about it. Those guns back in those days were pretty freaking loud compared to the guns we got today. I mean, we got loud guns, but let's think about it. Those guys were shell-shocked out their mind. So you knew that marijuana had to be strong. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. That's not my topic of my bloviating right now. What I was talking about was, at that same time, the main thing was you had these African Americans coming home from the war. They getting in their GI Bill benefits and all those funds. They're going to be neck and neck with those white guys. So, hey, let's do this. Well, bring them back into the fold with the white folks. You know what I'm saying? So, throughout that, we saw an opportunity to cause victimhood. You know the guys that ran away from them the same guys, man, that started that gangster thug culture. Those guys ran away from the draft. You had guys that probably came in, you know, and still kicked it with them or whatever else, you know what I'm saying? But, man, I don't know, man. It just don't seem, I think we need to
I don't know about
thinking
those.
about so much history, because I think it just deviate from the obstacles we have in the head right now. And I think we got some very strong obstacles ahead right now. And I think,
Well, see, like whenever you talk about like running away from the draft, I don't know if I can confirm that. My grandfather, he served. Now he was my papa. He was born in 1928, and he had already known before the time came that he wanted to join the military. But whenever he was old enough, come time, my papa, he's 17 and he's getting pulled into the draft. And so like the final year of the World War II, papa, he's getting sent out, you know? And so he comes back home and he's like, okay, I'm gonna take a break, I'm gonna chill out, whatever. But then there was, you know, the whole draft, and it was just so, like, listen to my papa tell the story. Like there was no option. Like if you were 17, 18, well, I mean, 16, 17, 18, and you were in good health, good enough, you had to go. And like the draft was a serious thing. And so again, like my papa, he was in Vietnam, he was in Korea, he was in World War II, all of these things like that. So it's just like, you couldn't avoid the draft, if that makes sense. Like you had to go, period. You know, any young man, strong and well, sound mind, decent health, you had to go.
Yep.
So, you know, that is a thing that, you know, so happened to take place back then. We haven't seen anything like that since then, but listen to my papa tell me the stories about the draft and how it was, you know, the mothers screaming for their sons to not, or
But what
the
I'm trying to tell
wives,
you,
their
Portia, is
husband,
a
the
lot of those
fathers, their
men.
children.
But see, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Portia. They took a lot of the good ones out because you got to think about it. There was a such thing as guys who were considered 4F. You know what I'm saying? They literally didn't go to the military. They were signed up, ready for war, but a lot of those guys never made it.
Yeah, some of them didn't, but a whole lot of them did, though. They didn't have a choice. Or we're talking about like a full draft, like a full military draft in a nation.
Can you imagine a draft nowadays with men and female? With male and female. And then let's think about World War III being fought on American soil.
Well, hold on, wait, Snake. Male and female, no. Males,
on
yes.
American soil.
Females, no. No. It'll never happen on American soil. That's just not something that's feasible or realistic. It'll never happen here. But if we were to have a draft, it wouldn't include women, because it just wouldn't. Ain't nobody trying to touch down on American soil. That ain't it, Snake. That's not happening.
How come it's not? It's already happened.
And no,
it's been happening for the past 100 years.
No, we haven't had war turmoil within the confines and the borders of the United States of America. We never will have that. That's just not going to happen.
Not the way you may see it. Not war the way you may see it, but
okay,
there is a war.
I mean, okay, so if you're talking about like the cultural war, yeah, I get all of that. That's fine.
We're talking about the cultural war, the economic war, the
economic war, the cultural war, social, all of that. Yeah, and of course, I can agree with you to that. But to the metric at which we're talking about World War II, Korea, Vietnam, American soil would never see that. Because
but what I'm trying to tell you is
we're not going
exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Porsha. In the slow way, I'm trying to tell you. Maybe we've been so isolated culturally in this country that we only understand war the only way we understand war. But there are many ways to skin a cat.
Mm-hmm.
And one way I see they doing is basically by just changing the identity within the culture itself. They just changing the racial profiles of the country itself through immigration.
Oh, hold on, Snake, really quick. Hello and howdy to you. Alexander, it's good to see you in the chat as always. Alexander says, you're right, Porsha. I grew up under the draft and it was pretty traumatizing to a lot of young men. And now, obviously, I wasn't alive. I wasn't even a thought at that time. My papa didn't even have no kids. But one thing that my papa always did was tell the stories. Now, some of you do know, and some of you may not know, that my grandfather was white. He's a white guy. He was a white man. He's dead now, but he was a white guy. Papa had a different experience, opposed to come to my mom's side. And my papa on that side, it was different. But my papa, the one that I'm speaking to specifically, the war stories that my papa told me were, he told the best stories, like any good grandpa would. And I told you guys earlier, my papa was old as hell by the time I got here. My papa was born in 1928 and I was born in the mid to late 90s. Okay. Papa was already old, but he had a story to tell every which way. I tell you what. And his stories about the draft, it was just like, my God, I couldn't imagine that, And one thing that Papa would always say is that America will never see the day of a draft like that again. He said that was it. That's what it was, and America would never see it again. He could be right. He could be wrong. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, he could be right. He could be right. He could be wrong. But we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
How do you know you haven't seen it? The population too large? You ought to see what they want you to see.
But I mean, Snake, let's be realistic here. If we had a full-fledged country draft, everybody would know about it. We haven't
No,
seen
you
that.
wouldn't. We got enough soldiers to fight on the front lines. I mean, think about the technology we have today.
So,
It's
Snake,
gonna change.
Snake, listen to me. A draft is outside of the soldiers that we already have that are committed and dedicated to war. They're already there. So when we're talking about a draft, we're not talking about the soldiers that are already enlisted. Okay, so they don't count in the draft because they're already enlisted. A draft would be the people that aren't enlisted, and the mandate of every single man that is of sound mind and body that can go and fight. Everybody in the United States of America, if we had a military draft, everybody in this country would know about it. Period. If you're 18 and up, that's just how it would be. And again, I'm not saying if my grandpa is right or wrong, but what I am saying is we haven't had anything like that since the last time it happened. You can't buy a draft. Yeah, and again, not yet. You know, and I'm not saying that it could or couldn't happen, but it's just like it's a draft. Like everybody gonna know. You know what I'm saying? Like even me as a teacher, like I'm gonna have kids. You know, my kid they getting ready to turn 18. It's a draft. Yeah, like you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Yeah, even shit. My dad, even where he's at right now, my dad can go. My brother, he's already in. He's enlisted. He's active duty right now. So the active duty, they're not impacted by this. It's just the fact of the matter of them enlisting in a draft the men that are able-bodied, sound of mind, and can do simple, you know, and they'll throw you into, you know, like, because my grandfather was already like, hey, I want to go to the military, this, that, and the third. And then, you know, he becomes of age, Papa joins, and then there's a draft, and he's like, what the fuck? And all of this, that, and he just talks about like how traumatized, like how horrible that time period was. We haven't seen anything like that since. Not saying that we won't see it again, but we haven't seen anything like that since. And that's just, you know, kind of the reality of that. Texas Girl says, my dad was born in 1925. Shout out to your dad, Texas Girl. Your dad, my papa, born in the 1920s. He got drafted into World War II. Draft is involuntary. Yes, ma'am, it is. Sign up or go to jail. Yep. People ran in Canada. Yep. My papa told me all sorts of stories, Texas Girl. My papa was my most favorite person in the universe. I miss him every day. I miss him every day. He was every single bit of my peace. And the greatest piece for me was the fact that he called me out of medical school to come home to take care of him in his final years. I love that man to death. I really did. I miss him every day. I'm not going to lie to you. But Papa told the best stories about it. And it was like, God, Papa, really? You know, and just listening, you know, to his story, like whenever he was over there, and then whenever he was in Korea, whenever he was in Vietnam, I'm like, oh my God, Papa, really? You know, just listening to his stories. He would even, Papa, even too, my Papa, he was white, but he would tell me, like, you know, like the differences, like between like the black soldiers and stuff like that, like the way that they were treated and stuff. Oh my God, Papa, really? You know, everything, every single story that he told, it was just like a lot for me, you know. But he loved to tell me all of the stories. And, you know, I can even tell you guys beyond the student that I've been telling you about. My papa sure did a fine job telling me about all of the presidents. All of the presidents.
Wait a minute. My daddy died in 1993. He died in 63. I mean, yeah, he died in 63.
LBJ died in 73.
No. I'm talking about my dad. Now I was reading Roller Skate Texas Girl comment about her dad. I was trying to see, but I'm pretty sure her dad was probably older than my dad. Yeah, her dad was probably older than my daddy died at 63. But that was like
your dad
in
died
1993. Yeah, my dad had me when he was 50.
Okay. My papa, he died in 2019. So I got him to 90. So
but my stepdad did live to 73. And he died in 2018.
Yeah. You know, you don't realize like how those years kind of go in that way, especially with what is this? LBJ born in 1908 and he died in 73. He was young. He was in his 60s. I mean, he was 64. But let's hold on, wait. Let me do this one more time. I think I just did it, but let me do it again. Let's get into this video some more. We are at 13 a.m. Hopefully we finish this before Stanley comes up, because Stanley is coming up soon. Of course, with Stanley versus the world, we will have all of the wonderful things with Stanley, and then after Stanley, we'll have HB coming up, and then after HB, you'll have me again, and I'll probably end up covering. No, I'll probably cover something else, because what I'll do with the HB show is I'll go ahead and we will get the updates for the Joy Taylor and all of that. But I'm interested in this right now, so let's keep going. Let's watch some more.
Don't John got a show coming tomorrow?
Yes, John does. He does. We all do. Yeah.
But like most other citizens of this country, I took my own rights for granted, and I did not see and feel and was not as concerned with my fellow man as I later became, as my service extended itself and as I became more acquainted with the problems of the land. When I was a young man, I taught in a Mexican-American school, and there I got my real deep first impressions of the prejudices that existed and the inequity of our school system between whites and browns. Later, I was an NYA administrator and dealt with the poverty groups. Many young people in the NYA were blacks and browns, and I saw the inequalities of our system then. Later, as a young congressman, when I was a candidate, and I would go campaigning in my district, when I finished my speech, all the people come through, shake hands with me. The whites would come through first, the blacks would stand aside waiting their turn, and I remember on occasion or two, I was criticized severely for asking the blacks to come through and shake hands with them. They felt that I was extending to them a privilege that they shouldn't have. Very few were voting in Texas in those days because we had a poll tax that helped to disenfranchise them, and they were not encouraged to vote. But as they participated in the elections, and I saw their problems and got to know them through my work and teaching in my early years in Congress, I think.
We won't talk about this tonight because it is pretty late for me and I'm getting pretty sleepy. I just have a few more minutes up until Stanley gets here. However, we will continue this, and the only reason why I'm pausing right here is because I want to let you guys know that we will talk about the poll tax, what he mentioned here in Texas. That's a pretty big deal, and what that meant for the black Texan. So that he mentioned it, it was a big deal, and we will talk about it. We just won't talk about it tonight, but we will get into it eventually. So we're just going to keep going.
I think I gradually took on a different viewpoint. As vice president, dealing with the cause of the minorities and trying to evaluate their problems and find a solution to them, no doubt gave me a breadth of understanding and vision I hadn't had before. And finally, when I became president and realized that I was the leader of the country and that I was the president of all the people, and all the people were looking to me to correct the inequalities and inequities and injustices, and there was something that I could do about it. I concluded that now that I have the power, I'm going to use it every way I could. And of course, most of my efforts that brought fruit were during the time when I had the power of the presidency behind me.
By 1937, you had been elected to Congress. Was it difficult for you to reconcile the problem of representing a constituency in Texas with the need, your new felt need to take a stand on civil rights?
First, I didn't have the power to do much about it as an individual congressman of 435. But I did not enthusiastically exercise the power I did have, because First of all, I couldn't have done much about it. And second of all, I was not aware of the extent of the overall injustices that was practiced upon them as a young congressman that I later realized as a leader of the nation in the Senate and as vice president and president.
At Gettysburg in 1963, when still vice president, you said this:
Until justice is blind to color, until all education is unaware of race, until opportunity is unconcerned with the color of men's skins, emancipation will be a proclamation, but emancipation will not be a fact.
Wasn't that just a...
He was such a bona fide politician. Like, he really stepped into the fray exceptionally well, you know, to lead the Negro to believe that he was in their favor and that he operated in their favor, even though he did not. He more or less than anything else operated in the demise of the Negro. But whenever you listen to him, you would think that he is just all going for the blacks, and that's what it was. And yes, of course, we have civil rights and all these other things to thank LBJ for. Me personally, I wish that it would have never happened, because I feel like blacks would be further along and better off without the white man's help and handouts and things like that. But he makes it sound really good. He makes it sound really good.
About as strong a statement as you'd ever made up to that point?
Perhaps. I think that's still true. I thought it was very true then. We've made a lot of progress, but we haven't made near enough. And education is not blind to color in this country. And justice is not unaware of race. And it'll take us decades to try to bring the white man, the black man, the brown man on equal footing in all of these fields. But there's no question but what a great many people felt that when we had the Emancipation Proclamation, we had made great steps forward, and we had. But we had not solved our problems, and 100 years went by, and we've done very little about it. Now, we have had rapid advancements in the period of the 60s, and I hope we'll have in the 70s. But I believe that's a strong statement. I intended it to be strong, but I think it's an accurate statement.
You wrote in your book, Adage Point, that about that moment when you became president of the United States, and truly the top leader of all the people, and you said, just when the blacks had their hopes for equality and justice raised, after centuries of misery and despair, they awoke one morning to discover their future in the hands of a president born in the South. Well, do you think they really felt that way after all you'd been doing in the almost 10 years previously, or at least the 6 years previously, since 57?
Yes, I'm sure that they have a feeling toward a Southerner, and they have doubts. They had them then, and I think they have them now. And they may be justified in some regard, because
Y'all know I don't rock with LBJ, but you know, he's a Texan. Don't rock with him, but shout out to the South. Shout out to all my red-blooded Southerners out there. Y'all know what time it is. You know, Southern is, Southern does, Southern it will be, once was, and will always be. Yes, we are not LBJ, but, you know, beyond him. Just want to take a moment to all my Southerners in the chat. Shout out to you guys. Y'all know how we hold it down. Y'all know what time it is. Shout out to my Southerners. And most of all, shout out to my Texans. Howdy, howdy.
I was a product of an environment, an area that was, had never been particularly aggressive in ridding them of some of these injustices perpetrated upon them. And I can understand their viewpoint, although I have no complaint about the treatment of me as president. I frequently disagreed with the methods and the procedure and the manner that we went about things. And we had our differences with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Young, Dr. King, and others on what decision I ought to make, certainly on the war and things of that nature. But they were respectful and they were reasoning and they were fair with me. And any leadership I provided to make advancements in their field, they supported and effectively supported.
Well, in '64, of course, that was the year of the great filibuster that you finally had to break, going against your own feelings, as you told us earlier in this talk, were for unlimited debate. What brought you to that decision that you finally communicated then to Senator Russell that this time there would be no compromise?
Well, Senator Russell, I think, understood that from the day I became president. I recall Senator Russell made a speech early in my presidency that was somewhat prophetic. He said he knew that I felt certain things deeply, and he expected me to move in certain areas. And then when I moved, I would move with all the power that I had and put all my chips in. And they had to be prepared to resist that effort. And that's what we did in the '64 Act.
After '64, just a year later, you put your full weight behind another historic measure, and that was the Voting Act of 1965, Voting Rights Act of 1965, which provided direct federal action in order to help the blacks register and vote. Could you start from the beginning and tell us about the evolution of that act and getting it through just a year after the '64 victory?
Letting the Negroes vote?
I think it was a part of a philosophy that I had of the presidency. I wasn't sure that I would run for re-election in '64.
Letting the Negroes vote, my Lord, today. You know, they had the women and, you know, letting the women come in and vote. And then many years later, letting the Negroes vote, you know. I just posted in the chat for you guys and it's also in the description box. So any of the links that I played during my show, or, you know, like any of the shows, you can always check the description box and you'll be able to see the links, so that you can go back and watch these things for yourself and make your own, you know, determinations. But I do have this posted in the chat, but we're going to keep going. You know, talking about the Negroes voting. I mean, I've voted for the last few years since I was old enough, so I think it kind of worked. I think that black people are allowed to vote by now. I believe so. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe so.
When I decided I would run and did run and was elected, I realized that a president's time is limited, regardless of how big a mandate he may have received. So after the '64 election, I said to the people associated with me, we got to make up our mind what the big problems of this country are and do what we can about them in cooperation with the Congress and get that legislation through in a period of relatively few months, because as things go on, we won't have the support of the country that we have in November '64. Voting Rights Act was one of the things that needed doing. Poverty and health and Medicaid and all those things made up a part of the program. Now, I called down the congressional leadership and said, we feel that we ought to have this legislation, that now is the time that we can pass it, and I want to review it with you, explain it all to you, ask for your help and cooperation, and if you feel that you want to invite me to come to the Congress to deliver this message in person, I'll do it. If you don't, I will send it up by message. The leadership discussed it thoroughly and extended me an invitation. And I went there, and sometime in March, as I recall. Every American citizen must have an equal right to vote. there is no reason which can excuse the denial of that right. There is no duty which weighs more heavily on us than the duty we have to ensure that right. And over the evolution of 3 or 4 months, we were able to get that rather strong bill passed in the House, and in the Senate, Senator Dirksen, as you know, supported us in the final days and made effective speeches and voted for cloture. And we put that landmark legislation on the statute books. I doubt that we could have done that in '67 as things went on and divisions came about. We hit while the iron was hot, and we made much progress.
You think the divisions of the Vietnam War did bring a halt to any hope of consensus on these domestic issues?
No. A great many of our better pieces of domestic legislation were the product of the Congress of 1968. And 68 was one of our more productive years. I was given everything I asked for in Vietnam in the way of men, in the way of authority, in the way of appropriations, and it was anguish for all of us. The people that felt that what I was doing was not right, they suffered to have to criticize me and to find fault with what we were doing, and I suffered to have to listen to them and try to find a better course and never to really find the right answer. We had many, many disappointments, but I never lacked authority, and I never lacked appropriations, and I never lacked a majority support in either house, or I felt in the country of my programs. And I think a president must have those things if he's going to be a good president. He can't have a Congress going one direction and the judiciary another and the executive another. It's just like the pilot of a plane going this way and the co-pilot going this way. And I never had that problem, and I'm grateful for it.
I'd like to ask you about Selma, the march organized by Martin Luther King from Selma to Montgomery, protesting how difficult it was for blacks to vote at that period. In the middle of the crisis in Selma, you went on television. Your staff, we gather, advised against it. And the result was that "we shall overcome" speech to the Congress.
What happened in Selma is part of a far larger movement which reaches into every section and state of America. It is the effort of American Negroes to secure for themselves the full blessings of American life. Their cause must be our cause too, because it's not just Negroes, but really it's all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
What was the reaction of that, to that speech? Because this moved you really into the camp with the protesters.
I think that when a president exercises leadership that he believes he must exercise, that he feels is necessary for the country, that he looks at his people and tells them this is the course of action that is just and fair, and this is what I'm going to do, I think the reaction is generally good, and it was then. And of course, I was not without criticism from many sources in many places. But I'm glad I did what I did, and I think it was helpful to the...
I know he's within his final 10 days, of life and all of that. He was 64 when he passed, but Lyndon Baines Johnson, all of the shit that you're talking, we know that you don't believe any of the shit. It's all bullshit. He doesn't believe in any of the shit. It's all bullshit because he's full of shit.
Wait, Porsha. I actually believe
he's full of shit. Solid Snake, and that's what your issue is. You believe this devil, and that's what your issue is.
Wait,
He is
no,
a
no,
damn
wait.
demon devil, and thank God he's dead. And all of those other white people that all wanted to construct a system to undermine the Negro to make sure that our communities did
But
not
how do you
grow.
know
And they,
he wasn't a victim of civil rights himself, Porsha? We
he's
just
white.
got through the,
He's white.
Okay, so no.
No, no. It's
Hold
too late
on,
for me to be
Porsha.
trying to
Wait,
go
I
tit for
gotta
tat
give
with
a
you tonight.
little bit of push, just a little bit. Can
You
I
can
give
give
a
me a
little
push.
bit?
But
Just a
before
little,
you give,
just a
hold
little
on,
bit.
wait, hold on,
You
wait,
know,
Snake.
no. You know,
Okay,
solid
Before
snake.
you,
okay, Stanley number 2,
hold on, wait. Before you try to give me pushback, the same Democrat that told me that he was gonna have black folks voting Democrat for the next 200 years, while being in strict partnership with the likes of Margaret Sanger and all of her peers, you had no hope,
Okay.
no encouragement, no anything for the positivism
but
that can come. Hold on, wait, Snake. Let me finish. For the positivism that would come and could become of Black America. You sought out the demise of Black America, and you put exact systems in place with the help of your good buddy Martin Luther King Jr., who sold out, because Martin Luther King sold out his Negroes. Him and LBJ, y'all did the work of the devil, not the work of the Lord. And there's not anything that anybody can say to me to make me think otherwise. LBJ is rotten in hell, and that's where I hope the hell he is, because he's full of shit. He's a racist piece of shit. He did not mean anything that he said whenever it came to civil rights or black people. Because if you think that he meant that shit, let's go through the tapes of him where he was being recorded and he wasn't in a TV format like what we're watching right now. We know what time it is. We know how he feels. We know what is and what ain't. And we know that Martin Luther King worked with him. And he worked with him, and look at the Negroes now. You can't even drive down Martin Luther King Boulevard, Martin Luther King Street, Martin Luther King, not a damn thing, without worried about whether or not you'll die. And you damn sure won't be dying for justice. Okay? I don't have time for it. I'm not about to make time for it. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
See, what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to say is, you looking at life in the fabric of today. But you can't judge the fabric of yesterday from the fabric of today. The fabric of yesterday was an entirely different tapestry. And what I mean by that is just that you got to look at this politically. Look at the spirit and the morals of the country at that time.
I am looking at it politically.
Okay. So all of a sudden now you had this civil rights movement. You have this victimhood movement. You know what I'm saying? And let's be honest, that's exactly what it was. It was a victimhood movement propagated after all these wars. You got to look at it. Most of the masculine men that probably had desires in their own countries died in those wars. Now,
I don't know if I would call.
Look at how many innocent kids we losing in the streets.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I don't know if I would classify the movement all the way back then as a victimhood movement. I would more classify the movements of today. The movements of today, current time, those are more so victim movements to back in the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Workers unions, they all do one thing. They just want to get that money after the government get their tax money, after your labor. Everybody picking in your pockets when you go to work every day. And you ain't got no say on the matter. Think about that. Let's say I made $300 today. I got $128 coming out of my check because government and regulations. Do I have a voice in where any of that money goes? Of course not. But I gotta pay taxes again if I ain't paid enough. So it's basically like they could just basically give us a flat rate tax, take all the profits from the major company, and don't even give me the
Capriano,
job and a pay raise.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Go ahead, Snake.
It's just a bunch of bullshit. They laundering money. They ain't having nobody to be held accountable to. My bad, I'm just yelling. But it's like, that's how I feel about it. I feel like
you be yelling.
we constantly being robbed as American citizens with no level of accountability at no way, shape, and form at any level of government. And eventually America gonna rise up and realize this. You think I'm just the first person to come out the woodworks and say taxation is our representation? Come on.
I don't think so, but hold on, Snake, real quick. So Red Wine says, forwarding his communist agenda of full government control, placing him upon giants of degeneracy like Stalin, Mu, and Kim Jong-un.
And we can go ahead and add to that motherfucking list. Goddamn me, Lyndon Baines Johnson, goddamn Henry Ford, motherfucker, any goddamn body that came out. Come on now, anybody that came after 1900 is basically the creator of each and everybody he just named. You got to think about it. This American government been taking over since they sunk the Titanic. That's the biggest conspiracy theory in history.
These judges have been
let's not get too far.
We're literally witnessing it right now with the burning down of Los Angeles. They literally burning the country right after a fucking fake ass virus, and they had us injected with
Red Wine, absolutely. Thank you for that comment. I thought it was gold. Thank you for that, Red Wine. Solid Snake, I don't know if we want to, we can kind of keep it right here, before you go like into Titanic. We can probably do that tomorrow. When I come back tomorrow, after I get off work and I go live, we can get into that, because we're not going to finish this whole video tonight, but we will finish it tomorrow, I assure you. Stanley is coming up soon, and I'm getting sleepy. It's time for me to go to bed. Yeah.
Get your beauty rest, baby.
Thank you, 12th man. Oh, no. I can't drink that poison, 12th man. Excuse me, Solid Snake.
Not you, Porsha. Stanley. It does miracle. It gives you wings. I'm telling you, dude.
So, but Snake, whenever you, because I do want you to come back for this. So, okay, so Snake, we only got 22 minutes in, and we have over 22 minutes left. So I have our timestamp saved, because whenever I go live tomorrow, I would love if you could join me. If you're off work or whatever. And 12th man, you also. Oh, you're off tomorrow, so that'd be great. So just look for my show, because Stanley's about to come on, and then after Stanley's show, it'll be HB show, and then after HB show, then it'll be my show again tomorrow. And so I would love to finish this, and I would love to have you in your commentary during that show, Snake, if you don't mind. Because what we are seeing from this tonight.
I'm gonna be here for you.
Thank you, Snake. I would absolutely love that. Yeah, because tonight's show has been pretty popping. We haven't fell below 20 for the most part for the whole show. Just covering different things, and I think that this is, pretty interesting. And I'm glad that all of you in the chat find it interesting as well. I'd like to thank all of you for. I see Dan. Dan's in the chat. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Dan up in here. Oh, what up, Dan? DiCapriano, what's up, man? I ain't even looked at the phone.
Yes, 12th man.
I was wondering if you could send picture up one more time and share that, because this campaign is for 2 more months. And I don't mean to hog it.
I'm not forgetting. Okay, I'm not.
I know.
All right, I'm not forgetting.
Maybe we can get Solid Snake to vote for Sam. What do you think?
I already did. Man, I've been
so 12th man, I'll say, like, the other channels that you go to, you'll have to do that with them, but you don't have to do that with us, because You don't have to remind us because we already know. You know, you're over here, you come over here with your black friends. We say we're going to do something, best believe it's going to get done. You know, the first time that you brought this information to us, we got it done the first day, did we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we sure did.
One day.
No, and one day, and it wasn't even 1 day. It was in less than 1 hour we did that for you. So don't think that we're not.
He ain't looked back since then. You know what I mean?
Because we're holding it down. So I know you go to the other channels and, of course, continue to do that and spread the good word. But, you know, over here at the Urban Landlord, no matter if it's politicking with Porsha, going trucking with HB, Stanley versus the world, charting the course with Get Crack, and the Urban Landlord with John Galt, we got you, 12th man. We love you. Your family.
I love you all too, man, so much. And I didn't mean to do that. I know you was wanting to close out and maybe get some Z's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. It's fun. It's a great way to end it out. So you guys have posted the link in the chat. If you have not gotten your free vote in, please go in and get your free vote in. We are working towards the next tier of this competition. Texas Girl says, when do they announce the winner? Texas Girl, so this is the first round. So they're going to have multiple rounds. So
March 13th is the answer.
So March 13th is the final day. So between now and then, for the different rounds, we have to do our part every round to make sure that he wins overall. And we will make sure that we spread the word. He is number one. Sam Fisher, of course, our official channel dog. Sam Fisher speaks for all of us here. He's all of our dogs. All right. Of course, belongs to 12th man, but he's a part of the family just as 12th man is. So if you guys haven't put your free vote in yet, go ahead and do so now or whenever you get the moment. And whenever we move up to the next tier, we're going to have to donate some dollars and make it happen again to keep Sam Fisher at number one.
Yeah.
But I don't have any concerns or complaints because I know that those of us here at the Urban Landlord, we will make it happen.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, 12 man.
Like when it gets into the next round, like if you do donate, like 25% of all donations, even in this round, go to PAWS, which is progressive and something dog, wildlife, animal saviors. They do save wildlife and also rescue other probably neglected and stupid owners out there that don't know how to take care of a dog. You know, so
well, that's really awesome news to hear that and know that. But as awesome as it is, just so you know, most of us here would just care about you and Sam Fisher winning. But that was great information. We have D Capriono in the chat who says, I voted for Sam Fisher. Good luck, 12th man. So 12th man, just so you know, in case, because I don't need you to be doubting us. Everybody in our chat, we've been supporting you heavily since we started this campaign.
That, man. Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, we got you, 12th man. So don't worry about that. We got you. All right, I'm at the 47. Oh, okay, so it's 12:47. So we're right on track. So Stanley, I know he hasn't popped up in the chat and he hasn't popped up on the panel, but here in a few minutes, guys, Stanley will be going live with Stanley versus the World. Let me see, what is his show called tonight? His show is called Sometimes Old People Do Good Stuff. So I could only imagine how great his show is going to be. So all of you that are here right now, y'all are still up. Y'all still up.
Got his juices flowing again, Porsha. You got his juices flowing again.
Stanley needs a little chihuahua or something to keep him busy.
I think 12 man. Hey, 12 man. I'm telling you, Stanley got
does
one.
enough. So you guys, stay tuned. Stanley will be up here, I mean, very, very shortly. So check out Stanley versus the World. And I will see you guys tomorrow whenever I wake up. And then
ma'am.
whenever I get home from work, Snake, you'll be off work. And so, Snake, I very much so expect to see you, sir. So that we can continue this.
Stanley, my Gmail, KyleeCTCross.
We're about to get out of here. Thank you guys for being here.
Download that game and add me as a friend list on Facebook, man.
If I gotta
I try to get out to it, man.
Tell them about themselves, Solid. Let's get it up, man.
Come on, man. I put myself out here on first and first, man.
That's right.
I'm out here in the motherfucking boondock with you, man. Fuck all that.
I'm in the boondock with
Let's get this money up in this motherfucking house, man.
Oh my God, that is incredible. We were just listening to Solid Snake on the video, and he's still going off the video. Shout out to Solid Snake, y'all. That's one of my favorite videos about tropes. I love it because Solid Snake, it doesn't matter. We can put him in the back, we can mute him, and he's always talking. So, guys, I would like to thank all of you for tuning into Politicking with Porsha. Please forgive me because we did not cover Joy Taylor and things like that, but I found other things that interested me far more than that. And so I thank you guys for being here with me. Again, Stanley is coming up next. And of course, as always, we will be back like we never left because we never do. We will see you guys on the next one.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows. We brought. Oh my God! Well, baby, shake it. Let's go. Let's go, man.
Shout out to Stanley. I love you, Stanley. Stanley is up next, folks. Be sure to put in the Stanley versus the world. He's up next. Every night this week. Is that a new dress? I can dig it.
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Turn up, y'all.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Y'all know we got to show some love to Angel. All of our hearts and prayers. Make sure you guys are praying for Angel, making sure that he's doing okay. You know, we love Angel, and we always got to show Angel some love. Angel, come back. Even if it's for a few minutes, just come back and let us know that you're doing okay. But shout out to Angel.
They argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. damn account.
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule will get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The dial on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
All right, again, we still got 21 of y'all in the building. You guys, you know what? Shout out to the audience. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are so loyal. Y'all are always here. Even when y'all know we about to end it, y'all still are here. Y'all are still here. I love you guys for it. I know you can hear it in my voice because I am sleepy, but shout out to y'all. We got to give an applause to our audience and our loyal followers. You guys are more than a dream, more than a gift, and more than a blessing.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong. So if anybody, wants you to get up there with Stanley tonight, if you think that you might be right, this is an early reminder of that you're wrong. And you'll always be wrong. I want to give a huge shout out to Tropes for all it is that he does for the channel. And he just does it. Like, no one asked. He just does it. He's just such a creative. He's just so talented. And although we are not going trucking, I want to make sure that Tropes knows we got it uploaded. It's in the StreamYard now, Tropes. And so you'll look forward to seeing this amongst many of your other creations. And then after this, guys, I'm totally going to get up out of here. But shout out to all 21 of y'all for being here and joining me for Politicking with Porsha. I love y'all so much. Y'all are the best.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk.
Oh gosh, shout out for Tropes. Shout out to Tropes for that. We love it. We love it. And HB, he will be back. And he is going to be in for a surprise whenever he logs in and he sees that. So Tropes, if you're not in the building still, definitely be on the lookout for that tomorrow. I got you. I finally got it uploaded and we are all good and you are phenomenal and we got you in there. So what is it? Okay, I made it to 12:58. I made it to 12:58. So Stanley will be here in a couple of minutes. So I know you guys just hate it whenever we're not live, and it's not a bad thing. It's just, hey, we're here 24 hours. You guys expect us. Y'all want us to be here, and we are here. we're always here for you guys, you know? We do it for y'all. So, what am I at 12:50? Am I at 12:59? I'm trying to wait until 12:59. Let me check my phone. 12:59. Okay, we are at 12:59. So, guys, I'm about to go ahead and end it for real this time. And in about a minute or two, and Stanley, he might still be asleep. Hopefully he's not. But in about a minute and some change, Stanley will be starting his show. So we will see you guys over at Stanley versus the World. We will be back like we never left, because we never do. See you guys in the next one.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.